Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't regret our story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And like you. And a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe it when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wise. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those on.
Week 3 definitely was a crazy week as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight of week number 3. Starting with number 5. CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against Invade Esports and after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knockup that set the team fire up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Unleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive jab from KT.RY was perfect to stop him pushing in. Oh, the kick! On tree! What was that, J-Team? It's just gonna end the lives of Invade here. This game is done. That is gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is gonna finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inya from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game and the second dragon fight, he had the perfect catch on Long's intention and position after reading his past movement and plays. That allowed OMG to chase and punish him down, taking the second dragon stack and winning the fight 3-1.
Oh no, you was in danger, goes in onto the dragon's pit. You also have Long, goes in for the glass caress onto the dragon's pit. Well, Megan secures the damage, and now it's OMG who takes the Infernal Drake of their own. And now Nova is on the meat grinder. OMG just shreds them apart. And now it's Inya in the front lines. World enter to the face of Remake with a flash as well.
Number 3. Yasuo has been trending more lately after some successes of teams and players with a sustained build. BMM joins as he made a massive outplay against G2 Blacklist when they were match point against them. 7 minutes into the game, G2 Blacklist tried to gank BMM in the top lane with 3 members tower diving, but they were all unsuccessful as the BMM stalled out hard, buying enough time for his teammates to respond, even getting a kill to Aaron and getting them a 2-0 win.
The snowballing stop with the utmost aggressive that they're dealing right now, but they will try to be aggressive here onto BMM. Great knock-up, great CC chain. The damage should be there, but it's taking too much time. The last minute's gonna be there. The counter engage and BMM lives.
Number 2. It's extremely hard to play as an ADC when you're going up against so many engaged champions, but that didn't seem to be the case for FPX's Dragon Laner Kong, with his impeccable performance against KT.RY. 11 minutes into Game 3, FPX was positioning for a tower dive in the top lane when KG, Datan, and Anran attempted to burst him down. He managed to deny the engage, be backed up by FPX, and go wild against KT.RY, securing a quadra kill in the process. This not only allowed them to win the fight, but also gained enough momentum to end the series, winning against KT.RY and giving them their second reverse sweep loss.
It's the V1, Sky in a very low state of HP. KG, Hextech Automator onto single 7 as the jungler is now the 1 HP! Was able to bring it down as Andrew 9 will secure the finishing blow, but in trade FPX, Kong was able to bring down one more shot to the face, and the Sun will not be able to get that kill. The Quadra is secured by FPX, and this is their moment to shine.
FPX is slaughtering KBG right now. Yuya's gonna be next. Give the penta.
2-game taunt on FPX, and it's Don 1-8 who will able to take that kill. The ace is secured.
And number 1. It was such a tough battle between JDG and Weibo Gaming as both teams really adapted against each other every succeeding game, and everything was on the line in game number 3 on the Elder Dragon fight. But in this highlight, we see JDG shine perfectly as they had the best engage with Lemon getting Kratos and Feibai getting a perfect flank to maximize his Vladimir damage to all the members of Weibo Gaming, deleting all of their health bars and even securing the first pentakill in Season 2 of Wild Rift League Asia, as they successfully complete the reverse sweep against Weibo Gaming.
Into the back line, Kratos gonna be in trouble. KT.RY as well joins! Gets a Zaya right now! Has the damage, has the burst! Gets a double kill, triple kill for Weibo! And now Weibo Gaming is gonna be in trouble. Zihan tries to capitalize on this, gets a counter-strike done, but not able to get the CC chain from Faye, and they get the pentakill! The first pentakill in Season 2 is Weibo from Jingdong Gaming!
And Weibo popping off here in this game, and this is gonna be the victory for Jingdong Gaming.
Which highlight did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section and make sure to keep supporting teams as they progress in their tournament. My name is Giyang, and we'll see you again in the next video.
Just a scarecrow! Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go! Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat, what's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！
Anything that you can do, I can do what you do. Top 260. Heart been swap, blew too hard like a nigga got 4 irons. Do that to the. Got me talk money talking, I'm always in the loop. Got my me, y'all in the ball. I'ma walk around the way because you must know if I ain't doing better. Wow. Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
Welcome back once again, everyone, to the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. Back at it again. I'm Infinity, and this is Autolus right beside me. And Autolus, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm feeling thankful today. Did you know that today is Thanksgiving Day? I think today is Thanksgiving Day to other regions that basically watches Wild Rift League Asia. So it's all about being thankful today, Infinity. My question for you is, what are you thankful for?
You know what? I'm expecting a different answer from you a while ago. I was thinking, it's a 2-0 day, not.
It's Thanksgiving, dude.
Yeah, 100%. What I'm thankful for, I'm thankful for Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. We had another season once again.
Exactly, right? So I am also as thankful that today might just be a 2-0 day. Let's see. We'll see. But you're right. This is definitely going to be a very exciting day for every fans out there. Again, there are some one-sided, quote-unquote, one-sided matchups that we have for today. But we cannot count them out as of yet. Miracles do happen. There are a lot of upsets that did happen last season. So I'm not counting out any team, at least for this season.
And even yesterday's matchup, right? We had a lot of, not disappointments, but a lot of storylines wherein you have the fan favorites be defeated by the likes of WBG up against Woohoo Gaming, becoming a really, really a strong team all of a sudden, defeating Woohoo Gaming by Weibo. And then you also had EDG breaking down JDG's stronghold.
Right, and those are the things that I would say is half expected, right? Because again, you look at EDG and WBG, they're at the bottom of the standings, right? One would say it was an upset, but if you consider their performance during last season, EDG and WBG are both playoff performers, right? So they were able to reach the playoffs last season, and with all the changes that they did in their roster, it's kind of expected that there will be adjustments here and there that will really impact their performance for the first few weeks. Now we move over to the top of the standings, and the surprise here is not Thunder Talk. Thunder Talk is really some thing that I kind of expected to be a powerhouse heading into WRLA 2. But for Trace Esports though, it's somehow different, right? Like Trace Esports is a team that I've kind of expected to be at the middle of the pack. But so far, so good for them. 0 loss.
Yeah, and that's like a really unexpected thing in turn of event here for the side of Trace Esports. It is one of the topics that we mentioned yesterday, how Trace Esports became really one of the undefeated teams as well for the CN conference. But looking on the flip side here, for the APAC conference, with now us' win up against Cerberus Esports yesterday, they take the top 1 spot back in APAC.
Exactly, and their point differential compared to KT.RY and G2 Blacklist and even Cerberus Esports, it's super clear that now Esports at the moment is the number 1 team in APAC. It really is going to be a question of if they will remain consistent throughout the entirety of the group stage. We have to remember that the group stage will culminate by the 23rd and 24th of December. So we are down to our last 3-4 weeks of group stages. So anything can still change. So it will really depend as to how consistent they will be moving forward. And for our matchups for today, here Infinity, we do have Team Flash going against KT.RY for our first matchup. J-Team going against Trace Esports. And our finale, Nova versus FPX.
Yeah, it's an exciting day ahead of us coming into today's matchup here for Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. And I think coming from the APAC conference as well, there is a huge importance for the very first series that KT.RY will be able to take the 2-0 matchup up against Team Flash, because if they get the 2-0, it's +3 when it comes to their point standing, and that equalizes their standings up against now Esports, who has the top 1 spot in APAC conference.
Yeah, you said it best, right? Like, that will be their 5th win to just 1 loss. KT.RY is poised to at least tie with Naos for the top spot. But Team Flash, again, on the other hand, we have to be honest, right? We have to call a spade a spade. Team Flash really is struggling right now. They're starting 5, Qden 368, T3, Yonti in the Dragon lane, and Shiki in the support. This is a 5-man squad that has just been formed from, at the beginning of Season 2. In Season 1, they had a totally different roster. And it was kind of surprising to see all the veterans, be not part of Team Flash. Meanwhile, for KT.RY, there are some revisions here and there in their roster, but their main powerhouse, looking at Ratel, looking at Do and Luna, they're still part of the starting 5.
Yeah, definitely a very, very difficult time that Team Flash has to face. This is one of the titans, KT.RY. Ever since the beginning of Wild Rift Esports, KT.RY is one of the teams that a lot of these players, a lot of fans have been looking towards into. And coming into today's matchups, Team Flash thus far, coming into the APAC conference, has not been excelling when it comes to their respective series. And now the question is, how can they perform up against the like of APAC conference's one of the greatest?
It will definitely be a challenge for sure, right? Now you look at the jungle matchup, 368. Asking, the community, they're saying that 368 is paying homage to 369, which we all know was a top laner in League of Legends PC. But here in Wild Rift, he's playing the jungle role. You look at his stats, not really the best stats, especially comparing to Mr. Daw here. Daw still remains to be the most consistent member for Rollster Y. Does have a lot of champions to work with. I remember him playing the Kazakhs, and he's still very scary on it.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, Daw has been in KT.RY for the longest time, but we're jumping into the stage right now for the team introduction.
Yo-ho!
好，我是 Yo-ho。今天是第4周的第3个比赛日，首场 BO3 将由西贡 Team Flash 对阵首尔 KT.RY。深陷连败泥沼的 Team Flash 能否在今天脱身，而 KT.RY 又是否会成为他们的那一根救命藤蔓？我们一起到游戏里寻找答案。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is boy Yo-ho, and today is the third day of the 4th week, and today's first best of 3 is Saigon Team Flash versus Seoul KT.RY. Will KT.RY be the savior or the destroyer of Team Flash haunted by their losing streak? Let's find out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Saigon Team Flash and Seoul KT.RY.
Số thứ 7 trước, lần này chúng mình sẽ giành chiến thắng và ăn mừng nó.
우선 너희는 첫 승부터 하고 와.
Ooh, that was spicy coming from KT.RY. Get your first win first.
Do you think it's possible? Be honest.
Up against KT.RY? I don't think so.
Yeah. It's super hard, especially knowing that against ACN team in OMG, KT.RY was super solid, right? Like they were up super many gold, right? Like they were definitely getting one-sided matchups against ACN team no less, and that to me is a very good indication that they have adjusted to their new roster, and that they are ready to really win it all, right? Because when talking about KT.RY, they will not be content in winning APAC alone. They want to win the whole thing, and so them getting a matchup against OMG, winning against them 2-1, is a very good indication that they are here on a mission. Now, Cerberus Esports not Cerberus Esports, Team Flash it's another team that will try to stop them right now. But I feel, it's super hard, especially with the current form of KT.RY.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult, right? KT.RY has been one of the top performing teams in the APAC conference, and I think that is just like a statement of how strong they are currently in their current form, right? Their roster has been there for quite a bit already. You've mentioned it a while ago during the team introductions as well, the player introductions, that the KT.RY had a little bit changes when it comes to their team compositions, but overall the core is still there. You had Rattel into the top lane, you have the jungle, you have the mid laner still being intact. These are the players that we have to look out for, and thus far they're really just a team that should be stopped. If anyone could do so, Team Flash will have a hard time.
They are a team that one would consider to be surely top 4 in APAC, right? Like Luna is also playing out of his mind recently. He has transitioned over to the mid lane, and I thought for a second that his transition to the mid lane will still feature him to play, the marksman, but I was wrong. Luna can play almost anything. As we head over to the air match, this is the fight for side, everybody. And again, whoever wins this basically gets the side selection for game 1.
Yeah, it's a lane side, or well, rather side selection priority for the fight for side here in the Howling Abyss. When it comes to the compositions, I think overall, both of these teams has their pros and cons. KT.RY having Repel being the engager for the team. You have Team Flash relying and having a huge dependency of Kuden and Shiki to engage in those fights.
You know what I often do whenever I look at the compositions in an ARM game is I look at their champions to see if they will have a very good warm-up heading into the matches that really matter, right? Because you look at the champions that is being used right now by Rattel. This is a battle lane champion, so this is a very good warm-up heading into the games that really matter. But one thing that I kind of miss, Zero on the Sakali. Zero used to be the premier mid laner for KT.RY. He transitioned over to the support role because of champion pool issues. But one of the champions that really is a staple for Zero is the Akali. As we look at Luna going in.
Now you have Diana as well, going for the Moonfall to try to engage, coming for the side of Team Flash. Lux falls down as Zero goes in, assassinates the back lines. 2 players already gone for Team Flash. As Zero goes in for the reset.
Ooh, okay, Zero trying to outplay 3 people there, but was denied easily. Yonti going in, jumping in. This could be the AP Rengar, so some burst here and there might just be there present, but nope, not as of yet. As we look into 368, diving against 3 people, it will go and reset as well.
Now, this is already like one of the staples in what we see for the fight for sides. There's like Rengar coming in with face rush as an AP Rengar. That's one of the consistencies as well. It's really interesting from time to time here.
What? Did you see that? Nope. Yonti, he went and used a Thrill of the Hunt and then jumped onto a minion. I was like,
fair.
Okay, alright, I guess he needs a little bit more warm-up. But so far, you're seeing that Yonti does have the AP build. Some burst here and there. Very exciting times. Meanwhile, Rotel playing as a Camille does have that very, I would say, fun interaction with the snowball and the hook shot. Oh, tactical sweep to get ahead of Yonti. Pick one.
Yeah, it's a nice flash coming for Rotel with the skill. It's a really nice finisher, and now you have Dog coming into the backside with the ultimate as well to be able to execute a lot of these players. And Team Flash,
wait,
I just get aced here, and Zero gets the finishing blow. It's the unofficial ace for KT.RY.
368, what he wanted there was to make an outplay, and when it comes to sustain, Irelia does have a very surprising amount of sustain. As we see, some other members of KT.RY, they're content with what they have accomplished, at least in this lifetime, and will go for resets. Now, Kuden does have the first, what do you call that again, first skill? From Diana. Basically connecting onto Luna, but Luna has to be careful because he's already less than half health here. And again, talking about, warm-up champions, I still remember Luna being a beast on Vladimir. Used to be a marksman, but is so comfortable on mages.
Yeah, and Luna gives you just the capability to go in and out. Now you have Zero go into the backside with a snowball, but Yonti able to demolish him. Just a second, but Yonti gets straight into 1-for-1.
Yep. Very quick one, and 368 again on the Irelia. Definitely a fun champion to play. The poking potential of the Camille, I never expect. Oh, hang on.
The ultimate coming in from 368 to engage that fight. Camille goes down. Moonfall into the backside as Kuden will be able to execute another. But overall, that will be the 2-for-1 in favor for Team Flash.
And so far, the power of the Vladimir is still very much felt here. Does have the ultimate right now. Could cast the Hemoplague any second now. But Zero basically does not need Luna's help. Zero by himself can kill down your backline. And this is what I miss. Zero being able to play Akali, at least in air matches. It's still happening, I guess, so to speak, because right now, like, at least in recent times, we see Zero on the Nautilus, on the Alistar, Ornn, and those are basically his champions, not the Akali anymore, so yeah, kind of sad.
Yeah, but we saw this before, right? In RRQ, in the former RRQ, you had Exosen coming in from the mid lane, going to the support role, and that gave huge benefits for the side of RRQ, and I feel like KT.RY having this switch as well gives you a lot more flexibility when it comes to the champion pool for Zero.
I kind of agree, but I just think, that if we are to compare Zero and Exosen, one of the biggest difference is their age, dude.
Oh yeah,
Exosen has been playing like forever. And you know what they say, right? You play long enough to see yourself as a support. But for Zero is like 19 years old, dude.
Yeah.
He's younger than you, basically.
Oh yeah. Exosen is like one of the elder drakes of Philippine competitive scene when it comes to like League of Legends, transitioning to League of Legends Wild Rift. Really, really interesting stuff. Have huge knowledge possibilities when it comes to graft and mechanics overall. But now Zero once again going into the back line, showing why he is really so amazing with his Akali.
Yeah, this is why I love seeing Zero on the Akali. The only reason why he was, I would say, benched in Season 1 was because Assassin was relegated out of the meta and he was often targeted during the pick and ban phase. As we look at Zero, I mean, you look at his mastery of this champion. Someone goes in, he doesn't panic.
Yeah, Sanguine Pull will be able to retrieve with a flash as well from Luna. Acrobat goes into the bombs of T3. He'll be able to get that down, but Yonti trying to run away with a face rush. Is that going to be enough? Hell here, just playing tag area up against Yonti. Goes with a shuriken flip for Zero, goes into the backside. Kuden's very low, goes down. And now Zero looks for another target as Ratel goes into the backside. Shiki goes down, T3 follows up, and KT.RY just demolishes Saigon Team Flash 1 by 1.
Yonti. Almost, but not quite. And again, KT.RY. You know what happened there? Just pure mechanics, man. Like, they are just super good in maximizing their movements. They're still struggling to take down this tower. They don't have their marksman with them. Acrobat is, just about to join them right now. And you look at Acrobat finally joining in. Won't be able to get ahead of Kuden, but mission accomplished so far.
Will be able to connect onto one, but misses down on Acrobat. Acrobat will be able to execute Kuden in that
done. Boom!
Yonti, clean up crew. Comes in the fray here, jumps onto Acrobat, so much damage, but face trust is an AP Wrangler as well. There's just no escape. Now Seer comes up next.
Many things are still potentially possible to happen here. Oh, okay, let's watch Zero make some plays here. Shaky. Oh man, I feel shaky at that point. Like, you really have to respect Zero and you have to use your flash just to make sure that you survive those all-ins. But then again, at least that's Team Flash surviving. But Luna,
one transfusion is enough to bring down Shiki, and Yonti will not be able to get that trade. But the CC there is perfect. Luna stands still as Dog comes into the backside though. That will be enough for KT.RY to be able to open up the gates here to engage. Yonti's down low. 1 HP left. The flash for Ratel will secure it. Now the hook shot stuns onto the backside, but 368 will be able to access onto Luna. That will be enough. And
Triple kill.
368 is just showing mechanics. Ratel is on the chase. Satchel charge will be able to push them back a bit, but it's not enough as Ratel will be able to chuck shot, connects onto Shiki, or rather T3 is able to secure the kill.
Yeah, that snowball also connecting. Basically, he spelled a doom. But the good thing about for KT.RY is that their marksman is still alive, able to take down another tower here. Acrobat, though, I think it's time for him to reset, because he might just die here.
The AP Rengar's damage is just too much. And now, we'll be able to go in for the snowball into the backside. Shiki's going to be the target. Ratel will secure it, but he has to run. He has to hide here. This Yonti and Kuden, it's a 2v1 situation. Going to the hill for now. Moonfall will connect. It's a 3-man knock off along with a Mega Inferno Bomb. KT.RY sees so much damage, but Zero removes them.
Love to see Zero, dude. He basically is that Akali player that I would not grow tired of watching. He's super good. He's super clean. But against T3, like T3 is still on the Ziggs, we'll still be able to clear out minions here and there. That's basically what he's known for. And especially now that he has another mage alongside him in the Lux. So easy for them to clear the wave. So this Aram game, not yet done.
Yeah, we'll take quite a bit. As you mentioned, Ziggs with Lux, it's just so much damage AoE. So the waves will take a bit more time. KT.RY needs to go in. Have to target a backline. Yonti spurs damage onto Zero. That's enough to go back away.
Wait, Moonfall. Wait, okay. That's awkward, but again, action continues. Ratel going in.
Just a bit of bait there coming from Team Flash. Now
Acrobat got hit.
Having the stuns onto Acrobat. He is deleted.
Wait.
And Ratel uses up the Hextech ultimatum as well, but for nothing.
Yeah, was able to dodge Aurelia's ult. Again, Inferno Bomb also got dodged. KT.RY.
Penguin Pill already used up. Dog coming into the backside. Axes onto Shiki. T3 is deleted. And they have no more damage left. KT.RY is going in with a 4v2. And 1-by-1 with Yonti, the lone wolf. KT.RY secures the ace.
Never mind Acrobat. Acrobat is not needed at all. Zero though. Wait, are they not about to finish this game? They're not yet content. Well, 20 seconds on a death timer. I guess it's just about sending a message. Zero is still a beast on the Akali. I never expected it. Well, anyway, it's not in my bingo card today that I will see an Akali for Zero. But at least the era match allowed us to see again, witness again, the power of this player on the Akali.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? Zero just constantly accessing the back lines, looking at Shiki, looking at T3 with Akali. It's something brand new once again, because it's been such a long time.
Exactly. And again, I don't think we'll see that anytime soon. With all their decisions to put over Zero into the support role. Really interesting to say the least. Again, when it comes to decision making. I know you did say that we've seen this in the past. We've seen mid laners transition over to the support role. And his aggressive ways might just be the reason why they went for Zero as their new support. But you kind of have to remember that they also had a very good support back then. His name was Numel. And Numel was also very good on supports that can engage onto the backline of the opponent. But then again, in WRLA2, they have registered a new starting 5. We are looking at Acrobat right now. Acrobat, for those that still remember the Wild Rift League Open or Wild Circuit Asia Open, he used to play a lot of Ezreals, and even here in Season 2, he's been bringing out the Ezreal every now and then.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of Ezreals as well coming into the past few days. Actually, yesterday, we've seen one series where an Ezreal was always a priority, and we saw how it gives you a little bit more distance. A safe distance coming into those team fights gives you a lot of poke potential, and I think that is also like one of the expectations, and this is also one of the strengths that we could look at coming into the specific champion, why it's one of the champion that can really excel when it comes to these matches.
Exactly, we have seen a lot of marksmen be rotated in and out of the meta, but I feel that Ezreal is that one champion that will always be relevant just because of his kit being super stable. If you want to run a pro composition, Ezreal is a very good champion to have. If you want to run a very scaling intensive lineup, Ezreal is also a very good pick. If you kind of want to bully out your opponent during laning, Ezreal is still a go-to. So it's a champion that will never be out of the meta. Sure, there will be some marksmen that will be prioritized over him, but to say that there will be a meta that Ezreal is not a worthy pick, I don't think we'll ever see that day. But we move over to the pick and ban, and Team Flash will be on the blue side. So KT.RY, their decision is to go and select red side.
Yeah, we saw it as a pattern already with these teams prioritizing onto the red side selection. They want the Gragas and they want the Fiora or Camille pickup. They're going to leave the Ornn open. These are some of the things that we've expected and we've seen as a pattern before, and that is something that we could also predict coming into this matchup in game 1.
Yeah, it's one way to patch the what we call champion pool issues that might still be present for KT.RY. Again, with all their changes to their players' playstyle or roles, you kind of have to expect that some of them will only be able to practice the meta champions, the Gragas, the Ornn, and taking one away kind of gives you the advantage on that particular lane. That's why Team Flash has banned away the Gragas, selected the Camille for themselves. Immediately, the response by KT.RY is to get the number 2 most picked support in the game right now.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong support, especially considering you have the ban of the Gragas already coming from Team Flash. They did not pick up the Ornn, so that is an open pick for KT.RY. Now they could transition, going to pick up not a Baron laner, but a mid laner, Vladimir, to be picked up as well, as Fiora could be third pick here by KT.RY.
A very good champion indeed, especially considering that Ratel is a beast on the Fiora. But I just want to let in everyone on a secret. I thought for a second that Luna will not be as scary on the Vladimir because it's a mage. But I was wrong. The last time that he played Vladimir, he was super effective. If I'm not mistaken, he was able to get the MVP. But my oh my, I did not expect an Akali to prep up, and Akali here in the mid lane is a very good champion to win team fights overall. It allows you to assassinate the backline of the opponent, and you look at the way the picks have gone through. Team Flash, they prioritize the Lee Sin, and so it's all about early game dominance. Meanwhile, KT.RY picking the Jax, it's all about surviving the top side.
A very interesting pickup, as you mentioned, not the Fiora as we've expected, but here KT.RY removes Galio. Expectedly, they could also ban away the Braum as one of the soft counters onto the likes of the Ornn as a Call of the Forge God, but instead Varus will be banned away. Vi also removed by Team Flash.
Yep, Vi, a very good counter, soft counter to the Lee Sin, just cause you can lock down the Lee Sin and negates the mobility of the champion overall. Them taking away the Vi is a very good response to the way the pick and ban has progressed. But there still is the Kha'Zix. And Daw will just be happy to take this for himself. He's been so good in using the Kha'Zix. He may not pop off when it comes to, being able to assassinate all your primary targets or all the primary targets, but when it comes to being able to read the map properly, and also when it comes to securing all those 50-50s, Daw on the Kha'Zix, he's so good at it.
Yeah, and now we could expect maybe Team Flash going in for the likes of the Zeri, the Xayah, the Ezreal. These are open champions for Team Flash to pick up. They need an AD champion to their side. What would that be? Alistar is already expected. Only an alternative onto the Braum as well as one of the possible counter here for KT.RY.
Zeri, Tristana, those are the two alternative options that I'm seeing right now, especially knowing that you kind of have to have a lot of mobility, especially against the Vladimir of Luna. Luna is that one player that will not hesitate to flash in. Oh, this is a takeaway though.
Yeah. It's a very safe champion, especially considering that you have pretty much an all-in type of composition for the side of Team Flash. You have Lisa and Akali, Camille, and Alistar. Having a little bit more of a self-sustain is going to be important, but Draven here is not something that I expect.
Draven? Never mind. Scared. I thought that this will be the day that we'll be seeing Draven once again get picked up. But we'll have to wait for another game. They will be going standard here, and we'll go for the Queen of the Late game in the Kai'Sa. And again, I just want to re-emphasize that Team Flash taking the Ezreal is a good denial, especially knowing that Acrobat, he is basically I think, the best Ezreal player in APAC right now. And you know, you take it away is definitely going to be a very good decision.
Yeah, just in addition to that, you also have the self-mobility, the self-sustain that an Ezreal has when it comes to the Arcane Shift that he has to go back and forth when it comes to those fights is going to be really important given the fact the composition of Team Flash.
Exactly, and so it's all about the mobility, being able to avoid all those all-ends, which is why Ezreal is starting to become a favorite pick nowadays. I kind of have a question though, because I looked at the last second picks that Team Flash had. Camille was still on the mid lane, so it will be very interesting if it will be Camille that will be played in the mid lane or the Baron lane, because you're seeing it here right now. Like, Camille is in the mid lane and then the Kali is on the top lane. Are they going to swap roles inside the rift? We're about to find out.
This is really interesting, but yes, they would.
Okay. Alright. So Keaton will still be the one playing the Akali, but he will play it in the mid lane. So, lots of things that is basically surprising a lot of opponents, throwing them off guard as well, is all this swaps that are happening. Again, it's not often that we see the Akali. Akali is best known to be able to control choke points, right? Like, you basically go into the backline, pop your Twilight Shroud, and everything becomes chaotic on your side. And there's a lot of burst potential as well, as we look at Luna just maximizing all those auto attacks.
Yeah. This is expected, right? Because Akali coming into level 1 has a massive disadvantage, right? You need the level 2, level 3 for that Shroud, for the 5-point strike to be able to go all in up against the likes of Luna. Transfusion for Vladimir is just annoying. Quite a bit.
True. But level 1 basically is nothing, to be honest with you as well. As we look into Zero getting engaged on, punished by Shiki. Zero with, a very early, I would say, misstep there. But no harm, no foul, no big punishment. Although he was forced to recall, he was forced to reset, which is definitely to the advantage of Team Flash. Tempo to them on the bot side, which means that there could be a potential dive here in the bot lane, especially knowing that the Lee Sin is patting towards the bot side.
Yeah. And right now we're reaching that level 3.4 the Lee Sin as well, so could expected having the jungler go into the bot side as possible gank here, but couldn't. Already used for the Tides of Blood. Trick and Flip connects, but overall that's just a little bit of trades there.
There's no pool! Oh, okay. I thought for a second that Luna will not plant a Vision War there. And at least that was able to spot out the Lee Sin, which is definitely very deadly. The first few minutes of the game, Shiki needing to flash away the combo of Zero.
Yeah, that was a little bit risky. Shiki going to retreat and then Zero connecting with a body. Well, not the knockup rather onto Yonki was a little bit risky for the side of Team Flash, but overall it does far. It's a little bit silent for both sides.
Zero going blind, trying to just cancel out the recall. Was a little bit late, but again, it's all about just regaining the tempo that they lost in the first few minutes of the game. Rattel has to be careful though. 368, flash in.
Could possibly be. Oh! The sidestep for Rattel.
Can't do that, man.
100%.
Like basically, you have to respect the fact that all these pro players will have the best fancy feet in the game, right?
Yeah.
And so the what could have been done there was a trade of flash, to say the least. As we look into another engage, just going back on the top side, I kind of just want to pinpoint that the Lee could just have flashed in.
So could possibly go in, goes invisible, jumps in, Shiki is down low, Call to Forge God still connects as Shiki goes down.
That's the first blood heading over to KT.RY. Are they down? Yep. Does look like that they will be content. Doll will be spotting 368. Oh no, isolated. Not really the best bush to enter, especially knowing that the Kazakhs really thrives in all those isolations. And this is the punish that KT.RY has decided. By the time that Shaky went flashless, everything got accounted for and everything got telegraphed, right? Like KT.RY called that gank a minute ago.
Oh, Luna is in danger though. Sanguine pull already used. We'll be able to go out with a flash. Dragon's Rage though. Luna goes back in, but Zero saves him. And now Shiki is down low, already on a dangerous spot. Duff finishes him up. And now Zero secures the kill.
Crazy. Zero, as you said it, he was able to save his mid laner, body blocking the Shuriken flip. As we look at Bratel. Oh, this is so sad. T3 went for the Exec ultimatum, did not have enough damage, and that's twice in a row that Bratel on the top side survived any potential gank coming in from Team Flash. And this is kind of expected, right? As a Jax, we often say that Jax is super strong when it comes to late game. But one thing that we know about the Jax is he's also very stable in surviving all those potential alt-lanes just because of the counter-strike and the ultimate passive as well. As we look into the bot lane, good sidestep once again coming from KT.RY.
Yeah, but now coming into the rotations here, you have Team Flash going for the 3-man roam into the mid lane. Zero has information along with the rest of the crew here for KT.RY. A referral priority by Team Flash.
Exactly. Team Flash, 4-man strong on towards the Rift Herald. Could still be contested.
Call of the Forge God is here. Counter Strike already used up. Stuns onto Akali, but we'll be able to go away with a Shroud as DOS secures the Rift Herald for themselves. KT.RY secures the objective, and that is good enough for them.
Yep. Plus a kill. A buy one, take one. Luna!
Well, a bit risky here. Exhausted. Now Acrobat, Killer Instinct into the backside. We'll be able to get that kill onto Ezreal. Now Ratel counter strikes, connects onto 368, and that will net KT.RY a lot of kills.
Even the mid lane is going to go down. T3 following his comrades. That's an 8-0 start for KT.RY. Can even start the dragon now. Everything that could go right did go right for KT.RY, and what a dominating way to start this game.
Yeah, it's just amazing plays for every single one for KT.RY. Look at the engage a while ago, right? The counter strike along with the Call of the Forge God. Yep. Insane.
Yeah, the combo. Call of the Forge God coming from Zero, even though he was knocked back by Shaky. It wasn't proper timing, and this is kind of surprising, right? Those are the, I would say, mechanics mistakes or micro mistakes that we don't often expect from Team Flash, because they're still regarded as pro team. And you look at Luna just waiting for the perfect opportunity to go for his Hemo Plague combo. Acrobat going in. Enough damage being accumulated by KT.RY was able to net them a big and sizable advantage 7 minutes into the game. It's starting to become a stump here.
Yeah, and it's really massive, right? 8k gold lead already in 7 minutes, taking 2 out of 2 objectives coming into the first couple of minutes into the matchup. Really just accelerates KT.RY's possibility here when it comes to game 1.
Yep. And then what will be the game plan for Team Flash, right? With the way things has developed, like the snowball. It cannot cannot be contained.
Hextech ultimatum, and now the follow-up from Zero as a counter engage. Goes for the Call of the Forge God. Just denies the possible all-in here for Team Flash.
Exactly, and that's, again, an initiation that is a second too early. There's no follow-up to really pin down, because I'm super sad that this is happening for Team Flash, because it does feel like that their level of communication is definitely not at the same level of the pro teams that we are accustomed in seeing here in WRLA 2.
Yeah, and now Shaky's just isolated. No kills for the side of KT.RY, but it doesn't matter. They secure the turret, and that's a huge gold injection for Acrobat.
Right. Still, right. Whatever they try to initiate, whatever they try to do, KT.RY, they are able to read it. They are able to telegraph what they are about to do, and by being able to react to it, Team Flash, so far, it's been a perfect game for KT.RY.
It absolutely is. Thus far, no turrets being given to the side of Team Flash. No kills so far. No objectives. Every single thing that could possibly go correctly and ideally for KT.RY is consistently happening. And just look at the confidence for Zero, right? Given the fact KT.RY is so much ahead of the crew against Team Flash, he's able to do this. Overextend, but no punish.
Yeah. Even has a stasis engine if ever things go south. Zero, very rich right now alongside all the members of KT.RY. And at 9 minutes, if you have this big amount of gold lead, the only question is, what time will it, what time will it finish? Because you look at 368, it's about to go down. Boom!
3v1 and just outright one combo to the head, Duna is able to execute.
And at 12 minutes, the Baron will spawn up. It's so early, the Baron hasn't spawned up yet. Another combo.
Called the Forge God, the man knockoff, followed by Zero going up ahead, and now Luna to the backside! Every single bodies are raining down for Team Flash, and KT.RY gets the ace!
Even the Alistar not feeling too well, Mr. Sark. KT.RY, 5-man push here in the mid lane, does not need the Baron, and will exhaust the Nexus shields here in the mid lane! Wait, hang on, it's 16k gold lead at 10 minutes. What is happening?
It's too much. KT.RY is... This just states how they are one of the strongest in the APAC conference. This is why they are one of the top teams at the moment when it comes to the point standings in the same conference.
But if I'm being honest here, and I mean no disrespect, it also means that Team Flash is not at the same level that we kind of hope them to be.
Yeah.
It's just super sad, right? Especially knowing the Team Flash as an org is an organization that is known about winning. And for them to be this far from all the combatants, basically all the participants that we do have here in the tournament, basically is an alarming state.
Yeah, I mean, even looking back at year one of Team Flash, right? They are one of the winningest teams in the year one, especially coming from Vietnam. They represented the region as well going into international tournaments, and they were just erasing any team they fight across. But now it's a little bit more drastic of a difference here into the series thus far. But we're still in game number one.
Oh, that's too much Copian though. I mean, like, if anything, game number 2, if, yeah, sure, Team Flash will be able to regroup, will be able to discuss what went south in game number 1, but this level of domination is unheard of in competitive matches.
It's a lot. It's a big difference, and now they just landslide Camille right out of the get-go in top side. Leaves down 4 members left for Team Flash to be able to defend their top lane. Baron comes up, and KT.RY could just melt that easily.
Oh, they are going for the extremely difficult push.
Goes in. Being targeted here. Shuriken Flip connects to Zero, but there's just no damage.
Right, exactly. And Yonti with the True Shot Barrage might be able to apply some hits over to the members of KT.RY. But you have to look at that particular push and say that, hey, KT.RY is feeling overconfident right now. They're, the correct play was to just wait for the Baron to spawn up. And at 12 minutes with the amount of items that they already have right now, like you look at Luna, this is just brutal. Brothers and sisters, close your eyes because this is just a massacre.
It's 17k gold lead in 13 minutes. It's outright criminal here for KT.RY in the series. Game number 1, it's an absolute blast that KT.RY, yes, they have secured so much lead coming into the early game, but doing Team Flash dirty here is a little bit too much. It's just too good that KT.RY is doing here in the series.
Throw in the white towel, as we would say. Zero flashing in, and that's a surprise. Yonti!
Oh, the board god, Yonti just got melted. Raw damage coming from KT.RY. Now Nexus is going to be open as KT.RY is looking in for the finish. Couldn't, just got eliminated by Luna. And that will be indeed the perfect game. KT.RY secures game 1.
Almost a perfect game. I think there was a tower that got destroyed by Team Flash. Could be wrong though, because I was looking at the map and I was thinking that there was, or I was looking at the scoreline and there was a number 1 to 8 towers. So there could have been, a tower that prevented for Team Flash to get perfected. But still, man, Infi, Team Flash, they are, I don't know, ghost in the shell, right? Like they are not what we are. They are not the same Team Flash that we thought was the scariest team in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, a shadow of the past, if you may.
Exactly. Perfect.
It's just crazy. KT.RY outright demolished Team Flash from that game number 1, and yes, that's pretty much just the only start of the series. But that performance from KT.RY, if that mirrors coming to game 2, there's not gonna be a game 3 right after.
It's if it ever happens, then I'll be super happy for Team Flash, because I'm rooting for them. I'm rooting for all APAC teams. And although, one would say that KT.RY is also an APAC team, I just want and love competitive games after all, because that game was super far from being competitive.
Yeah, it's just a landslide overall. But looking at this is also like one of the important series for KT.RY. We mentioned this a while ago, and I think that is also reflecting of the current aggression that they're doing, the commitment that they're doing for this specific series. Because the thing is, for the viewers watching at home, if KT.RY gets a 2-0 in the series, it's going to be an even level playing field with NOW's Esports in the current standing for APAC Conference.
Exactly, and knowing KT.RY, who they entered this match knowing what's at stake, knowing that they will be able to tie with NOW's Esports for the top spot. And again, every win really does matter. We look into the scoreboard, and Luna topping everyone with 23,000 damage. I guess the Luna mid laner, Luna mage user, is just as scary as when he was playing the Kai'Sa, the Vayne, or maybe even scarier, right? Because those champions, we have to wait for them to scale up. But with the Black, they're like, dude.
Yeah, and the thing is, it was Luna who was able to get a huge priority already when it comes to the early game. Level 1, there's just a huge landslide of power coming into the side of KT.RY into the mid lane. And yes, it's not as big as one would see it, because it's still level 1. You still have bounty fruits, you still are sustainable, you're still going to scale level 2, level 3. But the thing is, just that big difference. Luna's just ate Akali alive into the mid lane.
No chance to react at all, and the MVP goes over to their support player. Love to see this, right? Every time that you or that we crown a support player the MVP, that just means that he was everywhere. 76% kill participation, 1-0 and 12 KDA. Perfect again alongside with his teammates, and his engages, especially in the Red Herald fight, was super clean.
Yeah, it was absolutely perfect. But we'll see if KT.RY can do it once again, or if Team Flash will be able to bring it back. We're going to take a short break, so don't go away.
Scarecrow! Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
Welcome back to game 2 of this series. It is already KT.RY who has secured the match point, one game away of taking the series to a win.
I have a question, Infi. Do you know in Thanksgiving, that in Thanksgiving there are like turkeys being served, right?
Uh-huh.
So basically, Team Flash got feasted.
Ooh.
They got turkeyed, bro. It's super. Oh man, that was definitely a very brutal game number 1 for them. Hoping to see them put up a better performance overall, especially knowing that we kind of know what they are. I would say what their potential are, right? Just looking at their organization. But we look into the ban, Sakshan being banned away here as a respect to Cuden's comfort pick.
Yeah, really interesting here. We haven't seen Akshan being put onto the ban phase for quite a bit. And now it's a respect, as you have stated. Now looking at Team Flash as well. Hecarim removed from the table. Zoe as well to follow up.
And the Gragas ban will still be there, which means that this could be another Orin priority for the side of KT.RY. Why no? Never mind. Love me some assassin.
Doll wants to a while ago it was a landslide. This time around they're pretty much wanting the world to end here for Team Flash.
Exactly, and this is the beauty about Evelyn right now is that it basically speeds up a lot of games. Because there is basically just two kinds of Evelyn. The one that is super ahead and the one that is super far behind. There's no middle ground.
Yeah.
Right? And if you are very much ahead as an Evelyn, you can just tower dive all your opponents one by one because the last caress, the ultimate, it's a very good tower aggro dropper, right? So you dive in, you use your ultimate, you execute, and you basically reset the aggro of the tower.
Yeah, 100%. And KT.RY, they could have two different aspects here. They could go for the Vladimir once again and have their AD carries into the bottom lane, or they could go double ADC. But from this point, it will be the Vladimir priority once more for Luna.
Luna wants blood. Literally and figuratively, brother, man. Like, Envy. What's the best thing to counter a Vladimir?
Well, there you go. Team Flash answered it. You have the Kassadin, right? You also have the Zoe.
Right.
But at this point in time, I don't even know how they could perform up against the likes of Luna's performance coming from that game 1.
I think the best pick imaginable for Team Flash is them securing the Vi. Because by securing one of the easiest to use and execute jungler, you can definitely lock down one of potential targets. Be the Evelyn or the Vladimir. However, they do have two premier counters to that, because if you use your last caress, you're basically on target, right? So you could drop the cease and desist or the assault and battery. Same thing can be said for the Sanguine pool, right? So if you go under your blood pool, it basically becomes untargetable, which negates a lot of the value of the Vi. So it's easy to use a Vi, but you still have to pick your spots.
Yeah, and something that I have to be worried about for the side of Team Flash is that Kassadin is pretty much a tower in the early game, right? He needs a lot of scaling. But the thing is, KT.RY's playstyle from game number 1 is all about that acceleration, is all about that speed plays, right? That aggression. So it's a big question mark for Team Flash. How do you want to play this out as a Kassadin pickup?
One of the premier late game champions for sure, but is a good enough counter to the Vladimir, because again, the innate magic resistance, magic defense shield here and there, and also being able to isolate Vladimir when it comes to team fights allows for your team to negate the massive impact that the Vladimir brings into a team fight, which is AoE. Now, what I really love about Team Flash is that they really want to pressure down KT.RY by picking up the Lucian. Lucian is known to be what I would say the best laning marksman, just because of his kit. Overall, you can bully your opponents, basically dominate the bot side through it. So you look at the draft here of Team Flash, very, very good overall.
Yeah, it is indeed really good, right? You have the sustain coming in with the likes of the Ornn, you have the Kassadin, you have the 8 procs as well. But so much shift when it comes to these champions. Lucian going top is a little bit more of that question mark though. Is this going to be Yonti going to the bot side? How is this supposed to be working for Team Flash composition?
I have no idea. Because you just cannot, right? Although Lucian is a very good lane bully that can be played in the baron lane or the mid lane, it still is expected that you want him to be put in a position that he can get advantages. In the current draft that we have, the best lane to be in as a Lucian is against the Ashe, not against the Vladimir. Because here in the mid lane, right, if it's going to be a Vladimir versus Lucian matchup, where do you put your Kassadin? Your Kassadin will be basically defenseless.
Okay.
It's a lane swap, dude.
Okay, it's a lane swap. I was really curious. How is this supposed to work here for the side of the Team Flash? But instead they're going back into the standards with Kassadin going to the mid. It's just a bit of switch and roll.
Ooh. I don't think they will be able to kill Yonti, but that's information provided to the members of Team Flash that Daw might just be getting some camps, and in return, you look at the map, there is already aggression towards the red buff. Vi also doing his own share of counter jungling, which is a very good sign if you're a fan of Team Flash.
Yeah, 100%, right? Because the thing is, Evelyn is one of the fastest clearing as well when it comes to these multi-unit camps for the jungle, right? That is why Raptors just got melted. You have the Krugs as well being melted. It's just so fast. And that is the reason why as well that Daw is able to do this aggression.
Ooh. Curse blood possible?
So low.
That was a 2v1, man.
One
Flash
with
in?
Gale? Oh. Did not commit.
I don't think Zero had flash. Zero came back from the base. And this is also the same thing that we saw from game number 1 where Zero was the first one to go home. But one thing that is really known about the Evelyn is that when it comes to early game, or her early game, level 1 to 4, you can actually target her down. Now, KT.RY, they were able to deny Team Flash's aggression against the Evelyn, which means that she will have free access to level 5. And level 5 Evelyn is where she becomes a lot scarier, right? Like, the ultimate allows her to go invisible. The ultimate allows her to go for the Lascaris execute as well. And you look at the way things are going right now for KT.RY, one would say that, hey, they were so lucky, but on the top side...
Possible goes in for the charm, as long as the flash, but the trade, T3 secures Jax instead.
And now 368, trying to sniff out Daw. What Daw? Super smart. Bot lane though.
Pyro. Tricky just forced a retreat. They will not secure the trade. KT.RY lost the first blood.
I won't deny it. I'm rooting for the underdog right now. When you look at this dive, this is definitely a big whoopsie for KT.RY. This is what happens when you don't have the last caress. And the first one to take the aggro was the Jax. Enough HP. Good flash to make sure that he survives. T3 outplays Rattel on the top side. A very good sign for Team Flash. But on the bot lane though, there was an opportunity for Kyuden to get the kill against Zero, but he targeted Acrobat. And again, those are the things that, what I would say, things that if it was a different marksman player, if it was a player that was really playing a lot of Dragon laners, then maybe, just maybe, they will be able to get that lane kill. But again, all these transitions here and there, all these role swaps by Team Flash, it's really super questionable, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, now look at T68. Charging the Vault Breaker here, will not commit. Yonti in danger. Call of Forge God already used. Zones away. KT rolls for the to go for the engage. Now you had to follow up for P68. Cease and desist onto Evelyn as he ceased to exist.
Very good counter gank once again for Team Flash. Yonti being extremely lucky, surviving with 1 HP. KT.RY dropping the ball 2 times in a row, and this looks super good. If you are a fan of the Vietnamese squad, we look at that play once again. Lascaris missing, Mr. Daw not hitting the mark, and again, a very quick counter engage coming from Team Flash. So easy to execute when they overextend.
Yeah, and this is pretty much what Team Flash needs, right? You have the Lucian coming into the early game, level 5 for the Vi as well with a cease and desist. It's just so much CC's possibility to engage in those fights, and thus far, Team Flash has been able to capitalize onto their power here in this early game.
So far, so good. And you look at Shaky right now, 67% kill participation on the org. Is doing a very good job in controlling Zero and KT.RY's aggression overall. Now, 15 seconds before the first objective spawns up, Team Flash will have the perfect opportunity to secure at least one of the 2 objectives.
Yeah, and considering KT.RY has a massive advantage as well, effectively they are going into the flip side of the objectives here, but Zero now in trouble. Shield of Durant goes for the 3-man taunt, and now the calling will connect on the Zero, but will not be enough. And now the next target will be Acrobat. Uses up the flash. The ultimate from Zero might have just saved him, but will not be enough. 1-for-1 trade is secured. Now Rift Herald, look at this. It's Rattel who has eyes on 368. Will be able to dodge the pull by T3, but in the end, it will be Team Flash who will be able to secure the objective.
It was a very scattered fight. It was 2-for-2 overall. But the objective again goes over to Team Flash, advantage to their side once again. I was just looking at the way the team fight went, right? Like Hero's entrance, enough resistances to help out his carry. The good thing about that is that Zero was still able to survive. Now Team Flash, feeling that they have the advantage, will be securing the vision here around the dragon. And I won't be surprised if they will have another victory because they can summon the Rift Herald here in the mid lane and start the dragon.
Very clever here by Team Flash, making use of Shelly for the macro plays to go into the dragon objective. But they will not secure it. Okay, they will secure the Tapper's blood here for Team Flash. I was a bit scared, not gonna lie, but in the end, Team Flash was still able to get the Tapper's blood, get the Rift Herald, and get the dragon.
And now T3, it's a wide miss coming from the arrow.
Does here as well to play. Rattel being targeted by the third counter-strike as well to stun T3, deny that possible counter-engage, and thus far, no casualties from the top side.
Yeah. T3 playing that well. That's twice in a row that he was able to survive all those dives, and this time, no flash needed, brothers and sisters. T3, so far, so good on the top side. Aatrox, man, no man. It's not every day that we see Aatrox at the top side. But when this far ahead, sure, yeah, it could definitely be one pick that is worth considering.
Yeah. We'll see though. Now Zero. Going to defend.
But
top
taunt!
side, Shield of the Rand. 3-man taunt. Could follow up. Daw is here. Rattel to follow up as well. Denies the possible push here by Team Flash. Forces them to retreat.
Yeah, it's a 3k advantage to the side of Team Flash. No
Luna!
punish.
Oh, so risky.
Oh, transfusion, Hemoplague. Flash in.
Goes in with a sanguine pull. Arrow connects. That save, KT.RY lies for Luna.
Oh man, that's a tilter. Oh, and again, you have to credit Acrobat hitting the mark, bullseye, straight to the head, straight to the heart. That slows down Team Flash's aggression. Surely, right? Like, if you're a KT.RY, you need that desperately.
Yeah, and as well, to make my hats off to Luna's play there into the bottom lane, that Sanguine pull was pretty much perfect timing. Because when the Rift Walk came through, that was instantaneous coming from Luna.
One of the reasons why it's so hard to face against a Vladimir is because the Sanguine pool basically renders you untargetable. It's a free Zhonya's, brothers and sisters.
Oh yeah.
On the top side though,
T3 has no information there, but has sensed that Zero is onto the top side of the map, has to retreat, and has to play it safe. Team Flash hovering onto the bot side of the map here. Luna doesn't know. Have no information.
They will be content in taking away some resources here. Infinity and yeah, that red buff. Not bad.
368. Ball breaker will not connect, and Luna will be back home safe.
They're going for trades.
Daw
and T3.
farms on the T3, followed up with a Justice Punch. Rattel will not be able to connect the counter strike, but the last caress as a finishing blow brings down Aatrox.
That's a lot of investment though, and even Acrobat is about to die here. Hero's entrance! Great! Okay, so Acrobat survives, and Luna! Oh wow. This is basically the start of something so good for KT.RY because at least now they have a win condition in Luna.
Yeah, they need that. They need those trades when it comes to values because thus far, coming into the first couple of minutes into the matchup, Team Flash was consistently getting every single objective and every single kills away from their team, and they just needed those kills already coming into this stage.
Yeah, this solo kill, Luna just knows that he has enough damage. One would say that, hey, you know what, the tale of Kassadin being the counter pick against the Vladimir will remain basically a tale. And it's a different story whenever you see Luna on this champion because he's so effective on it, knows the limit of this champion. And you look at how he built his items, does have the Ruby Crystal just for extra HP, and then immediately went for all the AP items that he needs to get the advantage in a 1v1 scenario. The Kassadin just needs to be careful, that's for sure.
Definitely be. Especially having to wait a little bit more towards that level 13 for Kassadin to be really excel and break loose coming into this game number 2 with for KT.RY hovering on top side of the map. T3 has no information.
Arrow?
Crystal Arrow connect.
Finally.
The charm could connect. You have the hero's entrance. CC chain is perfect. He was perma CC'd and there was just no escape. Now Team Flash couldn't. Hopes to trade back. Will not be able to do so with the calling not connecting onto Zero. Now you have the charm.
Oh, charm.
Be engaged onto Kuden, but
Oh, he
Daw
missed.
will not have sufficient time to be able to push through.
And that's a good dash away coming from Qden as well. But you're seeing KT.RY, the change in their tempo, the change in their attitude. Now they're the aggressors. And Team Flash, slowly but surely, they are feeling the pressure coming in from KT.RY. They do have 2 dragons though.
And we'll see Luna single-handedly trying to go in for the
Arrow.
1v3, and Shadow Crystal Arrow will connect onto one, the tri-brush, and that is a signal for KT.RY to engage. Kassadin got melted.
Yanti, that's his 4th death, if I'm not mistaken. 3rd death in the game. He needs to improve his play if Team Flash wants to extend the series. 368 won't find his mark. Acrobat once again survives with his flash available, and KT.RY, although they're surrendering some towers here and there, they're finding some trades. You look at the bot lane, that's already destroyed, and you kind of like your chance if you're KT.RY compared to what happened earlier, compared to the gap that we saw earlier. That was a 3k gap. It's now down to 700.
Yeah, it was totally different, right? It was totally different for what we have seen, especially coming into game number 1. Team Flash has been performing quite drastically, has massive improvements here into the series thus far, and they're 1 dragon away for the soul.
That's definitely the win condition for Team Flash. If they secure the soul, oh, things will
Especially as a mountain
definitely
break,
change for the better. Yeah, it's an Infernal Soul. An Infernal Soul basically gives you more damage, which you basically need, especially with the threats coming in from KT.RY. Now, with everything said and done, the 3rd dragon won't spawn. Wait.
Crystal Arrow connects, followed up by Zero Justin's punch. A lot of CCs will not be enough though, as Tricky is a little bit more
Ratel?
tanky. Looking at the backside, Ratel goes in for the
Charm?
engage 368. The stun connects, the charm connects. Everything will come into the favor of KT.RY, but a call of the Forge God disengages them, and Shiki goes into the backside. Luna has to use a Sanguine pull, and now it is Zero just single-handedly going in for the 4-man taunt, but he will be the sacrificial lamb. Team Flash pounces back.
Finally, they get the fight that they wanted. KT.RY really went over aggressive and really overcommitted their ultimates onto just 1 target. And with 1 timely stasis play, 368 was able to turn things around for Team Flash. This Baron, there's no way in hell that this will be stolen by KT.RY.
Team Flash will be able to secure the Baron after coming back into that point.
Yeah, that's stasis play, with D3 being ready to punish all of them. Qden also cutting the path, exit path on the members of KT.RY. You see Acrobat was not even able to do a thing. He was throwing some volleys here and there. Arrow was not really the best. And again, one would say that, hey, you know what, maybe Ezreal was the better choice.
Yeah, it was just really unfortunate right now for KT.RY. Now they are on the back foot. They are on the corner of their room. What can they do up against Team Flash's dominance coming into this game number 2?
With Team Flash having... oh wait, hang on.
Shadow Crystal Arrow connects, and that will just be the finishing blow coming in from Dog. Call the Forge God connects though as a counter engage, and that will be 368 to follow suit. Team Flash gets the trade secured. But then Lucian falls down as Luna secures him. Now Zero Justice punch onto 368, but still, you still have the Guardian Angel for the jungler for Team Flash to be able to escape that adversity.
No!
Coming into that, it was a little bit too aggressive from the Aatrox as Acrobat punches.
That's the best thing that could ever happen for KT.RY, because now the dragon is about to spawn up. With KT.RY being able to deny the Infernal Soul, Team Flash being a little bit over aggressive. You know what, on the top side, I won't fault them for trying to push down the tower. And for trying to be a little bit extra aggressive. But I guess T3 is the one that needs to control his patience, needs to control his play. Because T3 is going to be very vital in the upcoming team fight. 368 though does have the Guardian Angel. and wants to secure the soul for Team Flash.
And we have to remember, Yonti is already at level 13 with the Kassadin, so that is security when it comes to that scaling coming in from the Kassadin as well at this stage of the game. Cease and desist coming in to the backside. Luna is deleted. Now this just brings it down to a 4v5. Daw looks into the backside, goes for the last caress. That will be Lucian traded it out, but Daw is ignited. Tick, tick, tick. The junglers are moved. KT.RY. Acrobat is the next target. Team Flash follows up. We'll go in for the meter entrance to secure it. And Yonti will be able to follow through, and KT.RY lost 3 of their people coming in from that engage.
Ritel was nowhere to be found. He recalled. I thought for a second that he will go for the flank, but Team Flash very decisive. Luna evaporating in an instant. That means that Team Flash now have the soul. And I guess it's safe to say that this is unlosable infinity. We might be having a game number 3.
We definitely are. Team Flash coming into game number 2 compared into game 1 is a totally different story. They just went and countered it out. KT.RY cannot perform up against Team Flash's power at the moment, at this current state, and having the Inferno Soul as well to their favor brings their damage to a much heftier state.
Oh, it's going to be very explosive for sure. You have to feel for Luna, right? Like, he disappeared without a trace, with just one combo coming in from 368. He did not respect the season desist to come in. He could have used the Sanguine Bolt to just make sure that the lockdown won't connect. And although Daw was able to get the heads of the Lucian, it wasn't enough. Yonti is already past level 13, and this is where he's super scary.
Oh, Shattered Crystal Arrow denies the Vault Breaker. Cease and desist onto 0 QSS. Denies the ultimate coming from 368. But look at into the backside. It's Ritel. Goes in for the TP. Counter-Strike is there as well. Here's entrance.
Onto 3.
Man knock up. And now Kuden is in danger. Last Grit finishes him out. And now KT.RY. This is a signal for them to make it back. Luna goes in for the Tide of Bloods as well. Transfusion gives us so much damage. But that is a 1-for-1 trade for now.
I thought it was unlosable. But KT.RY is doing all the right things to make it even. Now Elder Dragon is open for the taking. A 4v5 Team Flash, man disadvantage.
But the Jack is now up as well. Now going in, Justice Punch. 368 is in danger. Luna goes into the middle. Tides of Blood. Shaky is now low. They secure the support for Team Flash. And now KT.RY has the numbers advantage coming into the Elder Drake.
It's a 5v3 Infinity. 368 still alive though. So there is still a threat of a steal, but Zero is here to play guard.
Vault Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto 1, yeah, the Justice Punch, takes his hand at his butt, but KT.RY secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside now, Counter-Strike going in for the stun, it hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed, securing game 2!
Oh, man! Oh man! The backdoor play to give Team Flash their first point of the tournament! Wow!
It was insane.
It's so good. It's so good. I love it. This is why we love casting Wildrift games. There was, at that point, with the Elder being secured already, one would say that's now starting to tilt over to KT Roaster's side. But T3 on the Aatrox went for the backdoor and was able to destroy the Nexus.
Yeah, it was 100% T3. You know what? A while ago, it was T3 who's going for the overextension, but came into the final moment, he became one of the most significant player coming into that final breakdown of the Nexus. 100%. Amazing stuff coming from Team Flash in this series.
Love it. Right? It going the distance. And again, with how much we've been saying in game number 1, we were challenging, we were trying to wake up Team Flash in their long-lasting slumber, right? At least in game number 2, we were able to see the Team Flash reinvigorated, show some energy with their play, was able to make a lot of correct decisions macro-wise, and although there were still mistakes at the middle of it all, when it mattered, they went for the call of T3 to backdoor, and he was successful in robbing KT.RY's chances to go for a 2-0.
And we've mentioned this a while ago already. KT.RY needed this series for a 2-0, and Team Flash denied them out from that. It was an important moment, and Team Flash pounced back as well. That backdoor was outright insane. That was just crazy.
Super fun to watch. Look into the record. Wow, we kind of have to throw this away, right? Because stats won't matter. All those damage dealt to champions, the most important stat of all is the damage dealt to the Nexus. And T3 basically topped everyone there. Congratulations to Team Flash. I feel so happy for them, right? Like, as an APAC caster, we want to root for all our APAC teams. Yeah, sure, one would say that, hey, you know what, KT.RY, their mission is to go for a 2-0, and you know, some of our viewers might be fans of KT.RY, wants them to even up with Now's Esports. But you have to feel for Team Flash. They've been at the bottom of the standings for the longest time now, and it's super evident that they're struggling, and them getting this one win against KT.RY is a momentum breaker for their side. On a positive note, right? Because basically this could change the tide for Team Flash.
Yeah, 100%. Team Flash winning this game. Yes, they did not win the series thus far, but the thing is, having this win is already a statement to make here in the APAC conference, and demand the myth, the legend here for game number 2 for Team Flash's team is T3. Outright.
He started it all. On the top side, he had how should I call this? He was the one who avoided the first gamp, and he stabilized everything for Team Flash. But yeah, it's not yet decided here in Infinity. Things have started to become a little bit more interesting than it should be. But we're going to go back into a very short break. Do not go anywhere.
Week 3 definitely was a crazy week as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight of week number 3. Starting with number 5. CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against Invade Esports and after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knockup that set the team fire up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Unleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive jab from KT.RY was perfect to stop her pushing in. Round kick on tree. What was that, J-Team? It's just gonna end the lives of Invade here. This game is done. That is gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is gonna finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inya from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game in the second Dragon fight, he had the perfect catch on Long's intention and position after reading his past movement and plays. That allowed OMG to chase and punish him down.
And welcome back. That was amazing coming in from game number 2. We're now down into the last game for the series between two APAC teams, Team Flash versus KT.RY.
Love it, love it, love it. And now we're going straight into the pick and ban of the decider, the game number 3. I wonder what will be the play by KT.RY. They do have side selection. And immediately they went to the red side for better control overall.
Yeah, and now we're looking at Graga, Zoe, Shen, Jace, Evelyn, and Hagarim removed. But on priority here by Team Flash, Camille, Fiora will be left open by KT.RY along with the Galio if they do want that support.
Yeah, that's the name of the game of KT.RY. It's basically stepping up a notch, already taking the Camille for themselves. A very good champion for Ratel. Followed up by the Galio that can easily execute a combo, right? One Hextech Ultimatum, one Hero's Entrance, complete lockdown of an opponent.
And Team Flash has utilized the Vi exceptionally well coming in from that game number 2, and I expect no difference here for game 3. Vi will be locked in once again.
Yeah, that's the play, that's the main recipe for success for Team Flash, right? Like, simplify everything, go for the picks that will make us be able to execute a little bit more smoother, a little bit more better. And that Vi was the key why we're able to get that kill against Luna. So, yeah, very good pickup once again for Team Flash. Coupling it with a Xayah. It's the first time that we see Xayah, at least for today, at least for the series. I'm curious to see as to what the impact will be of this champion.
Now, expectedly, KT.RY with Vladimir open, they could pick it up and then just ban away the Kassadin to just remove the possibility of Team Flash having a very, very good counter on their mid laner.
But we've been seeing Luna winning that matchups though, right? Like, so KT.RY, if I was part of their coaching staff, I will be asking Luna once again, do you want us to ban the Kassadin? Or are you feeling confident that if the Kassadin gets picked up, that you will be able to manhandle him? And it does look like that KT.RY is not going to pay attention on the mid lane, but rather focus their ban on the top side, which is, to me, a very good sign because the only Baron laner that can really survive an all-in on the top side is the Jax. And hey, you know what? Luna has decided, hey, coach, I don't want to face the Kassadin.
Yeah, and right now, Team Flash could just ban away another bot laner. Kaisa has been one of Acrobat's pickup, and even Ezreal as well. Team Flash could pivot themselves into banning one of these two champions.
Ezreal makes a lot of sense, especially looking at the composition that they have. Self-sustaining, does have Arcane Shift, if in case that he needs to get away from all this all-ins coming from Team Flash. But they want aggression, they want early game damage, and that's what Varus provides.
Yeah, and it's huge utility as well coming into those team fights.
Very good!
On, but Yasuo locks in for Team Flash.
You look at the composition here by Team Flash, it feels like a checkmate, right? Like a Yasuo to counter the Varus, counter potentially the Vladimir. With just one pick, Team Flash is feeling good. They should feel good with their draft overall.
Yeah, 100%, right? Because there's also a lot of perspectives that the Yasuo could set up those plays, right? With the Ornn, Call of the Forge God, but the knock-up, you also have Vi. So there's so much potential. Now, KT.RY picking up the Olaf is one of the first few Olafs that we've seen all throughout Season 2, if not the first.
Yeah, I'll check my records and see if Olaf was ever picked before. Nope! It's the debut of the Viking. Olaf gets picked by KT.RY. This is what we call the forgotten champion, right? There was an era, there was a time in where Olaf was a very hotly contested pick. But here, KT.RY is saying, sure, you can go ahead and pick all those knock-up champions for your Yasuo, but we can cancel them, counter them with one click of a button, and that's the Ragnarok of Olaf.
And I love this because the Olaf negates all the CCs that you mentioned, but on top of that, it gives an entry point for the Galio to access the back lines.
Exactly. Very early game, damage centric as well. Allows for your late game Vladimir to scale up properly. But we'll have... Is that... Wait, hang on. I really get confused a lot whenever Team Flash plays. Because it feels like an ARAM game. What do you want to play? Do you want to play top side? Do you want to play bot lane, right? Like Q3, it's his second time in a row that he will be playing in the Baron lane. So Q then will be the one playing the marksman.
Oh no. 368, nice bolt breaker. Force out the flash though, so could summoner spell burn coming from KT.RY.
They need to respect it. Undertow, whenever it hits, it basically means that you cannot run away. And so Team Flash, good decision overall to burn the flash in exchange for a potential first blood. Then again, we have to look into this matchup in the mid lane. How confident Yonti will be to face against Luna's Vladimir. Exhausted.
Now goes in for the all-in. Yonti will be able to bring down the HP of Luna into half.
Yeah, and so far, it has been the self-sustaining Yasuos that we've been seeing a lot. Zero, by the way, for some reason, is the primary focus of our stat. Zero picked the Galio and basically did a lot of rights earlier in game number 2. Wait, shouldn't we show some stats for Team Flash because they were the one who won in game 2?
We should have, but nevertheless,
question mark. Yeah, just show some question mark, dude. Pengu. For our viewers, but yeah, dude. Let's move on.
Yeah. Coming into the bot side though, you've mentioned a little bit more towards that early game pressure coming from Acrobat. Do you think when's the moment for pivot there for Team Flash?
I reckon that the last pick should be the AD carry, if anything, because it kind of allowed for them to telegraph that it will be a marksman plus Vladimir combination. So rather than focusing the Vladimir as their 4th pick, I reckon, they could concentrate on the jungler as their 4th pick. But
Zero Justice Punch along with Flash, and Daw just came in perfectly. Now 368 with a wall breaker onto Zero. Could be the sacrificial lamb, and Zero can't do nothing as he have used the Flash a while ago already. It's a 1-for-1.
Yep, and Zero with the presence of mind to make sure that all his teammates will be A-okay. And again, what a flashy engage coming from Zero. Presence of mind again to make sure that Daw and Acrobat will be super safe, because had it been that Acrobat and Daw was still in the vicinity of 368 could just cast his ultimate, and that could have been a 2-for-2, but in the end it's a 2-for-1 in favor of KT.RY.
Yeah, KT.RY was able to go in for that double kill into the bottom lane. Actually really interesting, right? Just the sponge goes in for the flash into the backside, connect onto the Xayah. Really cool stuff there for KT.RY, especially with Zero's performance coming in from game number 2. We saw the statistics, right? But the last breath connects onto Luna. We have the information being provided onto Yonti as he have seen him. Has to force a retreat.
Chemo Plague. Very good skill to have as a Vladimir. Lots of sustain as well, especially knowing that you won't be investing anti-heal at this point of the game.
Corruption goes in. Kuden is very low. Call to Forge God can't do nothing. And Zero just used the hero's entrance into the backside as well for extra sustainability and extra defensive capability onto Daw. And now 368 wants to go through into the back as well. Season the save onto Acrobat and hold for that trade back. Now brings it down to a 2v1. 368 is in danger, and that will be a 3-for-1 trade.
Not the best trade for Team Flash. And again, KT.RY should be happy with all the engages that they were able to do. Dawn, this Olaf just has cemented the early game lead for KT.RY using the Ragnarok to get himself free from all the crowd control. And you are seeing 368 with just one mission. He wants to go in and kill Acrobat. But no, you don't do that. Yeah, you invest your flash, you invest your ult, but you have to face against a very fat Olaf. And you know, one would say that Olaf is one of the scariest early game champions in the game just because of the value of the Undertow and Vicious Strikes, 2 damage, getting to ravage you and your tiny bit of health bar. Just overall, a lot of positives for KT.RY.
Yeah, and micro-macro plays thus far for the side of KT.RY was impeccable, right? When they went in for the engage a while ago, it was Kuden who was still level 4, so there was no escape. There was no Featherstorm to be able for him to be able to escape. And I think overall, KT.RY time and time again has been showing how they're able to use the map, how they are able to use these levels to their advantage.
And so far, it's been the Acrobat show. 100% kill participation with a record of 3 kills, 2 assists, and only 1 death. That 1 death was that overcommitment by 368.
Zero once again, just a punch along with the flash, forces out the Featherstorm as well. But the Chain of Corruption couldn't stay in place. We'll miss it out.
Luna.
Infernal Drake already going through, Tides of Blood going in. But Team Flash will still secure the Infernal Drake. But that will be 368 as a trade back for Zero. And now you have 2 members in danger here. That is Yonti and Chicky stuck into the riverside. Going to the back as well. That is Daw. Going for the smite. Slows down Yonti. And Yonti has to force out the flash. But they will still come through with 1 HP left. Daw will be able to escape that. But Yonti's down low as well with Shelly coming into the mid lane. That will be Tower for his blood for KT.RY.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 in terms of objectives. And Daw. Interesting. So his Undertow was definitely underleveled. I expected more damage coming from the axis that Olaf was throwing into the direction of Team Flash. And luckily for Team Flash, they have lots of flashes to burn. We look into that replay again. Again, they have one thing in mind. They want to contest this dragon. They won't be able to steal it. But it's all about waiting for Daw to join the picture. And in the end, KT.RY might not be able to steal the objective, but they were able to get a lot of kills.
Yeah, and they were able to really just par out some of their spells as well. Coming for the side of Team Flash, overall good value being created by the side of KT.RY and having these possibility for acceleration of their power spike.
Zero, another engage, possibly.
Chill Durand taunts onto the jungler. 368 is in danger. Ragnarok already forced out, but they are on a member disadvantage here. Hero's entrance already used, but last one cancels it into the back. Chains of Corruption will not connect as well. Now every single one from Team Flash comes into fray, and KT.RY is on the bitter end, and T3 will just cut them out, and KT.RY lost his 2 members.
KT.RY had no business to stay in between towers. Now Team Flash does have the momentum. They want this tower in the bot lane.
And now Zero goes in for the shelter and connects onto Gwen as well. But the double man root, Acrobat is in danger, forcing out a stasis enchant. But that will be the end of his life. Team Flash secures 2 more kills.
That's 4 kills that Team Flash was able to get in just a span of 1 minute. A very good turnaround. A play that was badly needed by Team Flash to stay alive in this series. And they will be able to translate more victories to their side. Actually, check that. Daw was able to defend the tower in the bot lane. So, yeah, sure, Team Flash was able to get a lot of kills, but no objective wins as of yet.
So far, KT.RY still sustaining the 2K goal lead out from these game number 2. And that's just Team Flash who still needs to keep themselves back into an even level playing field here up against KT.RY.
T3, 3-0-1. He was the MVP of game number 2. And on the Gwen, he can go for an encore. He can go for a repeat MVP performance. I love to see the confidence coming in from the Baron laner of Team Flash.
Yeah, and T3 thus far has been performing out of her minds. Now 268 goes into the bot side. That is Luna up against T3 and 368, but cannot go in for the full engage. But Zero coming into this fight as well will bring it down to a 2v2. But Luna cease and desist. The CC coming from 368 will be able to secure that kill. T3 will be able to come in under the turret, back to safety. 368 coming back, but Chance of Corruption holds him down and going to the backside. That will be Dog trying to chase him down with a Ragnarok, but Kyuden coming into fray as well, pushes KT.RY back.
It was super scary for Team Flash, but they were able to turn things around. In the end, it was a 1-for-1. That's fine, because Team Flash was able to get some plays on the other side of the map. You look at them. They went over to the mid lane. Never mind. No tower still for Team Flash. It does feel that whatever they do to counter out the aggression of KT.RY, they're behind in tempo and they cannot take down a tower as of yet. 9 minutes and 30. All towers of KT.RY still alive.
Yeah, this is the macro prowess of KT.RY, right? You have seen this coming from game number 1. They were consistently looking in for these macro plays and getting values from those.
368. Possibly another engage, but they want a dragon for sure.
Now the sweeping lens will be able to detect Shiki onto that bush. And now call it the Forge God already used up. The knockup is there, coming onto Da as well, forcing out the Ragnarok, and now Stasis Enchant coming from Yanti as well. Denied a possible death coming in from Da. And still, no casualties for both sides.
Yeah, and you look at Team Flash, they're already 5-man strong onto this dragon. No contest coming in from KT.RY, no Baron to go for a trade. And so they will settle for a blue buff. They know that they have already expended all the ultimates that will be needed to win a team fight against Team Flash. And so KT.RY will go for the tower on the top side instead.
And the thing is, we're running it back. This is what we've seen coming from Team Flash from game number 2. They got 2 dragons already. If they secure the soul, this will be a much harder time once again for KT.RY.
Yeah, in game number 2, it was the Infernal Soul. In game number 3, it is, again, the Infernal Soul open for the taking for Team Flash. And KT.RY, yeah, one will say that they had the advantage, but it's slowly starting to crumble down. If Team Flash will be able to secure the 3rd dragon, that's a very good equalizer. And I dare say it, right? Like, if they secure it, they will definitely be in the lead.
Yeah, 100%. And now Zero looks into the backside. That is just his plunge. Chains of Corruption connects onto Yanti. Has to burn the flash though. And now the Rattel follows up with X-Tech Ultimatum. And Yanti is deleted. Now 368 being chased down by Da. But we'll go back. Luna follows up. Tides of Blood along with the ultimate brings him down. And now that will be Kuden and Shiki. Forced to retreat onto the top side. T3 goes in for the right flank. Luna is getting erased. Force out a Sanguine Pull, but Da is also low HP. And T3 down low with a piercing arrow from Acrobat. This could be the turnaround that Luna is hoping for. Zero goes for the Justice Sponge with a flash, gets information, and that will be the finishing blow that Team Flash will be able to secure the kill onto T3.
Luna had the perfect angle to really outplay T3, but it started to really feel so scary for KT.RY. T3 starting to become the monster Gwen that we are accustomed in seeing. And although the KT.RY was able to win that team fight, I cannot feel confident for KT.RY.
100%. Any of these two teams could still win game number 3. Baron Nashor is now up. And Team Flash has information with a Rift Scuttler. Both teams has wards as well. Information will be the game, name of the game rather, moving forward.
This is the closest that Team Flash has been in winning a series. This is what happens when you basically get that momentum breaker, momentum shifter. That first win in the tournament definitely is making Team Flash super positive into their play. Feeling super confident right now against KT.RY.
And the thing is, KT.RY, we have mentioned this already, they are one of the best teams currently in APAC Conference, just behind the Naos Esports. If Team Flash secures the series, that is a statement.
That's a very good opposite. Really. Now Shiki goes for the call of the Forge God, misses wide. It's not yet over. Acrobat, by the way, not hesitating to go for the flash play. And that's, you know, the sign that KT.RY still is the aggressor. But again, so far, you look at the composition here by TF. They do have a very good late game champion in the Gwen Yasuo and the Zaya. They will definitely outscale KT.RY.
Into the bottom lane. Hero's
This
entrance
is-
is there. Denied, but it stays his entrance. But Chilo Durant
What's that?
cuts him out, and that will be KT.RY securing T3.
They're so late. What happened to Team Flash's macro, right? Like, you look at that play. Zero vision on towards the jungle, or on towards their own jungle, allowed for this to happen. Like these are basically 3 members that KT.RY sent over to the bot lane. And now KT.RY is using the man advantage to start the Baron.
Baron Nashor being started by KT.RY. Yonti into the
Acrobat.
backside having
Acrobat's
the
dead.
1v1. But Troll the Forge Guide goes in for the stun. A knock up onto Tree. And that will be the end of KT.RY as Kuden looks to chase down Luna as the Red Buff will take him down. And Team Flash, one by one, has succeeded when it comes to this position.
Exec ultimatum.
But right now with the Feather Storm actually being used. Ratel has to
One more.
retreat
Okay,
now.
red
Zero getting deleted by the red buff. Team Flash overall will be able to get that 3-for-3 trade. 3-for-2.
Wait. Is the dragon alive? That's the soul! Oh no! KT.RY in shambles right now. Trying their best to resist the soul to join Team Flash. No jungler both sides.
Ratel, he is here. Goes in for the face check. Gets information. Luna comes in fray as well. But this is a 2v3. Mountain Drake actually secured by Team Flash already. The soul has been towards the side of Team Flash. Though a little bit too late. And that will be the end of it. Team Flash securing their third Drake in the game.
With Team Flash securing the Infernal Soul, it's starting to become darker and darker for KT.RY. Sure, they can go for the Baron, and that will be the best play imaginable here, but the jungler is still alive, going for a dead bush. Chains of Corruption misses.
If that tornado coming in from Yonti connected, that will be a 5-man last breath. Right now, Ratel goes in for the Hexic ultimatum onto Shiki. Heroes Enter to follow through. That will be the
Shiki's
Orn
dead.
deleted out from this map, and Team Flash lost their support here. KT.RY has the numbers advantage.
No more engage possible for Team Flash except for the season desist. The
TP.
T3 TP coming in. That's Kuden.
That will be Kuden coming to fray 4v5, still having huge potentials for Team Flash to turn this around. They will look another value into the mid lane.
368 under vision. Baron.
Now being stopped by Zero, zoning them away. Who will get the Baron? The wall by Team Flash! T3 secures it! And KT.RY once again on the back foot. They needed the Baron!
And that's it! Team Flash can just push down the mid lane with the soul available and the Baron buff. It's so hard for KT.RY to stop them!
Team Flash is now looking to end this game. Acrobat and Ratel, the only ones left to defend their mid lane, but Team Flash is unwavering. Inhibitor falls down into the mid lane. Ratel and Acrobat still holding truth to the fence. Cease and desist into the backside. Yonti falls up with the last breath, but the Nexus is falling. Team Flash wins again. KT.RY.
Their first series win came against one of the powerhouses of APAC, KT.RY. Unimaginable. No one expected this, but this is the upset that we've been saying that could happen at any point in the tournament.
The first win of Team Flash up against the strongest, one of the strongest teams in the APAC conference, and that is just a signal to make, a statement to make here today.
I have no words. Team Flash, not in my bingo card. Yeah, to see that Team Flash will be getting at least a win. Well, they were able to get not just a game win, but a series win against a powerhouse in APAC. And although they presented lots of challenges against G2 Blacklist, that game between Team Flash and G2 Blacklist did go the distance. I believe it was the longest game at 27 minutes. To see them secure back-to-back Infernal Soul, definitely a pleasure to see, right? So this is something that I was kind of hoping for, right? Like I love my underdogs, I love my APAC teams, and Team Flash, if given the opportunity, they can still close out games.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, coming in from that game number 1, game 2, and game 3, they just pounced back. They evolved. They brought out their 100%. And KT.RY needed that win. They needed that 2-0, but Team Flash denied them out of it.
Love to see it. Love to see it. And again, with everything that has transpired, I don't want to break down anymore. I don't want to break down the game anymore because I just want to congratulate Team Flash, their organization, their players, their fan base. The VN audience should be shouting for joy by now because this is definitely a very, very impressive win against KT.RY. We look at the total damage down to champions, right? Huden, originally the Baron laner for Team Flash, played back-to-back Dragon lane. And maybe this is the recipe for success that they've been trying to find since day one, right?
Yeah, and T3 definitely deserves that. If you've looked at the goal difference a while ago, it was so drastic. KT.RY had pretty much the road to success there, but Team Flash reversed swept. T3 led the charge, stole the Baron, pretty much got the huge lead in the early game. What more can you ask for coming in from Gwen?
It's him. He is him. He was able to get all the necessary advantages in the early game to help out Team Flash weather the storm one by one, little by little. And again, securing that third dragon is a win condition for everyone in the tournament right now. Wild Rift League Asia features the best of the best players in APAC region in CN Conference. And Team Flash is here to say, hey, say hello and hi to all the doubters.
Yeah, Team Flash evolved coming into game 2 and game 3. Yes, they were losing coming from week 1 to week number 2 into Wild Rift League Asia, but that is just the beginning. This time around, this is their best face for Team Flash at the moment in APAC Conference, and T3, who led a charge for the team, stole the Baron and everything nice for Team Flash in game 3.
30% damage share on the Gwen. Starting it off, I believe it was 3-1 and 2, right? He started the game so well. He was definitely the focal point of them being able to win their first series. We look into the replay. This is what started everything. This was when the 5-man collapse against the 4 members of KT.RY, with T3 casting his ultimate, slowing down every member of KT.RY. This was the start of, all the positives that happened for Team Flash.
Yeah, it was so good, as well as how Shaggy canceled out the hero's entrance. It's so much coordination this time around for Team Flash for that game number 3. There's so much good things that happened correctly for the side of Team Flash to be able to take that win.
Very much needed win overall. And this was when T3 was down, right? T3 was down. KT.RY was making a decision to over pursue, to go for the play. And you would understand why, but what they did not account for was Huden was still very much formidable. This was the sole play in where it was secured by the blade collar coming from the Xayah. And you can do that, right? Like, you can place a lot of feathers and you can time your blade collar for that extra execute damage. This was the steal by T3.
Yeah, it was amazing. It
was
a little bit
early smite.
Yeah, it was a little bit early coming from Daw, and T3 just took that opportunity to end the game.
Right, yeah. With that said and done, Team Flash, 1 Baron was enough to give them. Wait, what? We have another. This is MPP, most popular player, I guess.
Yeah,
and,
popularity. 46%. I mean, 368 got a lot of objectives, became one of the starters here for game 2 and game 3, but overall, T3 was a beast.
He was. Glad to see him. We will be conducting a very quick interview featuring a player for Team Flash. And what can I say, right? The doubters have been silenced, at least for one day, for Team Flash.
Yeah, and hopefully we could see Team Flash excel once again into the following weeks, into the following days, because of this start up against KT.RY. Because this is their strength that we were looking for, coming in front of Vietnam teams, coming in from Team Flash as well, defeating the Titans that the APAC conference had.
I'm sorry, but the cat will just pass through, and he's gone. He was in front of me the entire time. He's definitely an enjoyer. I guess he's rooting for Team Flash as well.
He was in for the excitement of that match. I mean, the reverse sweep. We had this yesterday. We had 2 reverse sweeps to be more specific, and then KT.RY defeated by Team Flash in a reverse sweep once again. I don't know.
Thumbs up. 3 thumbs up. Maybe it's the magic, right? I guess this is what happens. How many times have you gone the distance? Like, the full 9 games experience again? Infinity?
So much.
For this
my very first week, day 4, week 1, we had 9 games, right?
Okay.
And then the following week, we also had a couple of 3 games. Yesterday, we had 2 3 games.
Yeah.
And right now, it could be the start for the 9 games once again.
Exactly, but just to think that this went the distance, you might be a little bit be forgivable, right? Of the outcome, because it was an upset. It was the underdog win. Again, if it becomes the start of a 9 game day, with what happened in series number 1, I'll be okay. Sure,
yeah,
fine, bring it on.
And I feel like there is a big possibility for that, right? Because when we're looking at what we have for today, you have J Team versus Trace Esports. Yes, Trace Esports is one of the strongest right now, undefeated thus far, but J Team has been uncontested as well when it comes to their strength, currently in CN Conference, having only 2 losses when it comes to series, but those matches came to a distance, right? So I think there's just big possibility here that Trace Esports could lose, the possibility of their undefeated wins thus far.
Are you saying that we are going to jinx all the favorites?
A little bit.
Yeah. But if anything, like J Team again, we are fast forwarding to the potential matchups: J Team versus Trace Esports and Nova against FPX. Like Nova winning against FPX, it's not going to be considered an upset, right? Like although the start of Nova Esports has been shaky in recent times, it's still the Icons global champion that we are talking about. Same roster, so they should still be able to find their groove. And now that they already have a win on their record, things could be looking up for Nova Esports. So could go the distance. Sure, you're right. We could have a 9 game day. And that's because I'm with you, Infinity, and Infinity is basically the caster that always goes the distance.
Yeah.
So I will condition my mind that it will happen.
Yeah, but you know what? Keep them coming. I love the 3 games. I love the 3 games coming into the series for today, even into past weeks. But make it rain. Make it rain 3 games. But before then, let's jump into the interview for Team Flash.
欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优吼。那真的是恭喜 TF 非常精彩的一场比赛，也是拿到了他们的赛季首胜。那我们也是邀请到了他们的打野选手368来到我们的赛后采访。Hi there, 368. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So the first question for you is, how do you feel because you finally got your first win of this season?
Thì câu hỏi đầu tiên là họ hỏi em là cảm thấy như thế nào sau khi mình có chiến thắng đầu tiên trong mùa giải.
Dạ, em cảm thấy rất là vui ạ.
I feel very happy for this win.
他们也是可能对于今天这场来之不易的胜利，尤其是击败了 KT.RY， 也算是 APEX 赛区里面非常强势的一支队伍，所以感到非常非常的开心。那第二个问题想要问一下他们，就是因为有没有总结一下可能之前的几场的失利是为什么 ？So the second question for you is, what do you think is the reason leads to your lose streak before?
Thì cái câu hỏi tiếp theo họ muốn hỏi em là em nghĩ cái lý do gì mà khiến cho đội mình có một cái chuỗi trận thua nó dài như vậy?
Do bọn em mới liên kết mới tập hợp lại với nhau nên là chưa có liên kết á.
Because our team this year we just consist of all the new members, so it takes time for we work together with each other to find the good synergy.
All right, got it. 那他的回答也是因为 TF 这个赛季也是全员重组了嘛，相当于一个 相当于一个全新的阵容，所以说他们在前面的几场比赛里面也是一直不停的去磨合，找到可能自己最适合的那套阵容、那套打法，从而去慢慢的去改进自己在游戏里的内容。那第三个问题想要问一下他们，就是因为我们也注意到一点，就是他们在游戏里面经常会去做一些换线的这样的一些玩法，那为什么他们会要这么去选择这样子去换线？ So the third question for you is, why do you like to swap your lanes, like your solo lane, your dual lane, your mid lane in the game so much?
Thì câu hỏi tiếp theo là họ muốn hỏi là tại sao thường trong trận đấu á, kiểu cái người đi đường giữa hay là cái người đi đường Baron hay cũng như là cái bạn xạ thủ á, thì đôi khi kiểu tụi em swap lane loạn lên á.
Tại vì có những chất tướng những người khác chơi không được anh, mà người kia lại chơi được nên là mọi người cũng swap.
They say sometimes that they have a very big tempo, and sometimes like the top player they like and they better at that champion than the others, so they just swap to each other.
Alright, copy that. 那他也是说，因为这样子换线是主要还是因为拿到有一些英雄的时候，可能说中单选手玩的熟练度会比上单选手稍微高一点点，所以他们就会去考虑这个英雄究竟是给哪位选手去用才能够最大化的去发挥他在游戏里面的效果，所以在考虑完之后会这么去选择换线。那第四个问题想要问一下，因为其实有很多观众非常的好奇，就是他的这个 ID 背后的含义是什么，所以我想问一下。So the last question for you is, a lot of audiences are curious about your ID 368. So can you tell us what it stands for?
Thì câu hỏi cuối cùng là có rất nhiều bạn khán giả họ tò mò về cái tên trong game của em á là 368 á, thì em có thể giải thích sao tên của mình là như vậy không?
Tại vì rồi nói sao nhờ, chị em xem thành số học thì chị em bạn để cái tên này. Nó chỉ là
It's a bit like related to lucky things. So when he began his career, he asked his sister to seek for his lucky number, and then she say 368. So that's where his ID come from.
Alright, so that's a lucky number. Got it. 那368选手也是说，因为他在刚开始打职业的时候也是问了他的姐姐嘛，就是能不能帮他求一个像幸运数字一样的东西，相当于一个吉祥物，能够伴随他的整个职业生涯。所以当时他的姐姐跟他求出来的一个结果呢，就是368三个数字，所以他就以这三个数字的组合取了自己的 ID。So that's all for our interview today. Thank you and congratulations on our first win. Good luck.
Thank you.
And Team Flash was just able to get their footing coming into Game 2 and Game 3. That was the interview coming from Team Flash, but that's it for now. It's Series 1 right out of the get-go. We still have 2 more to go. We're gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's Series 2 for the day.
Week 3 definitely was a crazy week as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight of week number 3. Starting with number 5. CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against Invade Esports and after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knock-up that set the team fired up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Unleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive jab from KT.RY was perfect to stop him pushing in. Oh, the kick! On tree! What was that, J-Team? It's just gonna end the lives of Invade here. This game is done. That is gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is gonna finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inyat from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game and the second dragon fight, he had the perfect catch on Long's intention and position after reading his past movement and plays. That allowed OMG to chase and punish him down, taking the second dragon staff and winning the fight 3-1.
Oh no, you was in danger, goes in onto the Dragon's Pit. You also have Long, goes in for the collapse to rest onto the Dragon's Pit as well, making it up. secures the damage, and now it's OMG who takes the Infernal Drake on their own. And now Nova is on the meat grinder. OMG just shreds them apart. And now it's Inyan in the front lines. World Enter to the face of Remake with a flash as well.
The slap. Number 3. Yasuo has been trending more lately after some successes of teams and players with a sustained build. BMM joins as he made a massive outplay against G2 Blacklist when they were match point against them. 7 minutes into the game, G2 Blacklist tried to gank BMM in the top lane with 3 members tower diving, but they were all unsuccessful as BMM stalled out hard, buying enough time for his teammates to respond, even getting a kill to Aaron and getting them a 2-0 win.
The snowball and stop with the utmost aggressive that they're dealing right now, but they will try to be aggressive here onto BMM. Great knock up, great CC chain. The damage should be there, but it's taking too much time. The last minute's gonna be there. The counter engage and BMM lives.
Number 2. It's extremely hard to play as an ADC when you're going up against so many engaged champions, but that didn't seem to be the case for FPX's Dragon laner Kong, with his impeccable performance against KT.RY. 11 minutes into Game 3, FPX was positioning for a tower dive in the top lane when KG, Datan, and Anran attempted to burst him down. He managed to deny the engage, be backed up by FPX, and go wild against KT.RY, securing a quadra kill in the process. This not only allowed them to win the fight, but also gained enough momentum to end the series, winning against KT.RY and giving them their second reverse sweep loss.
It's the V1, Sky in a very low state of HP. KT, Hextech Automato onto single 7 as the jungler is now the 1 HP! Was able to bring it down as Andrew9 would secure the finishing blow, but in trade FPX, Kong was able to bring down one more shot to the face, and Datan was not able to get that kill. The quadra is secured by FPX, and this is their moment to shine.
FPX is slaughtering KBG right now! Yuya's gonna be next! Give the penta!
2-game taunt on FPX, and it's Don 1-8 who will able to take that kill. The 8 is secured.
And number 1. It was such a tough battle between JDG and Weibo Gaming as both teams really adapted against each other every succeeding game, and everything was on the line in game number 3 on the Elder Dragon fight. But in this highlight, we see JDG shine perfectly as they had the best engage, with Lemon getting Kratos and Feibai getting a perfect flank to maximize his Vladimir damage to all the members of Weibo Gaming, deleting all of their health bars and even securing the first pentakill in Season 2 of Wild Rift League Asia, as they successfully complete their reverse sweep against Weibo Gaming.
Into the back line, Kratos gonna be in trouble. Feibai as well joins! Gets a Zaya right now! Has the damage, has the burst! Gets a double kill, triple!
Welcome back to Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, and we're now down into our second series for the day. It's J-Team versus KT.RY Esports.
Well, to CN Powerhouse, one team definitely wants to continue their winning ways. KT.RY Esports undefeated so far in WRLA2. Definitely something very positive for their org, because again, just comparing them to last season, their improvement is super evident.
Definitely. I mean, KT.RY Esports has been undefeated when it comes to the series, and then they lost a couple of games, but overall, still being undefeated here in the CN Conference makes them one of the teams to watch out for. But J-Team in the middle of the pack here in the CN Conference has CZ, has CF17, Soldier, X1, and DY.
Complete revamp, but so far has really started to become favorites by a lot of fans here in WRLA, because again, just looking at J-Team, Soldier, very good, X1, extremely good, right? Their carries are definitely a pleasure to watch. Now we look over to KT.RY Esports. The only change is Korn being the one to play in the mid lane, and his experience is really helping open up the playing field for Trace.
It definitely is. It will be really important. I think this matchup, this series will be important, whether for the side of KT.RY Esports and for the side of J-Team, because currently J-Team is behind Woohoo Gaming when it comes to the current standing. KT.RY Esports is behind Thunder Talk. So the wins for both these teams will be important when it comes to the overall standings for the CN Conference.
Exactly. With the way things are going for KT.RY Esports, surely they don't want to surrender their win streak. currently at 4-0. And for J Team, they want to solidify themselves as a team to beat, really. And we look into the matchup here in the mid lane. Soldier versus Corrin. Soldier, a very good, I would say, Vladimir player. I think everyone is a very good Vladimir player because even Corrin also favors the champion. But you look at the KDA, 7.84 KDA. All numbers really tilt towards Soldier. Even the damage per minute is almost 200 superior than the opponent.
Yeah, really strong mid laner here for the side of J Team. You've mentioned this a while ago. They went in for a totally different revamp here. But before then, we're going to the stage for the team introduction.
欢迎各位回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场。大家好，我是优后。这场 BO3 将由 J Team 对阵 Tracy Esports。TE 的不败金身能否扛得住 J Team 的青春风暴？让我们一起到比赛里面见分晓。Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is boy Yoho, and this best of 3 is J Team versus Tracy Esports. It's a battle of new tide and old wave. So, can J Team crash down Tracy Esports onto the ground? The result is ready to be found. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome J Team and Trace Esports.
1、2、3、4、5，今天就要打你们5只。
5、4、3、2、1，我今天只看到1个人。
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess.
Yeah, it was all about numbers. I did not understand what followed through, but those banters coming from J Team and Tracy Esports are really important series for them today. Having to match up head on coming to the series.
KT.RY had a very interesting substitution that happened at the very beginning of this season. He played the Baron lane in place of SZY. But now that SZY has rejoined the team, they have become a lot more stable.
In the solo lane, J Team,
we hear
SZY, TE, Lee Sao.
SZE. I think is how it's pronounced.
Yeah, definitely is.
接下来让我们有请双方打野选手登场。In the jungle, J Team CF17 TE 灰八。
having a total shift when it comes to their compositions, as we mentioned a while ago. Every single one they had to change, and then
有请双方中路选手登场。In the mid lane, J Team Soldier
TE a lot of their players coming through. So it's really a question here for this series today. Is this going to be the double-edged sword for J Team? Will this be the advantage or disadvantage coming into the series?
In the duel lane, J Team X1 TE Jojo.
J Team, especially X1. X1 has always been super energetic. And I will let you in on a secret.
And the support, J Team DY TE.
Just look at X1 because he's super ready to pop off for minute number 1. He's one of the AD carries that I feel can win the game by himself.
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
So, I think that explains why J Team did an overhaul for their roster, because we have to remember that J Team, in season number 1, they were the top 3 team of the entire tournament.
Yeah.
But they decided to let go 4 out of 5 members that they have and retain just DY. That means that, hey, you know what, it doesn't matter if we go and go for a reformat or a reboot. One thing's for sure, it is for the better.
Yeah, 100%, right? J Team, I believe, was defeated only by the likes of the former NGX that brought the NGX team to go into the grand finals to battle it out, to become the runner-up for season 1. So that's really an expectations here. How would J Team perform up against Tracy Esports, who all of a sudden, out from the flank, out from the get-go, will be able to get the undefeated run thus far from what they have had. Right, so really an interesting series that we have for today here for both these teams at the moment. Can Trace Esports retain their win streak coming into the series today, especially with the J Team revamp that we had for the competition?
Questions will be answered immediately after the Arab game for sure. Because Their game is the what we call warm-up to the extremely important games. And we talked about JD, their roster overhaul, right? Like they're new. I can't say improved yet until I've seen them, reach the finals, because that's the only way for them to improve from their last season's performance, right? Because they were the top 3 team. They were the top 2 team in CN for the entirety of the tournament. They lost against NGX, which failed them to reach the finals. Then again, that's that's a feat that is so hard to top. It's a feat that is so hard to repeat as well. And so J-Team still is trying to scramble to get the momentum, and so far so good for them. They are riding on a 4-series win streak. Meanwhile, on the other side, Trace Esports, after getting Corrin, Weiba was just unlocked. Weiba is still the same beast, don't get me wrong. He will play all those scary champions. In fact, he's the player that is willing to bring out the Dr. Mundo, the Nillas, the Shyvanas to its full potential, and they will still end up winning. That's how crazy Trace Esports is nowadays. But the best thing that happened in their last series is that he picked up the Vi, and his Vi was also so good. Shen as well, the 2-4-1 special that happened, and the Dragon, and the Rift Herald. It's so hard to play against Trace Esports right now. Definitely starting to become, one of the most improved teams from last season.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about one of the most improved teams. Because season 1 in the CN Conference, they were 7th, 8th place into the CN Conference, being defeated by JDG into a 1-4 series, right? So it was such a dominating loss from this team for Tracy Esports. And then season 2, they became a totally different beat. They became a totally different team. And yes, in the prior years, WRL Challengers 2022 season 2, they were the first team who was able to take the top 1 spot, beating Showtime, but it's just a totally different time. It's a totally different lead this time around. So can they bring back the golden days of Trace Esports?
It was at the mid part of season 1, WRLA season 1, that we saw cracks in the armor of Trace Esports. When they were playing Weiba on the Wukong, it did really feel super awkward, and to a point that Trace Esports basically lost a lot of series. So yeah, J-Team kind of wants to get that job done. They want to win against Trace Esports, and basically dealt them similar to what happened in season 1.
Yeah, it's a tale for J-Team if they were able to take that down. But jumping into the fight for side here, when it comes to the composition, a lot of scaling champions to the side of J-Team here, so it will be quite difficult for them to be able to really match this early game possibility with Corrin having the Ziggs as well, but with a lot of pokes for the side of Trace Esports.
Those are the advantages that you get. Snowball connects, and KT.RY, do not hesitate, gets the first blood and even escapes with his life. Very good start for J-Team. Not expected that the Zeri will be the one to get the first blood, but you look at the composition, it's a double marksman composition. It can easily be negated by Lee Sao's plan.
Yeah, Lee Sao comes in, again for a bomb into the backside. CF17 is just executed with a pike availability for the side of Trace Esports. And this is what we're talking about. Coming into the early game, this Trace Esports definitely has the advantage. And that will be the ace for the side of TE.
And it's not just an ace, it's a pentakill. It's a pentakill and an ace combined into one, Envy.
100%. CF17 though looking for a trade back here. And Pac just wants to retreat, doesn't want this to give the shutdown gold to the opposing side, and J-Team just hold on.
The pentakill machine, an Arab game, Spike. I think this is already the 4th time that we've seen the Spike get a pentakill. And our fight for side, and Tak definitely feeling good after that very good start. Even KT.RY is going to die.
A signal for Lee Sao to be able to enter onto that fight, an opportunity for them to go through. Will not go in for an all-in engage, as J-Team is still playing a little bit more safe, hugging the curve.
Yep. It's all about those boat skewers. Once they connect, it's so easy. CF17 on the Hecarim.
Corrin is a target. Satchel charge. Utilization will be able to
That's that combo coming in from Weva. What can this guy not play? My God, even on Samira, so deadly.
Yeah, and considering Samira, when it comes to the early game, is very, very squishy as a champion. Weba unlocking that possibility to really just assassinate these champions coming from J-Team is an unexpectation coming in for the side of Crazy Esports. But CF17 once again with Hecarim, one of the most mobile junglers in the game thus far, go through into the backside. That will be the double kill for JT.
It's starting to become a lot more fun for the side of Crazy Esports because every single one of them very exciting to use in Arab games. CF17 rampages in, but Weba in for the trigger. Bang, 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 bang.
We'll be able to secure 2 kills out from that process. CF17 still hoping for that trade back, but the thing is, this is a 3v1. There's just no escape.
Super good. Love to see Samira. Hopefully sooner we get to see Samira in action. You know, in games where it really matters, because it's always a pleasure to watch the champion. He's dead.
Yeah, and Pike hoping in for that execute to not give that shutdown goal, but the thing is, it was Exxon who was able to see him. That is shutdown going in to the ADC of J-Team.
SZY in trouble, and Lisa was able to get at least 1 return kill. Now going for he's super aggressive, always very aggressive. That's why I love watching X1.
Now Flash coming for CF17 will be able to get that kill onto Korn. And at this point in time, J-Team's keeping up the pace. Like, despite this huge advantage coming from Crazy Esports in the early game, we're still able to play on an even level playing field up against this team.
Yeah, well, if you look at the champions of Crazy Esports, it's really going to have a lot of, you know, troubles to face against the late game composition of J-Team. So J-Team, once they scale, it's going to be over. Weba goes for the inferno trigger, but immediately stopped by SZY.
Now attack. We'll hope to get in for that hook. Will not connect. EY just got melted, and now Zeri is gone. But SZY still into the matchup. Tack will miss it once again as SZY just sidesteps consistently, goes in for the flash, secures the kill on the Tack.
SZY with the World Ender does have enough sustain. Still alive. Crazy play coming in from SZY. Definitely a very good warm-up for him. If ever that he decides to play Aatrox in the Baron lane, which we saw from Series 1.
Yeah, we definitely saw Aatrox coming into fray time and time again. We also saw Gwen as the one doubles onto Korn and hopes for that kill, but that reset comes through. Duskblade secured.
I wonder what the itemization for Weba is. Possibly the Collector, just for easy execute. But that's the thing for Crazy Esports. Like, they have lots of resets that can really help them. Very snowbally, for sure, is their lineup.
17 jumps into the backside. Everyone got melted. Korn is gone. Lisa is deleted.
No.
And now it's Juju and Tack left. But at this point in time, J-Team just came through. Tack!
What?
Just got the execute into the backside despite the flash.
That's a very good predict coming in from Tack. Oh, godly predict coming in from Tack. That was so clean. And again, yeah, Tack so far really carrying the show for Crazy Esports.
And now that will be J-Team who will secure the tier 1 turret into the mid lane.
It is starting to become a little bit harder for the composition of Crazy Esports. Yeah, sure, they can kill down all the all their opponents once they reach the execution threshold. But to be honest with you, it's so hard to do it against the Aatrox, the Hecarim, and the Kassadin as well. So yeah, very hard, especially knowing that all these mobile champions can dodge out all the bolt skewers.
Oh, Soldier comes in, just a little bit more pokes onto Crazy Esports, but not gonna go for an all-in. They're just waiting for CF17 at this point to engage onto these fights, considering that will be their engage tool. But Lee Sao goes through into the fight. CF17 with a snowball as well connects onto the back end, and that will be the end of it. It's a 1-for-1, well, 3-for-1. Everyone just got deleted from J-Team, and that will be the ace once again.
I don't think they have enough to finish the game, but we'll see. The Weba will help out Trace Esports get and open up the base, but Nexus Shields still alive. Tack will go for the execute. So will Lee Sao and Weba.
That's just really good, yeah. Because they get the lane prio, there's no way for J-Team, so having a reset was just the perfect time for them.
Exactly. again, how often can you do that exact play is the question. I'm still favoring the lineup of J Team once it reaches, the 10-minute, 11-minute mark, just because of the amount of mobility that they do have, the front to back, AD damage as well, double marksman composition. They will just have to be careful of Lee Sao. Actually, just Lee Sao, because if you are careful of Lee Sao and Korn's ability to deal massive damage onto you, no executes will happen.
Good soldier, silence onto Lee Sao.
TF17,
Massive damage, TF17 engages onto this fight. Everyone scattered around. Crazy Esports can't do nothing. And now JT looks for the engagement. Weibo! Collector melts every single one. Now DY is the last man standing, and Weibo will be able to get that final blow. And J-Team erased from the Howling Abyss.
You love to see it. You wait for the perfect moment, pounce in, kill off all the squishy members, cut off all execution that can happen from J-Team, and Weibo by himself, Inferno Trigger, becomes the hell of J-Team.
Yeah, it definitely became the winning conditions here for Trace Esports, as that will be side selections going in the side of TE.
Love to see it. Love to see Weibo in his peak form once again. But we go over to the games that really matter now here, Infinity, because that ARAM game was just for side selection. And oftentimes, whenever we see Trace Esports win this FFS, they go for red side because they want Weibo to have a counter pick available against the jungler of JT. So yeah, it's definitely going to be the play style or the plan, at least heading into this matchup.
We'll see. Because thus far, it was always that red side priority that we've seen. Even yesterday's matches into the CN conference, there's a couple of teams that had priority when it comes to the red side selection, given the fact that there is no more threat of the possible Fiddlesticks, because these teams already encountered it. And it is also this Fiddlesticks that these teams already knows the counter into the specific champion. So it's not a ban that they need to do any longer coming into these matches. It is only Hecarim that is left alone into that banning phase for the red side selection to always ban. So it just gives you so much more flexibility with 2 picks immediately coming into the first phase of the draft.
Yep, that's how they do it. That's how they maximize the red side. Looking into the decision, we just heard the word. It is Trace Esports going to the red side. And again, for those that are wondering what happens to games number 2 and games number 3, whoever is the loser of the prior game, or of say for example game number 1, will be the one to choose in game number 2. So that's how it is, right? So the ARAM game will just be for game 1. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to like having every single matches having an ARAM game.
No, I'm opposed to that.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Dude,
now,
like that will. If it's just one series, per day, fine.
I'm kidding.
Have like 3 series, 3 ARAM games. Too much to think about. Too much warm-ups for all this gentlemen. But we go over to the pick and ban, and immediately Trace Esports taking away those early junglers that could control Weibo's aggression or Weibo's farming for the late game carry.
Yeah, already to be expected. Hecarim removed for the side of Trace Esports. This is already a staple ban here, but J-Team removing so much priority. Ornn, Evelynn, Fiora removed from the table. And Trace Esports having to ban out the Volibear is a little bit of the question here, but J-Team has a lot of options. Gragas and Camille open.
Surely it will be the Camille. If they will ever go for the Gragas, it's just going for the disengage option, but the Camille's value is super good. Oh, never mind it. I was just reminded it was DY. Did you know that at one point DY had a 10-game win streak on the Gragas last season?
Ooh,
so
that was an interesting stat.
Yeah, that just means that J-Team will not hesitate to pick the Gragas for J-Team. And so this is what I was trying to say, right? Like both of these gentlemen, they love their Vladimirs, right? Soldier and Korn wants their Vladimir. And Weibo has really elevated his play to become more, I would say, flexible and to be able to play for the team on that Vi is a very exciting time to be in if you're a fan of Crazy Sports.
But it's interesting that they leave the Camille open, especially how great it is when it comes to going to start off these engages. And J-Team, if they pick up the Renekton, Aatrox is going to the jungle.
Which is fairly interesting, to be honest with you. Like, again, Aatrox has seen a lot of counters in recent times, but Aatrox and Renekton is a very strong duo on the top side. Will definitely win a lot of 2v2 skirmishes, especially knowing that it will be against the Jax and the Vi. Surely it will be favoring the Aatrox Renekton duo, at least in the early stages of the game. But come later stages, that's when Jax will be a lot scarier against the Renekton. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, and at this point in time, Trace Esports just has to ban away these huge damage possibility champions, because J-Team picked up 3 Bruiser champions, wherein it could sponge away a lot of these damage from the teams, but so much lacking when it comes to damage.
Alright, and that's where the marksman will come into play. Xayah, as I did mention, is X1's pocket pick. Tristana as well, a very good pick for X1. And they do have a very good amount of early game damage with the Renekton and the Aatrox, right? Like you look at this too, they can win team fights by themselves. So it's all about scaling well into the late game. We've seen some players go for the Orianna against the Vladimir, and that is definitely an option, especially with the way things have gone in the second bad phase for Trace Esports. They targeted down the counters to the Vladimir. They take away the Zoe, they take away the Kassadin. So what is left open onto the other side is a potential farm Fiesta in the mid lane, and Orianna is good at that.
I love this, right? You have these bans coming from Crazy Esports. That is a signal that they're heavily relying on Korn to be able to excel coming to game number 1 here. So J-Team banning away the Ashe just removes the possibility of those long-range engages, the utility bot laner that we keep on talking about for the side of Trace Esports. And it's that Galio would be the priority when it comes to the support role here for TE.
Yeah, which is interesting. They want their marksman. They want to hide their marksman, right? Which means that their red pick selection priority will favor Juju. So if it is going to be a Xayah, Varus is not bad. So this could be a Varus pickup for Trace Esports.
Could definitely be. No one could counter the possibility of that chain of corruption when it comes to those team fights like we did earlier today. With the Yasuo, always waiting for that chain of corruption to happen. So that could still be the option here for Juju. But a Mumu...
Nope. They cannot. They need a marksman. That's the rule.
They need the damage.
Yeah. Oh. Never mind. They want to over amplify their early game damage and go for the Lucian instead of the Varus, which is to me a surprise. And by the way, Tak always do that. He hovers the Amumu for some reason since season 1, and also this guy loves his emotes.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. It's personality showing through into the screens for Wild of the Asia, and going in for Lucian as well. It gives them a little bit more towards that early game facing, considering they have a lot of late game champions into the vicinity.
Very good draft overall for both sides. It all comes down to execution. And we are still on patch 4.4a, ladies and gents. Patch 4.4b still has to wait for another week. That's the rule in competitive Wild Rift, right? So whenever a patch gets applied, we have to hold them back. We have a tournament realm or a tournament server for all our players to still play on prior patches, which really makes things a lot easier for everyone, right? Because that way, and there will be no surprise factors, and you will be able to make sure that all those practices will be put to use.
100%. And now, game number 1 between J-Team versus Trace Esports. Can J-Team remove the undefeated run thus far of Trace Esports? And can Trace Esports have that sustainable undefeated series here in a CN conference? But we're jumping into the rip for game 1.
Which is super cool, especially knowing that they went for the Gwen as a potential counter pick to the Vladimir. Oftentimes we see the Zoe and the Kassadin. It's all about isolating the Vladimir on a corner, especially knowing that, come 6 minutes of the game or 5 minutes of the game, the mid laner basically transitions over onto the side lane, which to me is an advantage for the Gwen. The Gwen can actually outlane the Vladimir on the side lanes. On the mid lane, though, it will prove to be difficult, at least for the first few minutes of the game.
100%, right? It is Gwen who has to wait for level 5 to be able to really just pincer out a little bit more damage onto the Vladimir. This time around, onto the top lane. Actually, this is a very interesting Renekton pick, right? Because we've seen a couple of Renektons come through before into the draft compositions, but we all know that SZY, or well, rather Renekton in general, is targeted more so as a single targeted CC onto those champions, being the tank into the front lines and a sustainable bruiser, but it's not one of the priorities that we've seen thus far.
Which was actually what surprised me, right? Because oftentimes I see Renekton still as a very good option, regardless of what champions are in the meta, because by himself he can win the lanes, he can provide a very good duo pressure setup. If you kind of want to set up a 2v2 on the top side, a Renekton is very good at that. And the only reason why the Renekton is not favored as much is because come late game, you need that split push threat, and Renekton is not the best in that.
Yeah, 100%, right? Comparison into the likes of Fiora and Camille. You have Camille with a hook shot, Fiora with the lunge. Be able to escape on those adversities, especially those counter ganks that we see from time to time with these speed pushes happening.
Yep.
And that's just not Renekton.
That's not
less when it comes to mobility.
Yeah, that's not where he shines. But with level 5 team fights, at 5 minutes Renekton, if he ever completes his first item, a Black Cleaver or a Blade of the Ruined King, he can surprise your backline. He can actually burst down the Lucian, or maybe even the Vladimir. Give it opportunity, but Weba
goes for the jump, cease and desist, followed up by counter strike, no escape. SZY has to use up the flash, and that will be the first blood for Trace.
Weba diff, basically, right? Like, waiting for the perfect opportunity. SZY not respecting a potential gank on the top side, and Weba capitalized immediately as he turned level 5. And this is the best thing imaginable for Trace Esports, because you were able to burn the flash off the Renekton. You were also able to use the cease and desist just in time for it to be available at 5 minutes by the time that we have another objective to fight for. And although it looks scarier there for a second here in the bot lane, with Weba already investing his cease and desist on the top side, he won't have access to the ultimate, at least for the next few seconds.
Yeah, it's a little bit more safer for the side of J Team into the bottom lane. That is why, right? You have a little bit more of the overextension to happen here. And now we're reaching that point where level 5 is secured across the board for every single one. And that opens up the mid lane as well for the side of J Team, as we have mentioned a while ago.
And you look at the way the wave is on the top side, it's favoring Lee Sao. It's pushing towards the tower of Lee Sao. And so now Lee Sao can just do this. He can box out the Renekton, which makes it so hard for the Renekton player.
Attack. You have the culling as well to push out damage.
He missed.
Not enough. X1 is really low. Juju could go in for the execute, but will not go to commit. CF17 flashes over the wall to go into Galio, and that will be the double kill for CF17, trading for the support of J Team.
It's a 2-4-1 with DY surrendering his life, his explosive cask. Not sure what happened there, but slippery fingers maybe. Because he casted the explosive cast, hit nothing, but in the end it did not matter. Let's look at that replay once again. You look at DY, boom, what? It's one of those moments where you get to ask what happened there, but it did not matter. Juju also did not have enough mana to run away from CF17's pressure, and that's a double kill that you're gifting over to the Aatrox.
Corn a little bit in danger here, has to use a Sanguine Pull because of CF17's availability for JT.
And J-Team is eager to set up a potential dragon takedown, but Trace Esports is here to challenge. Hero's entrance should be available. Juju's calling as well could be a very good point. DY?
And then Body Sam going in for the knockup. Juju has no escape. There's no flash availability in X1. will be able to get that kill. But Lee Xiao coming into the top side, hoping to get that kill
Soldier.
on the Soldier as well. With this potential explosive cast, disengages onto Lee Xiao. Counter-Strike will not be enough to stun alive. But the thing is, J-Team will bring them down, every single one. They will win that team fight despite TE getting the Rift Herald.
Yep. And that's a very valuable trade if you're a J-Team. Sure, you gave away the Rift Herald, but you were able to chunk down lots of tower plates here on the top side. The value of X1, starting it all by picking off one member on the side of Trace Esports, and they went and overcommitted an SZY. SZY was able to survive in the end using the flash, the hero's entrance, not hitting anyone. And again, the value of Soldier on this win. Man, oh man! Trace Esports, it does look like that they will definitely feel the hurt of this lost team fight.
Yeah, and even if Soldier died coming in from that engage, it was enough time that was bought for Zaya to come in, for Gragas to come in, and that was just his role coming into that Rift Herald take. But right now, Jax comes in, Lee Xiao goes in for the counter-strike, but X1 dodges it, and now uses up the flash along with the X1, going to the backside, cease and desist onto X1, and X1 is gone, and now DY and SZY has to escape the reality here that they are losing on for that engage. They're back to safety, but TE got themselves a kill.
Debated, how much as I praise X1 for his very formidable play, it was clear that he overchased and Weiba was there to punish. At one point, I was looking at the record of X1. Did I tell you that he's a very good Dragon laner?
Oh. Well,
yeah, he is. He is. To me, he, I think, might just be the best Dragon laner that we have in CN. He's very aggressive. And you look at his record, he's 2-1-3. Prior to that misstep, he was 2-0-3. And that was the reason why he was feeling overconfident. But again, overconfidence will kill you most of the time.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we saw it, right? A while ago, reverse sweep, game number series 1, the overconfidence coming for KT.RY. A lot of mistakes here, but J-Team now looking into the bottom lane. It is Korn who is in danger. You still have the Sungwin pool. Will still save it. Hero's entrance. They have the priority onto the turret, and that will give J-Team a lot of distance, a lot of space, and a sacrificial lamb. It is Galio who falls.
Sacrificial gargoyle. Lamb, whatever you want to call it. That's definitely a very proactive play coming in from J-Team, but Trace Esports does not want to surrender without a trade-off. I believe they were able to secure a tower on the top side. Lee Xiao is very good at that on the Jax. And at, you know, with one item already completed for the Jax, this is why we don't often see the Renekton, right? Like, the Renekton is a very good team fighting champion, but not the best when it comes to side lanes.
Once again overextends. There's no more tier 1 turret here into the bottom lane. Weiba just comes in, shows themselves up, but Vault Breaker away.
Yep. And Weiba was super ready to back up Korn. In the event that X1 will be able to get assassination, but the advantage of X1, he's super aggressive, is why, you know, fans are starting to take notice of X1's play. Because whenever he plays the Zaya, he's going to play it super aggressive, dude.
Lee Xiao, counter-strike, as EY. But this typical Baron laner thinks it's sustainable overall. But as you mentioned, I'm liking what J-Team is doing, right? On top of X1's capability onto the ADC role, but also their macros, really just pressuring on Korn into the bottom lane. Because the thing is, that is the dependency for Trace Esports.
Truly, like, there's no way that they will be able to reset the top side. It's definitely going to favor the Jax from here on moving forward. So one way to equalize the advantage that the Jax is getting by himself is to try to gank the other side of the map, right? In which they are successfully doing. And yeah, 9 minutes and 30 seconds with no objectives spawning, at least in the next few. It comes down to as to who's going to spawn up. Set up. And that will be the Ocean Dragon. Open for contestation here. J-Team wants this for sure to threaten that soul point.
Yeah, JT has information. Lee Xiao is there. Just waiting on the brush. JT understands where Lee Xiao is, but look at the positioning here for DY. Just waiting for the opportunity to come in. Now the culling is already used. Going to the back will not connect onto anyone. Huge chunk of damage lost. Coming into over the hills.
ZY?
That is J-Team. SZY who is in danger. Sao is hoping for that kill. Red buff secured, but the Ocean Drake will be the target here. SEY once again in danger. Counter strike connect. The stun is there. Explosive cast, and that will be onto the attack. But this will be J Team's time, and they will go in for backside. Soldier still single-handedly going in for the team fight alone.
Boom!
And that will be the kill. Trace Esports will get the Ocean Drake, but at the cost of their members' life.
Yeah, Soldier. Perfect placement. Perfect opportunity for the Gwen to make his impact felt. Like he was just at the middle of everyone snipping, using his sustain. And we look into that replay once again. There's a lot of commitment, overcommitment onto SZY. Like, there's no season desist, and that means that Weiba's impact in this particular team fight is not going to be as felt. And although Lisa was able to get that kill, he basically got kited here by X1, allowing Soldier to just dive deep into this Dragon Pit. Weiba still doing Weiba things, was able to win that 50-50, but Soldier, dude, is starting to become scarier by the day.
Yeah, 100%. It's really, really scary for the side of the team, but yeah, it is Weibo who got the Dragon, the Ocean Drake, but they lost so much members. And this is what we've mentioned, right? The team, they still have that possibility in looking for the values out from those team fights. And yes, Crazy Esports has a 2k gold lead, but that's not a massive advantage coming in 12 minutes into this game, because one team fight could really just change the whole tide of the game.
You're looking at the gap in the bot lane that was opened up by X1 stellar performance. 3-1-5, up 1.6k to his opponent in Juju. And may I remind you, Infinity, Crazy Esports invested their counter pick into Juju's hands on that Lucian.
Body slam on to tap, but gets cancelled, and now looking to the backside, it is X1, the target coming in from Crazy Esports. But this will be really difficult. A prolonged fight is not exactly what you want. Now J-Team has to disengage.
The value of Trace Esports AoE damage immediately got felt. Now Trace Esports, dark areas, that bush.
There's no info, and that will be the Justice Punch to start up the fight. PE will get the advantage, and J-Team will get landslided from that engage. And now with a number advantage, Trace Esports can start up the Baron Nashor.
Not yet done though, with CF17 returning into fray. It does look like the J-Team might still be able to challenge us. They just want information. Where are the members of J-Team? Sorry, Trace Esports. J-Team. They will still be in the position to contest this. How will Trace Esports play this?
They're starting. CF17 forces out the World Ender. You have Tack still in the front. Zoning away the enemy team with the Shield of Durant. Soldier and X1 still alive here, but TE turn things around. It's Soldier who has the target. The Flash Justice Punch. There's no escape for X1, and Soldier has to back away.
Wait, but still so good. Got that kill against X1, and that's the most important kill. X1 is the primary carry of J-Team alongside Soldier. So far, so good for Trace Esports. Although they were not able to secure the Baron, that's multiple kills to their name. They have the advantage now. 4k gold advantage. It's starting to become a lot scarier now for the side of J-Team. Juju may not have the best performance, but his teammates is carrying the load.
And now, good information gotten coming from DY as ZY being melted out by Juju, and Korn goes back into their very own jungle, and now Korn flashes in. There's no Sanguine Pull used up at the last moment to be able to escape that. Red buff takes his HP down very low, but J-Team will be able to go away unscathed along with TE as well, with Korn alive.
Yeah, Weiba again got another engage.
CC chain is going to be perfect, and now Gragas is deleted.
Oh man, Trace Esports, rinse and repeat. Let them learn their lesson the hard way. Tack, standing ground.
Justice Punch will not connect. Shield of Durant charged up. SZY is stuck in between the hills, in between the walls. And CF17 and Soldier, SZY, every single one is very low for the side of JT. And that will be Trace Esports starting to Baron again. But remember what happened a while ago. They could turn things around here. They could turn and fight JT. Justice Punch connects onto SZY, followed up by Korn as well, putting out a lot of damage. CF17 going in with a Royal Ender, but TE, who has gotten the Baron already, will erase JT. 2v4 going in with a wall breaker along with a flash. Will secure. CF17 falls down. X1 though has a lot of damage, and Korn has to retreat.
X1 by himself, making sure that JT won't get aced. He will play at the last second. The lifesteal coming in from the Bloodthirster, coming in clutch. But Trace Esports won that team fight handily, super steadily. Was able to get that Baron buff for themselves. Crazy play coming in from Trace Esports. They're maximizing their range advantage. They know that J Team does have 4 melee members in their team, and there is no way for them to face check without any casualty. With that said and done, Trace Esports turned 3-4 times in a row and eventually got their prize in the Baron, and plus a bonus, Ice Dragon.
Yeah, it was like the Baron was in their favor, right? Every single time, because there's no information for J-Team, they constantly bait it out. And now Weiba positioning himself to a possible gank here into the bottom lane, but at this point in time, utilization Baron will be the priority.
A 1-3-1 split push is being put out here by Trace Esports, and J-Team scattered without unity in their team play. Basically makes it a lot harder. SZY, not the best Renekton performance so far.
And now the calling to just clear out the wave has the possibility to put down the inhibitor turret into the mid lane. And J-Team really struggling here against Trace Esports on their push in every single lane.
Horn might just be able to get a solo kill onto SZY. SZY needs to respect it. Ignite taking onto his head. This is why Renekton is no longer favored in the meta. That side lane pressure is basically becoming so apparent right now that the Renekton is losing his value. Korn got slowed down by a bit. But he's okay, Infinity.
He's okay for now. Trace Esports still a massive lead, 8.7k gold lead, with only inhibitor turrets left for the side of J-Team, with 2 Drakes in their favor as well. It's looking like a road to success here for Trace Esports for game 1.
Yeah, Trace Esports will just continue to do their pressure. Although you have to commend J-Team for standing their ground, not surrendering any inhibitor turret. It's actually a very good sign, especially against a Baron push that was started by Trace Esports. Now in 30 seconds, Elder Dragon will spawn up. There's a massive and a sizable advantage to the side of Trace Esports. They are up 8.5k so far. Now we've seen crazy things today, Infi. We've seen, you've seen a lot of crazy things today. Will a J-Team improbable comeback happen just to make things a lot crazier?
And DY build will be really important here. If it ever comes down into that final moment of importance, DY bodies down along with the explosive cast, forces out Korn into a bad position. But TE, good reaction. Just going in for the counter engage up against J-Team. Now Lisa jumps through with counter strike along with the cease and desist.
Hero's entrance.
Soldier was the target. And now with Hero's entrance, zones away J-Team. Elder Drake now being started by JT.
Korn needs to go back. He can't do a thing. Less than half L. DY
bodies down onto Weiba. That is a jungler coming from TE. Importance coming into the Dragon's Pit. But now Soldier is gone. It is Trace Esports who has the advantage. X1 forces out the flash over the hills here. 17 still alive though. Elder Drake already down to half HP. And JT only has 2 members left coming into this matchup. Well, that's already used, but Juju melts the HP bar of CU17 with Korn at the back as well. Elder Drake already secured.
What a godly team fight coming in from Trace Esports. Although Korn surrendered almost 100% of his HP, it did not matter. With the Elder Dragon, it should be enough to secure game number 1 for Trace Esports.
Now Weiba wants a little bit more kills as well. DY in danger, but the Nexus is open. TE strikes first in a series.
Very methodical, very good actually. That was a very entertaining game to cast, Infi. And at one point, X1 was really carrying JT's mantle so hard. But in the end, Isaiah can only do so much, my buddy. he tried to hard carry the game, dude. Like, I think 70%, maybe 60. No. 30% of the damage did come from X1 on J-Team's perspective. So
100%. Yeah, and it was just, I think the turning point there was how Trace Esports was constantly just holding their position onto the Baron. They're constantly baiting out the Baron, and they constantly go for the turnaround as well for that engage. It was so nice to watch. There was just a lot of these back and forths from both these teams.
Yeah, it's textbook play. Like, force them to face check, force them to go into dark areas in where we will have all the crowd control available to pin down on not just one member but all their members, and we see the value of patience coupled with very aggressive shot calling. If you have a leader that can really pilot the ship that way, like Crazy Esports really has elevated their play, and it's not looking back.
Yeah, the ship has sailed. Crazy Esports, really, really good calls overall. Very consistent plays coming from that game number 1. And they're now on match point, 1 game away to take the series away from J-Team and still declare their undefeated run here in Wild Rift League Asia.
It's super fun to watch that game because it basically gave us what we wanted to see. X1 carrying the show for J-Team, right? Like I did say, the X1 is starting to become one of my favorites in the Dragon Lane because he's so crazy. He's so good. Imagine if he did not surrender that, that kill on the top side in the Rift Herald fight, right? Or the post-Rift Herald fight in where Weiba was able to counter X1. It could have been a very different game altogether, right? Because at that point, X1 got slowed down. But that's the reality, right? This is the slowed down version of X1. Imagine if he wasn't slowed down at all.
Could definitely be the J-Team who will take the win, right? Crazy Esports, I think they were looking into that as well. You know what? X1 has to be punished. We all know Xayah is towards the late game. We need someone who could really slow down, as you mentioned, the pacing, the acceleration that X1 has the potential to really just carry out the team coming in from that game.
Look at the damage, man. Although it's just 8k disparity, we have to remember that Trace Esports was winning for almost the entirety of that game, but X1 is still very formidable, my man. Oh, crazy. Will we ever see X1, pop off again in game number 2? That will be the question, but Weiba, very well deserved MVP, even on the Vi, will be able to carry his team to the promised land, and that's 1-0 in favor of TE.
Yeah, it definitely is. There's just so much CC layers that Race Esports poured out coming in from that game number 1, and Weiba was one of the key players there to watch. But that's it for game number 1. We are just going to take a short break, but don't go away because when we come back, it's match point for Trace Esports.
Week 3 definitely was a crazy week as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giyang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight of week number 3. Starting with number 5. CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against Invade Esports and after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knock-up that set the team fire up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Unleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive gap from KT.RY was perfect to stop her pushing in. Oh, the kick! A tree! What was that, J-Team? It's just gonna end the lives of Invade here. This game is done. That is gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is gonna finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inya from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game and the second dragon fight, he had the perfect catch on Long's intention and position after reading his past movement and plays. That allowed OMG to chase and punish him down, taking the second dragon stack and winning the fight 3-1.
Oh no, you was in danger, goes in onto the Dragon's Pit. You also have Long, goes in for the last caress onto the Dragon's Pit as well. Making steal, secures the damage, and now it's OMG who takes the Infernal Drake of their own. And now Nova is on the meat grinder. OMG just shreds them apart. And now it's Inya in the front lines. World Enter to the face of Remake with a flash as well.
Number 3. Yasuo has been trending more lately after some successes of teams and players with a sustained build. BMM joins as he made a massive outplay against G2 Blacklist when they were match point against them. 7 minutes into the game, G2 Blacklist tried to gank BMM in the top lane with 3 members tower diving, but they were all unsuccessful as the BMM stalled out hard, buying enough time for his teammates to respond, even getting a kill to Aaron and getting them a 2-0 win.
The snowball and stop with the utmost aggressive that they're dealing right now, but they will try to be aggressive here onto BMM. Great knock up, great CC chain. The damage should be there, but it's taking too much time. The last minute's gonna be there. The counter engage and BFM lives.
Number 2. It's extremely hard to play as an ADC when you're going up against so many engaged champions, but that didn't seem to be the case for FPX's Dragon laner Kong, with his impeccable performance against KT.RY. 11 minutes into Game 3, FPX was positioning for a tower dive in the top lane when KG, Datan, and Anran attempted to burst him down. He managed to deny the engage, be backed up by FPX, and go wild against KT.RY, securing a quadra kill in the process. This not only allowed them to win the fight, but also gained enough momentum to end the series, winning against KT.RY and giving them their second reverse sweep loss.
It's the V1, Sky in a very low state of HP. KG, Hextech Automator onto single 7 as the jungler is now the 1HP! Was able to bring it down as Andrew9 will secure the finishing blow, but in trade FPX, Kong was able to bring down one more shot to the face, and the Sun was not able to get that kill. The Quadra is secured by FPX. Welcome back to Wild Rift League Asia. Once again, we are back at Series 2 between J-Team and Trace Esports, with TE having the favorability in the series thus far.
Very entertaining game so far here in Infinity. I love today, right? Like after the crazy thing that happened in Series number 1, we are being followed up by a classic between Trace Esports and J-Team. And we have a same sides actually here, Infinity.
Yeah, same side, same band, same first couple of picks here for the side of J-Team and Trace Esports. Are we having a run it back? Even the Vi as a second pick?
I won't mind, right? Like J-Team might be feeling confident on the top, except for the Renekton, right? Like the Renekton.
Oh yeah,
was basically not the Renekton that we are accustomed in seeing, right? Like it was the baby Renekton.
Just go for Camille for the side of J-Team.
Oh wow!
And that is a good pick coming from J-Team.
Yeah, now you can play almost anything in the Baron lane. You can even play Shen in the Baron lane, like if ever. But I think it's been a long time since I've casted a Baron lane Shen.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, Shen has been one of the staples in Season 1, but a little bit more of a different story here. But Jax, a totally different champion coming from Renekton, and now this will force Trace Esports' hand. Who will these outplay?
Camille. that's the immediate answer there, huh, right? Like,
yeah.
It's a no-brainer. Because what should have happened there was J-Team goes for the Shen and the Camille at the same time. And then the response will be Trace Esports going for the Camille. That's basically the way it is. But they have decided that they want to play the Jax more. And that's more defensive if you think about it, right? Like, yeah, there will be a lot of engages coming from the Gragas, and it could just mean that they will rely on DY a lot to start all the team fights, because there's no other way to start the team fights here if you are J-Team.
Yeah, and I'm liking that, because from what we have seen in game number 1, right, it's J-Team who is consistently having huge dependency onto X1 to deal massive amounts of damage. So they need those front lines, they need those sustainability onto their champions. And having a Jax, having the Shen, having the Gragas as well gives you so much potential for defense. But for now, Kassadin, Gwen, and Ashe removed.
Love the ban on the Gwen, but that means that Zoe is left open.
Oh?
J-Team denies the Xayah, playing their own version of mind games here. They don't want Trace Esports to play the Xayah here because they are expecting that the Xayah will be taken away anyway. So let's just ban it away.
What if it's a Lucian or a Zoe that J-Team is planning to pick up? Because those champions are still open for JT. And Zoe has been one of the counters that Vladimir was really opposed to battle it out into the mid lane. Kai'Sa would also work because the protect the queen type of composition that we've seen way back in the days.
Yeah, I'm trying to check the records, and yes, you're right. X1 also does play his Lucian, but it's all about denying all those very good.
I love this.
Long range artilleries. True shot barrage can be cancelled by wind wall. Ezreal's kit basically can get cancelled. But hey, you know what? Trace Esports going back to a play that we have seen numerous times now, right? Like you can have the Galio follow up a Hextech Ultimatum or a Cease and Desist. So you do have two options to work with. Like you look at Trace Esports right now, and especially knowing that he knows what to do at any certain, at any certain situation. And so with that being allowed to play Hero's Entrance or use his Hero's Entrance on multiple targets, things are looking up for Trace Esports.
Yeah, very classic. You have the Camille and the Galio into the same composition. Then you also had the Vi as one of the entry points as well for the side of Trace Esports. Something that I like when it comes to the adaptability, when it comes to composition here for the side of Trace Esports, is how they picked up the Ezreal and the Vladimir. Yes, it's already one of the expectations, but the thing is, their draft doesn't really shout so much of defensive capabilities into the front line. So having self-sustainability built into the Arc and Shift, the Ezreal and the Sanguine Pull of the Vladimir is really just a good thing when it comes to their composition, to have that safety net onto their carries.
Precisely. One of the things to consider, especially knowing that Weiba is on the other side. Like Weiba is a crazy guy when it comes to his engages. Will not hesitate to pull the trigger. And he was able to get the MVP in game number 1 on the Vi. Now this time, in game number 2, on the same champion, he will try to go for a repeat performance. Game number 2 on their way, J-Team going against Trace Esports.
Now we'll see how this will turn out. J-Team, they need to battle this game number 2 and put out their best foot forward coming to this matchup. But in this early game, it doesn't really dictate how J-Team would be able to win up against the likes of Trace Esports with their capability.
Wait, this is the early game aggression. It's all about winning the lane and winning the game.
Juju! Turn things around, but the trade back is there. So J-Team did not lose as much, but the problem is DY was able to secure it. So it's ADC who got the kill with the support for J-Team. Better end for TE.
And that's a first blood as well, right? Like, but that's this thing that is often expected from J-Team. They know that X1 is so good. They want X1 to feel very confident, and they often start a game very explosive. That's the most explosive way to start everything. Yeah. Although it did not net them a victory on the bot lane, I still say X1 is still in his element and still wants to carry J-Team to game 3.
Yeah, 100%. Like, the reason why it was super unexpected, right? Because Kai'Sa level 1 is pretty much a very, very disadvantageous champion, especially considering that you're up against Ezreal that has so much poking potential. But I get your point, right? That explosive early game matches will really just dictate how X1 will be able to play it out all throughout the lane phase.
Yep, action continues. X1.
Woo! Rad, so much damage. One more. Will not be able to connect here, and Honeyfruit will give extra sustainability, and that will just win TE the early game phase of the laning game.
Yeah, the power of Ezreal, the laning phase, needs to still be respected. Ladies and gents, this has started to become a bloodfest.
Shield Durand taunts out the DY, goes in for the body slam along with a flasher, but X1 and DY is very low. Gets the trade. It was Kai'Sa who were able to get it, and Juju still gets the kill.
Oh man, you can't you can't ask for anything more explosive than this. Weiba though, starting to feel super confident against the F17 Shen. This is the way to do it. Trace Esports maximizing the window that the Stand United won't be available. Attack going super aggressive, goes for the flash in. Taunt connects onto 1, Justice Punch connects onto X1, but in the end, Juju able to get that kill, leveled up to 4, denying a return kill here.
It was so good coming in from both these teams, and yes, J-Team consistently gets the losing end, but I'm loving this early game aggression. But the huge problem that we have for the side of Trace Esports is the lane priority now that they have secured in the bottom lane.
Right, now that Juju is level 5, he can just throw through-shot barrages over and over again to still get that priority. Sooner or later, they need to transition over to the mid lane. But the same thing applies, right? Like, this is where you love to play the Ezreal, because basically you can throw through-shot barrage anywhere on the map, and that will be enough to get priority on a lot of lanes. TAC also does have the Hero's Entrance already available, and there's a lot of ways to start a team fight if you're Trace Esports.
Yeah, and this is also like one of the reasons that we've mentioned during the draft. Why Trace Esports picked up the Vladimir and also picked up the Ezreal Body Sam along with the last breath, but Corn was just able to go in and out of these fights with the Sandwich Bowl.
Next one being left by himself. Not the best thing to happen, especially when Juju has this record. He is 3-1-0. He's saying that, hey, you know what? You've been singing praises of X1. How about you sing my praise this time? How about
it's my turn?
how about it's his turn, right? Like Juju, so far very impressive though.
100%. It's just amazing. That self-sustainability with the Arcane Shift along with the poking damage. CF17 is not target. Galio goes over to Justice Punch. CF17 was able to go over the side step. Now Corn is knocked out. Coming in with the explosive cast, but overall J-Team disengaged and no casualties for both teams.
That's a very good burn for Trace Esports. You were able to take away the Stand United, which can make objective team fights very complicated. And we also have to remember that as a Shen, if you have the Shen on your team, you can go for the 2-for-1 special. You can leave the Shen, start the objective, start the Rift Herald, and then immediately use the Stand United to even contest the Dragon. That's not going to be an option at 5 minutes. So overall, you may say that Trace Esports was not able to kill one, but by being able to burn the Stand United, that's already a small win.
Yeah, nevertheless, it's just so much advantage that Trace Esports was able to take, as you have mentioned, right? And this is the moment wherein I was expecting, J-Team to start up these fights because Kai'Sa was able to build up his first item already. But a while ago, it was just so different. I'm loving these early game phase, but right now, Infernal Drake.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage just to poke down. CF17 though.
A lot of damage. Corn is here as well to play. Goes for the contest. It will be Trace Esports who gets Infernal Drake. Now DY being targeted with a cease and desist. Hero's entrance to follow up. So much layers of CC, and Trace Esports secures the dragon with a kill.
This is the power of Trace Esports composition, right? They have a lot of ways to engage onto the members of J-Team. Wow, good dodge.
Now CF17 goes for the taunt on the Weiba, but this will be a 4v2, and CF17 gets eliminated. Weiba, Volt Breaker over the wall, followed up with a double kill for Trace Esports.
They know that they don't have flash. Just because they were able to burn it a couple of minutes ago, Trace Esports knows when to pull the trigger. Now, once the Rift Herald here.
Yeah, this will be a 2v2. As DY is there. Stand United.
Okay.
The entry point for their jungler will be here to play as DY goes for the stun until Lee Sal. Vault Breaker is there.
No steal.
J-Team will secure the Rift Herald, and now the counter strike coming from SZY. Gets the stun on the Weiba, but hook shot. Double man's done. Juju comes into play as well. So much damage, and Trace Esports will still get value from that fight.
6 minutes and 30 with 3k goal lead. Super ahead as Trace Esports, and they're not looking back. Let's look at that replay once again. Again, Weiba still very formidable when it comes to the 50-50s, but the value of the Stand United being able to teleport here into the Rift Herald allowed for them to secure the objective. But the follow-up, you see Juju, he's so ahead right now. He already has 3 kills, which means that he is the Ezreal that has basically accelerated out of this world, and his damage needs to be respected.
Yeah, and the explosive cast as well was a little bit more of the double-edged sword for J-Team because the counter-strike did not connect, but right now DY in danger, stuck under Dragon's Pit, cease and desist.
Lockdown!
That will make him to seize out from this map. Trace Esports once again secures another kill.
No movement allowed by Trace Esports. DY just got forced to, enter the green screen in an instant. And the tower plate has already expired, which means that Trace Esports can still continue the pressure. Tower should be a lot squishier by now.
Soldier.
And Weiba
goes in for the Vault Breaker into the backside.
Very good dash.
He's able to dash away unscathed. He will be safe under the turret.
Yep. Weiba wanted to predict, and Soldier did predict in return, but DY is here.
Corn Confusion has the blood as well to just clear out the way. With DY there, he will be a little bit more safer, and Trace Esports has to back away.
There is a Shadowing Kai'Sa, so this should still continue with J-Team. But Trace Esports, all they want to do is to clear out the wave, and there will be no follow-up available for J-Team.
Yeah, and now with the cannon wave, this will buy time for Crazy Esports to come back into the same lane. That will also be Lee Sao coming into
Two-shot
this.
barrage.
With the two-shot barrage, clears out the wave. Meteor Antant as well. What? That would be just Crazy Esports clearing out the wave without any contest for JT.
They're so good, huh? Like Trace Esports, what they're doing right now is reminding JT that they are undefeated, right? Every decision that they have done in this game makes you think that Trace Esports is the #1 team in the league, alongside Thunder Talk, and so far so good for them. Now they will try to make a play against SDY.
Way above, Wall Breaker charged up. Instead, prioritize the turret. SDY though receiving a lot of damage. Tak in danger.
X1.
Killer Instinct to come in.
No
But yeah,
damage.
Juju come into free. Saves Tax's
Two-shot
life.
barrage, boom!
Oh! That was nasty, and now you have Lisa coming into the backside as well. Hero's entrance. CC stacked up. CF17 is eliminated.
And this is Juju just asserting his dominance over and over again. X1 may have been a very good Dragon laner in the other games that we've casted him. In game #1, it was super evident that X1 is also a very formidable Dragon laner. But again, as we said, Trace Esports also has Juju. Juju is saying, it's also my time. It's my time to shine this time. Now, Corrin on the top side. Oh man. Like the disrespect here by SCY. What are you doing, my
Corn is in
friend?
danger. Woo. Okay, they just run away.
Like they have Sanguine, they have everything. Juju though.
DY with a body slam onto Juju. Arcane Shift back away. 6's enchant has to be forced for DY by time. Force the flash back as well. This will be an all-in
Good
team
talk.
fight.
Very
Knock off
good.
with Soldier. Eliminates Corn.
Aha! JT was able to stop the bleeding, at least that time. By getting the head of the mid laner, they will be able to transition it over to an objective potentially, but TF17 is less than half health.
Now the Ocean Drake being started by J-Team. SDY has eyes. Yisao comes in fray. Hextech Ultimatum onto CF17. Hero's entrance. Not enough. J-Team secures the dragon. But what cost? It will cost you every single life for J-Team. Crazy Esports now catching up. Bolt Breaker onto SDY. There's no escape. There's nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Crazy Esports secures another kill with only one man standing for J-Team left.
DY running away, running for the hills. Trace Esports, yeah, sure. JT was able to get a dragon, but in return, that's 2 potential towers. That's a tower here in the bot lane. Could still be the inhibitor tower, but they will not over pursue. Look at that replay once again. The value of the hero's entrance is in full display. Hextech Ultimatum, locking down CF17. Yeah, sure, he was able to get the dragon, but nowhere to go, my friend. With X1 also getting deleted in less than a second. That just means that Trace Esports, although they surrendered 1 objective, they will not be stopped in the scene fight.
It's overall worth it for Crazy Esports. Just get the Ocean Drake. Get it. Doesn't matter. They get so much kills. Now, DY with the stand united. This will be a 3v1. Lisa is now on the retreat. You have Soldier going to meet up. Tornado not going to connect. Lisa still safe. Explosive cast though. Followed by last spread. There's no escape for Lisa. And that was just the death sentence off himself. J-Team will secure a kill.
Crazy Esports was a little bit overconfident there in the surrendered death. I wonder if they will be able to translate it into a Baron. Now, J-Team, that's the goal. But the Wave is still alive. We know that Wave is very good when it comes to the 50-50s. Juju also very ahead.
Shield of Duran into the middle side. That will be opening up Corn to go in with Tides of Blood. Hueba comes through. Vault Breaker. Scissor back. Kaisa's gone. Now CF17 goes back into the river and hopes to get that kill onto Corn. But Juju is still here. It's just so much damage left unscathed. And Juju produces so much damage. And J-Team is deleted.
Trace Esports aces. J-Team will be able to get this Baron and will most likely end the game with it. They can even wait for their comrades, right? 24 seconds though, that's too much. Alright, fine. Okay. No need to wait, no need to risk it. But yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. Like it also joins your dead teammates in one of the recent updates as well. Let's look at that replay again. Tak, the middle of everyone, was able to engage. This is the power of the Galio, right? It doesn't matter if you are the one to start the team fight, especially with the Stasis Ancient. No return kill as of yet. Finally goes down. But at that point, the team fight is already over.
Taku and Wave is just so good. Oh, what? Juju's dead.
That's a little bit interesting. Now Soldier, 4-man strong is J-Team. They will try to overchase, or they will try to chase down the members of Trace Esports, but they are so quick, they're so mobile, and they have to respect the speed.
Weiba into the backside, charging up the Vault Breaker, denies it. DY will be able to go in for the body slam. Hero's entrance to zone away the enemy team. Weiba still alive, and now you still have the cease and desist onto CF17. A lot of sustainability though, so Trace Esports still has his fighting chances. 4v4. Lisa goes into the backside. Hexing ultimatum on the X1. Meteor Ancient puts him down, and as DY has to run away, we don't need the last man left coming in from that engage. And now the TP's coming in with Gragas, the Lone Wolf, coming from J-Team. This will not be enough, and Trace Esports still has the Baron.
No one's gonna stop Trace Esports. They will knock down the base of J-Team on their way to another 2-0. Trace Esports secures another win and cements themselves as one of the best teams.
Their undefeated run will reign here in this series. They will continue their road, and JT will be defeated 2-0 in favor for Trace.
Wow. They never look back, man. When they got the lead, Trace Esports Juju in the ball lane, proving that he's also a star player in his own right. Was able to win a lot of skirmishes, heading or gifting them the advantage needed with Weiba securing objectives left and right. The recipe for success for Trace Esports was still there, and they were able to get another win.
It was so good, especially coming in from that Baron fight. It was Galio, it was Weiba once again. You've mentioned it, right? The jungler coming in from Trace Esports is outright uncontested to be one of the best junglers so far in BO3 Asia.
Yeah, it's becoming more apparent now that Weiba's playstyle, again, the openness to pick all these other champions, basically has allowed Trace Esports to play a lot of compositions that we did not expect them to do. At one point in the tournament, in Season 2, they want to play around Weiba, right? Like, they want him to be the carry. They are going to ask him to do the heavy lifting on the Shyvana, on the Nillas, maybe even on the Aatrox at times, right? But this time, it's way different. It's way more aggressive. They pick the Vi. The Vi is able to play for the team, but at the same time, is able to give Weiba the advantage damage-wise against his jungler opponent.
Yeah, it was a really, really good graph composition as well, right? The playstyle on top of the layers that we had talked about coming in from the mechanics from Weiba was just outright phenomenal. Now, looking at his stats, Korn and Juju, so much damage.
Very good so far. Like, Korn on the Vladimir. This, I think, needs to be stopped, right? Like,
yeah.
Every time that I see Trace Esports play, whenever they get the success or whenever they get the win, it's always Korn on the Vladimir, and that's because he is very good on the champion. Not to mention the champion is still in a very busted state. And although Korn was not really the primary reason why they won, it wouldn't hurt to attack Korn's champion pool, right? That's one way to look at it. Second, you look at the way things started in the bot lane. X1 still wants to go over aggressive. The thing here in Wild Rift is if you're already on the losing end of one lane, the better play is to just play it safe. To wait for your jungler to gank for you, because that will only be the time that you can, get back damage-wise. Once you go behind, you basically stay behind for the entirety of the game, unless if there will be anyone there to help you out, and that's where Stand United will come into play. They did not wait for it. They engaged pre-level 5 Shen. That allowed Juju to just get another set of kills. Interestingly, the MVP does not go to Juju, but goes to Weiba.
Yeah, leading the charge once again for the team. Those objectives fights always consistently, always setting up the play as well for Trace Esports. In game number 3, outright amazing stuff for the side of PE, but that is just the second series for the day. We have one more to go later on. We're just gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's the last series for the day.
Week 3 definitely was a crazy week as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight of week number 3. Starting with number 5. CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against Invade Esports and after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knock-up that set the team fire up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Unleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive gap from KT.RY was perfect to stop him pushing in. The kick! A tree! What was that, J-Team? It's just gonna end the lives of Invade here. This game is done. That is gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is gonna finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inya from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game and the second dragon fight, he had the perfect catch on Long's intention and position after reading his past movement and plays. That allowed OMG to chase and punish him down, taking the second dragon stack and winning the fight 3-1.
Oh no, you is in danger, goes in onto the dragon's pit. You also have Long, goes in for the glass caress onto the dragon's pit as well. Making steal, secures the damage, and now it's OMG who takes the Infernal Drake of their own. And now Nova is on the meat grinder. OMG just shreds them apart. And now it's Inya in the front lines. World Enter to the face of Remake with a flash as well.
Number 3. Yasuo has been trending more lately after some successes of teams and players with a sustained build. BMM joins as he made a massive outplay against G2 Blacklist when they were match point against them. 7 minutes into the game, G2 Blacklist tried to gank BMM in the top lane with 3 members tower diving, but they were all unsuccessful as the BMM stalled out hard, buying enough time for his teammates to respond, even getting a kill to Aaron and getting them a 2-0 win.
The snowball and stop with the utmost aggressive that they're dealing right now, but they will try to be aggressive here onto BMM. Great knock up, great CC chain. The damage should be there, but it's taking too much time. The last minute's gonna be there. The counter engage and BMM lives.
Number 2. It's extremely hard to play as an ADC when you're going up against so many engaged champions, but that didn't seem to be the case for FPX's Dragon laner Kong, with his impeccable performance against KT.RY. 11 minutes into Game 3, FPX was positioning for a tower dive in the top lane when KG, Datan, and Anran attempted to burst him down. He managed to deny the engage, be backed up by FPX, and go wild against KT.RY, securing a quadra kill in the process. This not only allowed them to win the fight, but also gained enough momentum to end the series, winning against KT.RY and giving them their second reverse sweep loss.
It's the V1, Sky in a very low state of HP. KT, Hextech Automator onto single 7 as the jungler is now the 1 HP! Was able to bring it down. Xander 9 will secure the finishing blow, but in trade FPX, Kong was able to bring down one more shot to the face, and the Sun was not able to get that kill. The Quadra is secured by FPX, and this is their moment to shine.
FPX is slaughtering KBG right now. Yuya's gonna be next. Give the penta.
2-game taunt on FPX, and it's Don 128 who will able to take that kill. The ace is secured.
And number 1. It was such a tough battle between JDG and Weibo Gaming as both teams really adapted against each other every succeeding game, and everything was on the line in game number 3 on the Ever Dragon fight. But in this highlight, we see JDG shine perfectly.
好了，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优后。那我们也是邀请到了 MPP99选手来到我们的赛后采访，99可以先跟大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是 TE 的射手选手99。
欢迎99。那首先第一个问题想问一下，你们在第一局游戏里面，大概12分钟、13分钟的那个时间点，在大龙那一波，其实化身宗师级钓鱼大师，钓了对面4波。就当时那个决策是谁做的？
我们所有人做的决策吧，都大家觉得可以钓，那就大家一起来钓。
啊，就大家一起来钓，然后为什么会就是一般情况下可能说蹲个1-2次就会选择开大龙了？为什么当时做了4波这样的尝试呢？
因为觉得还没有钓到点嘛，就觉得对面的技能状态还可以，还能继续钓一会儿。
啊，就是给他们直接钓干了是吧？ 好了。So the first question for Jojo is, in game 1, your setup in the north of the river is really interesting. Let's talk about that. Who made the call? And he said, all of us made the call together. And I asked why you do that for like 4 times. And he said, well, actually, we just want to find the perfect opportunity to get the Baron, so we do that for 4 times. 那第二个问题想问一下，因为现在你们和 TT 其实都是一场都没有输的这样的一个情况，那很多观众就非常非常的期待你们跟 TT 对阵的那个 BO3 会是一个什么样子。那所以在你看来的话，你们和他们的这个对局大概是有几成胜算？
我觉得大家的实力都差不多，就看当天状态吧。我觉得挺有信心打 TT 的。挺有信心打 TT 的，可能说就大家的状态和实力都差不多。So the second question for Jojo is, both of you and TT never lost one single match in the season, so we all expect the best of 3 you playing against them. So how confident you are to get that win? And Jojo says, well, we are really confident because we don't think that we are the underdogs and we can outplay them. Like 那最后一个问题想问一下，因为轮子妈这个英雄希维尔最近也是上线了，那就你作为打过中单也打过下路的一位选手，在你的角度上来看的话，轮子妈的技能组或者说这个英雄在下路更强，还是说在中路更强？我觉得是在下路更强吧，因为它需要搭配一点辅助，然后才能把它发挥到最大的用处。
需要跟辅助一起要去打一个双人路的一个配合。So the last question for Jojo is like, Sivir is brought online, and as a player who played in the mid lane and dual lane, which position do you think is the better position for Sivir? And his answer is like, well, I think we should put Sivir into the bot lane, which is the dual lane, because she really needs the protection of her support. So that's all for our interview. 那我们这一趴的赛后采访就到这里结束了。我们接下来把时间交给即时化。
Week 3 definitely was a crazy week as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight of week number 3. Starting with number 5. CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against Invade Esports and after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knock-up that set the team fired up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Undaleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive jab from KT.RY was perfect to stop pushing in. Oh, the kick! On tree! What was that, J-Team? It's just gonna end the lives of Invade here. This game is done. That is gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is gonna finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inya from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game and the second dragon fight, he had the perfect catch on Long's intention and position after reading his past movement and plays. That allowed OMG to chase and punish him down, taking the second dragon staff and winning the fight 3-1.
Oh no, you was in danger, goes in onto the dragon's pit. You also have Long, goes in for the glass crest onto the dragon's pit as well, making it up, secures the damage, and now it's OMG who takes the Infernal Drake of their own. And now Nova is on the meat grinder. OMG just shreds them apart. And now it's Inya in the front lines. World Enter to the face of Remake with a flash as well.
Number 3. Yasuo has been trending more lately after some successes of teams and players with a sustained build. BMM joins as he made a massive outplay against G2 Blacklist when they were match point against them. 7 minutes into the game, G2 Blacklist tried to gank BMM in the top lane with 3 members tower diving, but they were all unsuccessful as the BMM stalled out hard, buying enough time for his teammates to respond, even getting a kill to Aaron and getting them a 2-0.
The snowball and stop with the utmost aggressive that they're dealing right now, but they will try to be aggressive here onto BMM. Great knock up, great CC chain. The damage should be there, but it's taking too much time. The last minute's gonna be there. The counter engage and BMM lives.
Number 2. It's extremely hard to play as an ADC when you're going up against so many engaged champions, but that didn't seem to be the case for FPX's Dragon laner Kong with his impeccable performance against Keep Escape. 11 minutes into Game 3, FPX was positioning for a tower dive in the top lane when KG, Datan, and Anran attempted to burst him down. He managed to deny the engage, be backed up by FPX, and go wild against KT.RY Gaming, securing a quadra kill in the process. This not only allowed them to win the fight, but also gained enough momentum to end the series, winning against KT.RY Gaming and giving them their second reverse sweep loss.
To V1, Sky in a very low state of HP. KT, Hextech Automator onto single 7 as the jungler is now the 1HP! Was able to bring it down as Andrew 9 will secure the finishing blow, but in trade FPX, Kong was able to bring down one more shot to the face, and the Ton was not able to get that kill. The Quadra is secured by FPX, and this is their moment to shine.
FPX is slaughtering KBG right now! Yuya's gonna be next! Give the penta!
2-game taunt on FPX, and it's Don 128 who will able to take that kill. The ace is secured.
And number 1. It was such a tough battle between JDG and Weibo Gaming as both teams really adapted against each other every succeeding game. And everything was on the line in game number 3 on the Ever Dragon fight. But in this highlight, we see JDG shine perfectly as they had the best engage with Lemon getting Kratos and Feibai getting a perfect flank to maximize his Vladimir damage to all the members of Weibo Gaming, deleting all of their health bars and even securing the first pentakill in Season 2 of Wild Rift League Asia as they successfully complete their reverse sweep against Weibo Gaming.
Into the back line, Kratos gonna be in trouble. Feibai as well joins! Gets a Zaya right now! Has the damage, has the burst! Gets a double kill, triple kill for Weibai! And now Weibo Gaming is gonna be in trouble. Zihan tries to capitalize on this, gets a counter strike done, but not able to get the CC chain from Fei, and they get the pentakill! The first pentakill in Season 2 is Feibai from Jingdong Gaming!
And Feibai popping off here in this game, and this is gonna be the victory for Jingdong Gaming.
Which highlight did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section and make sure to keep supporting teams as they progress in their tournament. My name is Giang, and we'll see you again in the next video.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait.
Welcome back everyone to Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, and we're now down to the very last series for the day. I'm Infinity, and there's still Autolus once again.
Autolus with a cat. Autolus with a cameo. Cat Mio, I guess. series number 3 is underway here, Infinity. Very entertaining set of games so far. Game number 1, or series number 1, was a crazy outcome. Team Flash again, upsetting KT.RY. And game number 2, series number 2, the undefeated run of Trace Esports continue. Now, on the third game, we'll be featuring the Icons Global Champions in Nova Esports trying to improve their record against FPX.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really interesting matchup that we have for today. It's not as much as when it comes to like the stakes on the line for the past few series that we have, but it's still a significant series for both Nova and even FPX, because if FPX win, they would one-up J-Team coming into the series standings, and I think that would be a little bit crucial coming into this team. But Nova, as you have mentioned, these are the Icons champions, right? These are the Icons Global champions, and it will be interesting. It will be something that we're looking forward to on how they're going to return to their optimal form.
FPX has solidified themselves as one of the teams that has also improved with their roster additions on the top side. Don128 is a new Baron laner for FPX. He joined the team. He's a veteran, right? Like Don128 did come from J-Team. And then Shane07 was formerly of EDG. So that's the duo that they have. On the top side of the map, mid lane though, Sky still is very formidable there with Kong and Xiao manning the bot lane. FPX has shown big improvements from Season 1 to Season 2. In fact, their last loss, I would say, is kind of forgivable because it was against Trace Esports. And so now, the question is, after facing Weiba, Chengdo7, can you face against Long?
Yeah, it will be interesting because this is the jungle that won Nova Esports the Icons Championship, right? And it is just so much history built into Nova Esports, so much history built into Long as well as a player for this team. So going to be really interesting how these jungle matchup would work. And you mentioned it already, right? Players coming in from both these teams are quite an interesting matchup. Nova having similar compositions coming into the day, and FPX having a little bit more shift into additions into the jungle and top laner here for FPX.
Yeah. Again, adjustment period will still be there. But Nova is actually coming off a slump. Right? Have to remember that Nova lost to an APAC team, which is unheard of. It was against Naos Esports, a 1-2 victory. It's a 1-2 loss in favor of Naos Esports. But they were able to at least get back on track and was able to upend OMG for their third match. So it's too early to tell if Nova is really slumping because they've only had 3 games so far. Nova's mid laner will still be Neon. And Sky, at one point, he was mid gapping on run 9 against KBG. That's definitely something that will be burnt into my memory because not everyone can do that, right? Especially against on run 9. But Nian is also a very formidable mid laner by himself. And so Sky will then again have to elevate his play. Will have to level up. Especially against Nian here in the mid lane.
For sure, right? And I think FPX having the Sky as well come into here is very good coming from FPX. But before then, let's jump into the stage for team introduction.
好了，欢迎各位回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场。大家好，我是 Yoho。这一场 BO3 将由 Nova Esports 对阵上 FunPlus Phoenix。刚刚找回状态的 Nova 能否经受住凤凰火焰的考验，拿到自己的第2场胜利？而 FunPlus 又能否在7天之后，面对又一场的冠军之争，再度拿下他们的胜利？让我们一起期待。Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is boy Yoho, and this best of 3 is Nova Esports versus FunPlus Phoenix. Can Phoenix light up his flame and ignite Nova just like they did to KBG 7 days ago? Let's witness. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have Nova Esports and the FunPlus Phoenix.
心抖是吧？依旧打得你发抖。你这垃圾话都用了3个赛季了，我也没抖过啊。
I just heard sing though, but I'm not sure what happened there when it comes to the banters from both these teams. But nevertheless, these are old acquaintances, right? Coming from Nova and the side of FPX, and it will really be an interesting matchup.
Very, I would say, could be easily the match of the week, right? Especially with what's at stake. Friday is so far like it has been a very entertaining set of matches here in WRLA as we listen in to the catwalk Itze, Don 128 in the Baron lane. Don 128 formerly of J Team has been very solid. Wait. Whoa. Have to be careful, my brothers. Like, what happens if they got injured by doing that, dude?
As long as their fingers are intact, it's fine.
Right, but how about this? Oh, okay. Bear hug coming in from Long. I thought for a second Long will be doing the same, I would say, kung fu stand. That will be, what should I call this? That would be very entertaining if he happens to do so.
Oh, bro fist.
有请双方射手登场 in the dual lane. Nova remake.
It's fine. I mean, the personalities coming in, and also the level of friendships, right, between these teams as well. From the CN teams in general, overall has long history amongst each other. They were able to play against each other for the longest time already, coming back into year 1 and year after year. These teams are more or less familiar already with each other, and these banters, these personalities showing is just an added addition here for the series.
They're very friendly though, right? It's there are teams in where you can see tension amongst them, but between Nova and FPX, it does feel like they're brothers in arms. I guess sooner or later, come playoffs time, all those hugs will change into that stairs.
Yeah,
that will be so fun. Because that will be the time in where we will see more intense trash talk sessions, I would say. But yeah, we're going to enter a very quick intermission, warm-up session of an ARM game in between the two teams. And in the ARM game, whoever wins it will be getting the side selection for game 1.
And side selection thus far has been not exactly the most significant out of it all, because you still have pros and cons for both sides, but nevertheless, it gives so much advantage for any of these two teams, especially when it comes to their comfortability coming into the very first game.
Yeah, it also allows you to go back to whatever you practiced a lot during your scrimmages, right? Because at the end of the day, you kind of want to bring out whatever you practiced during scrims into live events or into the game days that really matters. And that's where coaches might be how should I say, stricter than they're supposed to when it comes to the Viper side. But in reality, it's a game that really does not count. Only gives you the side selection for game number 1. And if anything, right, it will just serve as a warm-up for all the pro players that we have here.
Yeah, and arguably, there are very, very strong meta champion picks at the moment available into the meta. And the question is, it boils down into what are your active practice champion picks, right? Because a while ago, we saw Olaf all of a sudden just showed up big time coming into the Rift. You saw Gwen coming in, which was not that prioritized over the past few weeks. Like these nitpicky champions, these active practice champions will be hugely reliant still. What have you practiced? What are you comfortable with to bring out in these main events?
Yeah, except for the Vladimir. I feel that Vladimir is just super strong right now.
It's busted.
Like you give it to Korn was able to carry on it. Luna as well, right? Like on the Vladimir. Although KT.RY did not end up winning, you can definitely feel the impact of the Vladimir as a pick. Even against the quote-unquote counter pick in the Kassadin, Zoe, those two. Yeah. It's still instructing to face against the Vladimir in a 5v5 scenario. Yeah, one would say you can control the Vladimir. You can CC lockdown a Vladimir, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely is. There's just a lot of layers when it comes to this draft composition, especially with new champions coming in. And we're gonna have Severe as well pretty soon, so that will be an interesting take on how it will change into Wild Rift Esports in general. But overall, we had a lot of these changes that will come out later on.
As well as a start at level 3 for sure. Again, every Aerium game starts at level 3 for everybody. There are poking champions that I'm looking at right now. Nian does have the Jace, which is one of my favorites when it comes to Aerium game. Because it allows you a lot of bursts, right? Like at the early stages of the game. And I think that, this Jace will have the potential to carry. However, you look at the other side. They have multiple marksmen as well that can scale well into the late game.
Yeah, and a huge reliance on the Dawn 128 as well to set up the plays, but the thing is, this will be a level 5 indicator for FPX to start up these fights. As for Nova, they just have so much early game power. That is one of the reasons why Jace is one of the staple picks when you want to go aggressive into the early game.
Yeah, even in Wild Rift, right? Even in the games that really matter, Jace is still considered as one of the better options. Dawn 128 was able to run away with 1 HP. Interesting. And Jitse going there. Wow, a triple kill.
Could be one more.
Quadra.
Okay. Penta, but will not be able to do so. And as he falls down, Chao's still alive, but overall, a good play coming from Nova.
Yeah, Jitse, the dude from, well, I would say, the world champion, Baron Laner, showing his props on the Riven. Meanwhile, the return of the comeback of Kong on that Tristana does have the rocket jump. That was a reset. Chao, meanwhile, is able to survive, and Dawn 128 providing that cyclone in the middle of it all, just to make sure that no follow-up can be done by Nova.
We mentioned this already. Like FPX at level 5, this is where they begin. At level 4, level 3, level 2, level 1, yes, well, we're not gonna reach level 2, level 1, but the fact is, FPX doesn't have that power before level 5, pre-level 5. Ooh. So now at this stage of the game, they have so much more power than before.
Yummy! Oh, overspeeding, my man. He might die here because he just got stunned here by Sky. Zombie mode. Yummy might be able to get Chao. Nope, he wasn't able to.
Number 7 puts out a lot of damage onto a remake.
Snipes.
Almost gets that snipe in, but will not be able to do so. But the turret will be prioritized by Nova.
Oh, man. Oh, wow. What a turnaround.
That was fantastic. Overall for the barrel lane for Nova. Neon. The damage coming from Jace into the early game outright and aggressive overall. But Dawn 128 now starts to fight into the backside. Law in danger along with Yami. But
Pyroclasm.
Not exactly what FPX wants.
Share the fun. Share the blessings. This is the zombie brand, by the way, which is one of my favorite brand skins. Oh my god, that's a facial! Curtain call onto the face. The brand goes down and Sky needs to reset. Meanwhile, the tower already has been destroyed by Nova. Again, the poke, the long range potential of their composition is proving to be superior against FPX.
Once again, just has so much damage. Law almost
Law,
falls down.
boom.
Yeah, still have Chow. They'll be able to secure it. Now FPX has the numbers advantage. Snowballs will not connect overall. FPX is on the chase and Nova just has to hold their position.
Yep, they just have to weather the storm, clear the wave just in time for Long to come back. And Long again on that Kai'Sa might be running the AP Kai'Sa route, right? Because this is the Aaron game and you kind of want some pokes here and there. Allows you to have unlimited amount of pokes as well if you hit the champions because it resets. And we see that Long may have just gone for an AP route.
Yami goes in with a Cyan ulti, with a Cyclone as well, denying that possible engage. But Chow is really down low and Don 128 gets punished.
Wow!
Oh, Yitze! That's just so
man.
good! Constantly
The
looking
dream.
for those multi-man stuns.
Yeah, that's the dream, right? Like, but Long, trying to survive against two members. There are some damage being presented by Long. He gave him the rain! And so make it rain for Long. That's a double kill. Now Donna on 2-8. If he invests a Cyclone, for sure, Long might die here.
The Killer Instinct already used. Long hoping to survive for a bit more. Single 7 is now here to play. Coming to the party as well. A lot of damage from long range distance. But level 10,
Two-shot
Kai'Sa
barrage.
versus level 8. Ezreal, it doesn't matter. Two-shot barrage secures it.
But that's definitely the AP Kai'Sa, right? Because I see his items. I think he went for the needlessly large rod. FPX going for the chase here. Yami. Ooh, good pushback. Don 128 was pushed back. Yami going down with Yitze. Trying to retaliate. Pyroclasm! Oh, clean coming in from FPX. They're trying to come back and retaliate, and Chow and company. Format strong still is FPX. Finally.
And FPX just secures 4 kills that will net them a turret as well of their own.
Yep. With Long just here to poke down the members of FPX. I would say the composition of FPX here is all about steamroll, right?
Yeah.
They're like the massive train that whenever they start their basically advance, they don't go back. Yitze.
Yami with the ultimate knocks up onto Don 128, but just a clone. Now Yitze in danger. Don 128 has to force out the flash to run away. That will not connect, and Yami just retreat. FPX will be able to go away and run away with only Chow being the casualty.
FPX with 4 people left to defend here. They do have decent wave clear for sure, right? They still have the Ezreal and the Brand. Two-shot barrage. Missing wide.
Oh!
Oh man, Shingdo felt the hurt.
Nia's damage is just too huge. And now another casualty. Don 128 falls down. FPX! The damage coming from Nia and uncontested. And now it's gone to follow suit. Nova just landslide is out of control. That will be the ace for Nova here in the Howling Abyss.
Massive amount of damage coming in from long range pokes is the reason why it's so scary to face against the Jace in an ARM game. And that is the formality that we wanted to know from earlier. Right, it will still be Nova Esports getting the side selection at least per game.
Yeah, unexpectedly they are going into the red side selection given the fact that there's just so much, but you know what? I could be mistaken. It could still be the blue side selection.
I think we heard from our production team that Nova is selecting blue side. And again, I haven't been casting a lot of Nova games, and that might be the reason why they're losing. I'm kidding.
Oh, no.
But, yeah, like the thing here for Nova is they did not start good, right? Like they started 0-2, they started at the bottom of the standing, but after picking up a win against OMG, it still is expected that Nova Esports is just wanting that first point to steamroll and get the momentum that they need. They are still considered as one of the CN powerhouses. And I dare say it, dude. Like now, Esports, yeah, sure, they were able to win against Nova Esports, but we have to remember that it came down to the wire. It came down to an Elder Dragon team fight, in where now Esports was able to win, even though Nova had the Elder Dragon buff for themselves. So they also had the goal lead at the end of it all, right? Imagine winning with your goal behind your opponent. That just means to say that Nova, though they lost against Naos, they're still very formidable.
No, 100%. I mean, you still have to consider how much Nova Esports were able to achieve over the past few years, rather, in Wild Rift Esports. And the fact is, at this moment, they are just hibernating. They're the hibernating giants of the CN conference. They just need time. They just need those perfect moments to be able to activate, to be able to match up against the current leaders, the winningest teams here in the CN conference. But for now, we're jumping out of the draft.
Akali being by the way here by Nova, and again, them on being on the blue side might just be because they want to prioritize the champions for Yami. That opens up a Vladimir, although Sky, as I would say, is a very good AD player, not really a mage player. I saw him play the Orianna once against a Vladimir. That did not pan out well. I hope that does not repeat, because I saw multiple solo kills by Z against Sky in that 1v1 matchup. So it could be just the Camille for Yeats as well. Very well known that Nova loves their Camille's.
Yeah, and considering you have the Kassadin ban for the side of Nova, this could be a priority Vladimir. I'm not gonna lie, it is going to be one of the expectations as well. It could be a good thing for Nova.
It's not often that we see a first pick Vladimir, but I will allow it. Yeah, sure. Just because of the way they banned the Akali and then Kassadin. And I guess we are at that point. The teams have recognized that Vladimir is just too busted.
Yeah. And that is already expectations here coming from Nova. And now for the side of FPX, you could go back into traditional, right? You could go in for the Fiora Gragas, you could go in Camille Gragas, and this could work for the side of FPX.
I would say Camille Shen.
That could work as well. I think Shen is also giving a lot of capabilities when it comes to these potential engages. But traditional, standard, we're going back into the Camille Gragas pickup here for the side of FPX. Well, we're still hovering.
Yeah, well, that means that the Shen as the jungler will Nova prioritize the Shen, because we know the power of the Shen, right? Like, at this point, even though there was a point in where the Shen was easily countered by early game pressure, it still is a pick that can win you the side lanes. It also is a pick that brings a very good game plan at the first few minutes of the game, right? Like, you could start the Rift Herald and then call for Stand United. We've seen this multiple times, right? Just as we thought that the jungler is out of position, poof! One Stand United and the jungler is there already. But Nova is not going to decide for their jungler, or not going to pick their jungler as of yet, but rather would go for their support. And then FPX decides to go for the counter pick against Vladimir and the Zoe.
Yeah, I'm loving these first picks from both these teams. I'm not gonna lie, it's just a lot of back and forths here, right? Nova being prioritizing onto Vladimir. Orianna! Are you
I saw this already. Yeah, I saw this already though. Like Z, he basically dumpstered Orianna on this matchup. But that was Z though. Like, Z is a cheat code, so we'll see.
And now we're going into the ban here. Kha'Zix as one of the expectations already for the side of FPX as a ban. When it comes to the jungle role, you do not want that assassins given to Nova. Given the fact that they picked up the Orianna, this will be a dependency when it comes to utility, but they're still relying on someone else to be the carry.
Yeah, you ban away the Vi, I guess, is the thing here. Lee Sin, Vi, all those early game junglers. Anything that can deliver the ball from the Orianna is definitely going to be a threat. Nova Esports is actually content in playing this game of banning away most of the jungle champions. They are in full confidence that Long does have, the advantage when it comes to champion pool. And so banning away the Kha'Zix, the Lee Sin, they don't mind. Vi as well will most likely be banned away here by Nova. We'll see.
And now for the side of FPX as well. Now that we're coming into conclusion of the bans here, they could pick up the Xayah right after coming into the very last pick, or even the fourth pick here for FPX. It could give them so much potentials. into those team fights, and a lot of scaling as well, given the fact that they also banned out the Ezreal. They do not want that early game pokes coming into the bottom lane for Nova.
Yeah, Xayah, very good option. In the bot lane, we saw the power of Xayah. X1.
Oh!
Yeah, I was thinking about this as well, right? Like, if you want to still have the early game presence in the jungle, you go for the Jace. Jace's damage at the early stages of the game is absurd. And that's the only way to control the jungle from the damage standpoint. Now, Nova, what would be their response? Lots of options. They still have the Shen. If they go for Shen though, it's super passive.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean, it still makes sense, right? Like you have a Xayah, a very self-sufficient Dragon laner. You've seen the combo of the Xayah and the Vladimir as well. Now, what will be their jungler? Yone is their pick.
The big problem for the side of Nova now, if they lock in with the Yone, is that their composition is very, very gold hungry. Gold hungry, XP hungry, and for the side of FPX, if they lock in onto Lucian, this is double downing on their early game possibilities up against Nova.
One thing to solve, or one way to solve the what I would say famine, gold wise, for the side of Nova, is to have Yeats be the one to sacrifice some of the lane minions towards Long, because that's basically the case, right? Although one would say that Jax is a very good late game carry, the amount of gold that needs to be invested on a Jax is not as big as the Yone, right? Like Yone, 1-2 item power spike, 3 item power spike even needed just to make sure that this Yone will be at his optimal state. And when it comes to Yone though, and their playstyle, I reckon it will still be centric around Long, because we have to remember Long is a true MVP of this squad. And so if you are thinking that way, surely one of the solo laners will sacrifice eco or sacrifice some gold for Long.
Yeah, 100%. And I do echo your thoughts there, Autolus, on how Long will be one of the engagers, one of the tools for Nova Esports coming to game number 1, considering they pick up the Yone. And every single time that we see a Yone come into the jungle, there is already an expectation that one of the carries here for that specific team would be the Yone. And this was also one of the reflections going back into the G2 blacklist, having their jungler be one of the carries, right, for the team, and they always consistently pick up the Yone. And I think that will reflect here today as well for Nova.
That's the goal. That's the goal for Nova. I will never doubt Nova's ability to play around their superstar jungler. Similar as to how, Trace Esports has done it over and over again. Nova Esports, they know that they can trust Long every single time out. Oh, it's sneaky. Think ward coming in from Yeats. Even the Ignite was used by Don 128 to just get one tick of advantage. Interesting.
But a counter strikes, Don 128. But coming into the top side, we've seen this matchup before, and every single time it's all about that sustain. It's all about just waiting for that opportunity. And remake already down low, 1 HP.
Yeah, the power of the Lucian. I remember Kong was also very impressive. The last time that I casted FPX, I feel that Kong is starting to elevate himself as a very respectable carry in the bot lane as well. Now for Remake and Yami, they've been around, right? Like they've been very good. I don't think Chow will die to Yami. No, like that's that's the TFT gaming where both the tanks in the front line will try to kill each other. It's not going to happen.
And I think the mindset coming from Chow as well is to delay the recall. Yami. That's the first blood react.
Yeah, not when that happens in P, right? Like if it's a 1v1, no one will die. But if it's a 3v1, like FPX, surely.
Outright.
Yeah, he knows that. Okay, what was he doing? He was spotted on the ward. And although he used what? Jingdo was 2 ahead. He wanted to flash in. And so now there's a good minion wave that is being denied by FPX.
Yeah, it's a cannon wave at the very least as well. Remake has not reached
Oh,
out.
no.
Look at the level difference. It's level 2, level 3 to the bottom lane against FPX. It's level 4 across the board.
This is super sad. The power of Lucian is in full effect. And that is all Yami though.
Yeah.
Oh man. If like imagine the face that the coach of Nova is making right now after that massive mistake by Yami. This is one thing that you cannot take away from all the CN teams, right? Like the amount of punish that they will they will do for every mistake. It's super, I would say, absurd the way they play, right? Like they will punish you so hard to a point that it's so hard to come back from just one kill.
Yeah, and this is really unfortunate for Nova, right? Because their winning condition, as we have mentioned a while ago, this is a very gold-hungry lineup that they have. Zaya, Vladimir, and then you also have the Yone into the jungle. So expectations are they should really play it safe in the early game. But giving these extensions time and time again, they just lost so much more priority and laning phase breeding room that they had prior to those first bloods and those engages from FPX.
A possible engage on the top side though, but yeah, you're right. Like the playstyle of Nova Esports right now, they will have to wait for FPX to commit even a greater mistake or even a bigger mistake, because with the way things are going right now, like it's so bad. Nova Esports on the bot lane will definitely feel the pressure, especially it's the Lucian that you have just given the advantage to. That's 3 tower plates gone in the bot lane.
Yeah, and even a Jace as well, right? So these are very early game champions that we have for the side of FPX. Xiao engages. Body Sam along with the explosive cast, followed up by single 7. Shield of Duran in hopes to be able to push them back. But the thing is, that is the Lucian Jace early duo champions that we keep on talking about that just has so much power.
Nova, we might be seeing, the first hour get broken. 3-5 minutes. Remake has to be careful. Okay. At least he was able to defend the tower here in the bot lane. But it's starting to become bad, worse, and worst for Nova.
And this is good, right? They brought Remake into the mid lane. And the reason why it was good is because the level disadvantage that Remake had up against Lucian coming into the early phase of the game. We saw it, like level 2 to level 4 for Lucian, coming into level 3 to level 5. It's just a really massive difference, and they needed that XP to keep up.
You cannot. Although it was a very good proactive play, you have to feel for Remake, right? Like it was Yami. It was Yami all along. After gifting that one kill, it basically made the lane so dead. And so now Nova Esports might just suffer another casualty. No, okay. Good thing is that Long was still able to secure another objective. Because I thought for a second that with the advantage that Nova has, they can actually go for the 2-for-1 special.
Yeah, they could definitely do it. And FPX, given the amount of the advantage they have, given that they are the ones who are on a timer in this early game, having the Rift Herald to secure that mid lane turret is actually good.
Yeah, down 1-8 with the extra ultimatum defensive one. Oh, Yami.
3-2, you have the explosive cast as well, brought down Yami into safety.
No way.
There's no casualty thus far, and Nova's playing it safe. This is what they need to do before.
Yeah, but you look at the top side, dude, like the tower is already gone.
Yeah.
Which means that full tower plates to the side of FPX. Full tower plates mid lane, full tower plates top side. And here in the bot lane, all tower plates has also been taken by FPX.
Yeah, and that
man.
And that just that's an 2k gold lead, right?
It's a go next angle, dude.
Yeah.
I have to be honest, like barring any massive mistake on the side of FPX, this is almost unlosable.
Yeah, you also have the Bloodthirster as the first item here for Lucian, so a lot more extra sustainability given the fact that you have this massive gold lead already, have the level advantage up against your opposing side. Then you also have the sustainability item. It's so much harder for Nova to be able to access the carries here for FPX.
Which begs me the question, when will Wild Rift nerf the Bloodthirster? I haven't seen the patch 4.4B yet, because I know for a fact that we are concentrating on the patch that is being applied on the competitive, and that's patch 4.48. But I hope that the Bloodthirster has already been heard.
Yeah, hopefully, right? And at this point in time, given the fact that we already have 5k gold lead versus that of FPX, it's really just a difficult time for them. Once again, enumerating the fact that Nova needs so much gold on 3 of their members, and that's not gonna happen anytime soon.
Yeah, FPX will have all the freedom in the world to invade the jungle of Nova. Make sure that they deny resources too long, which is primarily the win condition of Nova over and over again. This is not the best start. This is not even a good start at all. This is a disastrous start for Nova. I'm lacking adjectives right now because I did not expect this to happen, to be this way. But this is also, this also shows the improvement overall by FPX.
Yeah, it's just a drastic difference here. And it is Nova Esports who has to really think about who is the player, who is the champion that we would give most of the gold to. And I believe it would be a remake that they're really just pouring out the golds onto, pouring him into the mid lane, and actually giving a little bit more of jungle camps as well. But they really need someone to funnel into, because at this point in time, those 3 members that we talked about a while ago cannot all get gold.
No one can get gold, actually. Like at this point, like even trying to get the jungle camps, it's being denied right now by FPX. Yeah, sure, it was a 2k gold lead in the first 5 minutes of the game, but I will just continue to believe.
Yeah, and FPX gets a tier 2 turret
Another
into
tower.
the mid lane. It's just too much pressure. That gives him so much map control. Face shield into top side. Yitze, the counter strike, and just one flash away. They won't be able to secure it.
Nova knows, right? Like this game is almost unwinnable, barring any massive throw to the side of FPX, which I don't think they will be doing in the next few minutes. The only time that Nova will have the opportunity here is if FPX overcommits on a Baron, gets wiped out, and then the Baron buff joins Nova Esports. Maybe, just maybe, the game will be tilted in favor of Nova Esports, so the game will be prolonged, and Nova Esports will have a fighting chance. But if that does not happen, and with the way things are going, I feel that FPX will just continue to deny all the win conditions of Nova, and one of the win conditions is the soul.
And the thing is, it's just too difficult now. It's Nova just having to buy time. You can't kill Kong at this point. You have the Bloodthirster with the Essence Reaver. That's 2 items already for Lucian. So yeah, I agree with your thoughts. It's just all about delaying in these fights. And then Vladimir just got melted right at the get-go. Kong used up the flash. Fate Seal could turn things out, but Kong, even if he's dead, the trade back for FPX would be important. And it is always secured. And that's just constantly what will happen from here on forward for the side of FPX.
Yeah. And with no jungler down, how will you contest this dragon, which basically is the miracle win condition that you have, the soul? I mean, you look at Nian, this is the Vladimir that was first picked by Nova, immediately disappearing with the combo coming in from Chao. And again, this was only allowed because the bot lane was won heavily and mightily by FPX. This is what we call the win lane, win game formula. And the way they won their lanes, it's super one-sided. It's a landslide win, as I would say.
And Nova has to pay the price. Right? They have to pay the price on going all in when it comes to a late game composition. It could have been better if they denied the Lucian for themselves, right? It would give them enough breathing room, especially if they wanted to go for the Yone instead into the jungle. It's just so much adversity coming into their draft that they're having such a hard time to breathe even into their very own jungle just because of how Singdo 7 and Kong was able to get a lot of gold into the early game.
Almost half health for Nian in just one combo coming in from Singdo 7. They're not yet done.
Locks it onto one, no escape, and now followed up by Chao into the bot side. You have Nian who has to force out the flash and the protoball to go back to safety. And FPX unscathed, no casualties.
Chao less than half health. This could be the opportunity for Nova. Long was just able to buy himself a Blade of the Ruined King. He missed!
That is
Oh,
another unfortunate
no.
thing. No more Fate Seal coming into the Baron fight means that there is a huge possibility for FPX more to get the Baron. And now Nova, this is one of their winning conditions to
Stop
steal
him.
the Baron, but there's just so much zoning capabilities coming from FPX. Now FPX turns things around. They look into Jax. Jax is melted. There is no tank on a Fed ADC, and FPX got it.
And with Long pretty much out of the picture already, yeah, he will be able to get some fruits for himself. But this Baron is long gone. FPX secures the purple worm and will get another kill in Yami.
And now Lon just wants to save Yami's life in
Oh,
order to
okay.
get that kill back. Jace is gone. Single 7 is removed.
There is entrance.
There's entrance to go back to safety, but instead it will be Orion. It will be Sky who erases him. But FPX still got the Baron, so even if they lost their jungler, overall it's a good thing for FPX.
Yeah, and that's 10k gold to the side of FPX. They will be spending their unspent gold and will most likely balloon their gold lead further.
Look at the gold
wire
difference.
to wire. My god, you look at the gold difference. This is
massive.
This is pretty much the definition of snowball, right? It started
Yeah.
small and then gradually increased over time. FPX, very good play for them. Oh, teleport!
Oh, the TTs are coming in. Exit ultimatum to buy time. Yitsa gets stunned. It's
Oh,
single
no.
7. Came through to the right moment. Even in a 2v1 fight, they cannot melt Camille.
And this is when you know one team is super far ahead. Shingdo 7, a jungler, has a teleport. Like, huh? Right? Oftentimes you see a Jizz, it will most likely be a stasis engine because he's super vulnerable. But no, he doesn't mind. Shingdo 7 will go for the
he has to force it.
teleport. Remake, yeah, surely if he did not do just that, he will most likely die.
Yeah, and this is just a perfect composition as well. On top of like these massive leads, it's a perfect composition for the side of FPX to snowball, right? 2 early game champions, then you have Chow as well with a Gragas to deny these possible engages, and Oriana to help deliver that
remake?
ball. So it's just really, really good outright. And now Yami just his punch onto Chow. Sky FL is the target. They bring down the Oriana. Long will be able to knock up onto the support of FPX. Body snaps onto Yitse. Now
Okay,
here's
good,
entrance
good.
will be forced. Nova secures 2 kills. But their bottom lane, their last inhibitor is down 500 HP.
I was saying good, and then bad. Because there's no way Esports, like, whatever they try to do, the return, or the trade-off, is massive. With Don 1 to it, just enjoying the real estate that he has right now. Finally!
Oh.
Finally, a tower gets destroyed here by Nova, but here comes Ringo
So much
7.
damage. And that's Yitse that we're talking about with that shock blast that connected. They're just gonna give away the Ocean Drake, considering that they already denied the soul. Is this good enough for FPX?
Yeah, it's not going to affect their chances of winning at all. Like, if we're talking numbers, yeah, sure, one would say that Nova Esports was at least able to stop the bleeding. If you look at the goal lead, it's 7k compared to the 10k from earlier. Definitely better for the side of Nova, but it's still so far from being called a close game. Like, whatever you're seeing right now in terms of gold, in terms of kill count, believe me, it's not as close. It was definitely very much one-sided since minute number 1.
Yeah, and the silver lining overall for Nova Esports, if they really want to push this to the very end of 20 minutes, 25 minutes into the matchup, that is where they have chances into survival. Into this game number 1 is that they're slowly creeping back into the dragon buffs and they're denying these gold advantages. But if FPX gets the Baron, that is just over. It just speaks volume on how Nova now has to think about what they need to draft onto the next game.
Ringo 7 trying to get ahead of Remake, won't be able to, but doesn't matter. And again, FPX, Baron buff, Baron push, now starting once again. And this time with no Nexus shields to defend this Nexus. What will happen now, Nova?
And now this is Nova's last hope into delaying onto this game number 1. Yitse melted out, half HP remaining even if the ultimate is active. And now it's Fate Sealed going for long just to delay it, but he is gone. And now Nexus will be the target, will be the priority at it will fall. FPX.
Never mind.
to get.
I was
game one.
hyping the kill of Jax, and then I looked at the Nexus. Okay, alright, never mind. The Nexus exploded, and the Nexus exploding just means one thing: a team already has won. FPX, a very clean game number 1. Yami, oh my god, I feel for Yami. I feel that he will definitely get shouted at by the coaching staff. He will definitely hear some words, I guess.
Yeah, it was just outright unfortunate for the side of Nova Esports. They were not able to play towards their winning conditions, and that early mishap onto the Gragas as well just snowballed Kong out of proportion, because that was the perspective, right? Their jungler, their support was gone. When the ADC came back, he cannot defend because Singdo 7 was there as well to really push down the bottom lane. So overall, what can you do?
It was the extreme punish of just one mistake. Like, we look at that game, and most teams should try to learn from it, because it's not every day that you see that massive play coming in from a specific team, right? But there has to be lots of check marks before it can even be done. And also, you kind of want to credit Nova Esports of not surrendering further deaths in the bot lane. They did not, overstep their welcome. They did not force it. They did not try to even defend the tower plates in the bot lane. It did not matter because FPX, just by being able to deny one wave, getting 3 plates in the bot lane, it was enough for them.
Yeah, that was the early gap that they wanted, right, for the side of FPX. But there's also an added layer that Kong was able to get the whole turret plate into the top lane. They were able to get the turret plate into the mid lane. Given the fact that you have Shetty as well, who bumped the charge of the gold advantage for the side of FPX. And overall, it was just too much gold advantage that Nova lost into the early game phase. 5 minutes into the matchup, it was already decided.
It's crazy to think about that, at this level of play, this can happen even to the best of the best teams, right? Like Nova Esports, we look at Nova Esports as a team that is so ready to bounce back. And we know that their record, I dare say that's a fake record, right? Like it's 1-2, sure, fine, right? But it's not, I don't see them as a non-playoff team. I feel that Nova Esports will still be able to catch up and will still be able to stabilize to a point that their record will improve from here on moving forward. But with the way FPX played their early game, I'm second guessing myself now. What happened to Nova?
It's really interesting how it turned out. Maybe Nova has similar power and similar strength to what they had used to into the Icons Global, but other teams are evolving, right? They are adapting. You had so much of a drastic difference back into the days, into the meta now, and you also had a lot of addition, a lot of changes when it comes to compositions for the current teams that is included in the CN conference, right?
This is definitely a very forgettable game for Nova Esports for sure. Singdo 7 gets the MVP. And rightfully so, right? Like his damage, his pokes was super felt by Nova. One thing that you don't want to do is to make a Jace be that far ahead. Because that will be when you feel the most damage from his combos. But that's just game number 1. It's not yet over, Infi.
Yeah, it's not yet over indeed. We're just gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's match point for FPX.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, let's stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat, what's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Anything that you can do, I can do what you do. Talk to me. Heart been swap blew too hard like a nigga got 4 iron suit. That's it. Got me talk money talking, I'm always in the loop. Got my me, y'all know the problem. I'ma walk around the way, but I keep up. Know it, how you do it better. Wow. Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
Week 3 definitely was a crazy week as we've seen so many great moments from the teams and the players. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlight of week number 3. Starting with number 5. CF17 continues to prove to be a great jungler for J-Team after replacing 0711 in Season 2. In their match against Invade Esports and after securing the Baron, he landed a 4-man Dragon's Rage knock-up that set the team fire up for J-Team to get the ace and immediately end the game in 13 minutes.
Back. Unleash has no chance to get closer. Might be able to flash in. That explosive gap from KT.RY was perfect to stop him from pushing in. Oh, the kick on tree! What was that, J-Team? It's just gonna end the lives of Invade here. This game is done. That is gonna be a Baron, a 10k gold lead with 12, and that's an ace too. J-Team is gonna finish this game.
Number 4. We're back-to-back in Jungler's MVP highlight because this time we have to highlight Inyat from Oh My God during their battle against Nova Esports. 10 minutes into the game and the second Dragon fight, he had the perfect catch on Long's intention and position after reading his past movement and plays. That allowed OMG to chase and punish him down, taking the second Dragon stack and winning the fight 3-1.
Oh no, you was in danger, goes in onto the Dragon's Pit. You also have Long, goes in for the collapse rest onto the Dragon's Pit as well, making it up, secures the damage, and now it's OMG who takes the Infernal Drake on their own. And now Nova is on the meat grinder. OMG just shreds them apart. And now it's Inyat in the front lines. World Enter to the face of Remake with a flash as well to catch up. One.
Number 3. Yasuo has been trending more lately after some...
Welcome back to the battle between FPX and Nova Esports, and right now, once again, it will be FPX who will be on match point.
Pick and bad face. Oh, everyone's excited. Love to see it. Oh, but is there a change of sides?
There will be. FPX is now on the blue side and Nova on the red.
Okay, finally they have recognized first picking Vladimir, it can still easily get countered. But yeah, it's not a story about the Vladimir, but it's a story about the bot lane, right? Like the bot lane basically was the main reason why Nova's ship tilted over and to a point of no return. But a Vladimir ban! I love it.
I love this, right? Because when you go into the red side selection, hopefully you could go in for the Vladimir pickup. But since it is banned away, you still have the traditional Camille, Gragas, Camille, Ornn, Fiora, Ornn. These selections are still open. And now for the side of FPX, they could pick up the Camille for themselves or the Gragas. Whether they want to really rely onto the top side of the map or have a comfortable champion for Chao.
We'll see though what will be the next developments, because now that the Vladimir has been banned away, what's the next best thing is the question. Gragas for Chao, as as everyone might have predicted, right? Like Chao has been a very good Grag. I mean, who isn't, right? Like at this point, we look at the CN supports. Oh, this guy is good at Grag, and then we look at the next team. Oh, this guy is good at Gragas, and I'm like, okay, so everyone is good at Gragas. Yeah, I think.
For the side of Nova Esports, yeah, this is expected. Camille, Galio, and then for the side of FPX, would go for Jax. Don128 is one of the strongest Jax player currently in the CN conference, so they could rely onto the specific champion once more. And now the third pick would be Having a question right now on what FPX wants. Akali is also a good pick if ever Nova Esports once again goes for the double carry type of composition we're in. Two people are squishy.
Which I believe is going to be the case, right? Like with the Kali open up, Nova Esports does not have alternatives. Oh, okay. Well, Jax is a winnable matchup on the top side for sure, right? At least now, some of the pressure can be alleviated by a very good jungler. We all know that Nova Esports still has a very good jungler. And Jace.
Oh,
okay, good.
That's good. Yeah,
can still go to Long, can still go to Neon.
Yeah, 100%, right? And coming into this first phase picks, this is like a little bit more of the expectations that we have for both these teams, aside from the Jays going to the side of Nova Esports. But the question, the big thing is from game number 1 is that they lacked the early game prowess, and having the Jays towards their side is something of a good turn of events, because now they could carry on their final 4th and 5th pick to be these late game scaling champions. Now when it comes to the bans here, FPX did now target into the mid lanes, right? The carries. You could go into this area. You could go Kaisa, Zaya even, for FPX to ban away.
I think Zaya is one. Wow. By banning away the Corki, they're trying to take away the Jace in the mid lane out of the equation.
Yeah.
Right? Because oftentimes you take the Corki in the bot lane as your AP damage source. Right? So this is wow, FPX. They're banning in this game. Super cool. Alright, okay, so they ban away the Zoe, which can allow for a full poke composition to commence to the side of Nova Esports. Meanwhile, Nova taking away the Shen, which is something that we kind of expected in game number 1 but did not show up.
Yeah. And for this one, Nilla is on expectations here, so Jace could still go in mid lane, but FPX could go in for the Kazakhs if they want to double down onto these Assassins composition, as it is left open. You have a lot of frontliners still available.
Wait. Are you seeing this? It's
What?
the Nila.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
the Nila jungle.
Yeah.
And so now, with the Nila jungle, at least, you know, the problem, quote-unquote, of having a marksman is no longer there for Nova. Right? It should be the Nila jungle, and then possibly just the Ziggs in the bot lane for wave clearing purposes, right? Like, those are the two things. You still need an AP damage source, right? For Nova.
I honestly wanted the Lucian better, because the thing is, with this composition, they couldn't remove these tanks away from Nova as easy.
Morgana?
Oh my god. What are we having? This is a breath of fresh air from what we've seen traditionally, because after these two compositions, you have FPX more on traditional sides, but Nova is now bringing up these new things, and oh my word, I'm loving it utterly.
Yeah, I wonder, because they basically just want to funnel Long, right? Like, give Long all the resources. You said that game number 1, the imbalance was there, right? Like, everyone wants to farm for themselves. There is no primary carry. But this time in game number 2, it's the complete opposite. Like, what they want to do here is for Long to farm as much as he can, and to be that threat come late game. With all the utilities that are still available, Heroes Entrance, right? Black Shield, all the lockdowns also there, and plus the early game damage potential of the Jays. The goal for Nova Esports is to just wait for the game to prolong to the point that, you know, Long will be unstoppable.
Yeah, and we'll see if that happens, right? Because a while ago, it was the side of FPX who was able to get the lead into the jungle role. And the question remains if Nova Esports can bring back their world champion state into this game up against FPX.
Game number 2. What do you think, Infi? Do you think we'll have a game number 3?
I don't think so. Quite honestly, I don't think so, right? I feel like FPX just has a massive amount of lead when it comes to what they have wanted. It secures it, right? You have Akali coming in, then you have the double down when it comes to the assassin potential. given the fact that you have the Kazakhs as well into the composition. The bottom lane, I wanted the Lucian more. Because the thing is, coming into these fights, it's really just a difficult moment for them. But if Kong goes in for more of the on-hit build, this will alleviate some of their lacking onto the possible tank killers for the side of FPX.
And also one way to look at it, this is also a good denial, right? Like, Hawkshot is a very annoying tool to play against. Especially knowing that you kind of want to finish the game early, right? If you're FPX, you don't want to wait for Danila to really get all the resources that she needs, because she's that one champion that can 1v5 actually, right? Like you look at the composition Nova is playing right now. They're just going all in, and so I kind of understand the rationale of Kong playing the Ashe. But yeah, I kind of agree with you still that Lucian is still the better option, especially with how he performed in game number 1.
Yeah. Nevertheless, here it will be like these utility bottom laners that we've seen often from the CN conference, and that's still really good just because of that long range engage. The exhaust along with the stun. Yami is going in for the chase here. Yami is gone. The 1-for-1 trade is secured, and nevertheless, that will still be the trade back, so not as worse
not
for the
as
side
bad.
of FPX. Yeah, not as bad.
It's definitely not as bad. Look into that's what happened. Was I was wondering what happened, right? Like body slam of Chow, I thought for a second that it missed, but it was the black shield coming in from Remake. His reflex, his mechanics is out of this world. So point that the black shield was able to negate a stun coming in from the body slam, and that allowed for the first blood to happen for Nova.
And overall, it was a bot side, even level playing field for both these teams, for FPX and Nova. Now for the top side, this is the reason why Don128 is one of the strongest Jack player probably in the world right now. And it is one of the priorities that we've seen. It's just the amount of comfortability on this specific champion. Outright insane.
Right, he was... Wait.
Bingo 7 looking for the backside as well. Ignite already burned out. Sure can flip. Perfect execution with a 5-point strike to finish it all off.
It was so quick that Sky knew that he was dead even before he casted his first skill. Clean from FPX, and Shengdo 7 being proactive. Kind of expected though, right? Like they're on a timer. They need to pick quick with their decision. And one way to really attack the composition of Nova is to try to slow down the Jace. If the Jace will get slowed down even by a bit, the damage of Nova Esports at the early stages of the game becomes super negligible.
Yeah, 100%. And that is what FPX is currently doing, right? Because the thing is, the early game power spike here heavily relies onto the Jace for the side of Nova. Into the bottom lane, that is pretty much these two teams having more so utility, because Morgana's never going to carry late. Those dark bindings, yes, that will be the CC here, but will be more on towards the constant amount of damage for Morgana, just to have that extra burn for the side of Nova Esports. And you have that dark binding, the black shield. It's all about the utility that Morgana provides for the team. So it's just Jace. It will be Nila, who is the heavy dependency here for the side of Nova Esports.
Possible dive here, Infinity. But with 1 minion only left to kill for Yitze. Sneaky Chow.
Greedy.
He's a Theo.
And now the Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects. Good defense there. Coming in from Yami with a shield of Durand. If ever Don128 and Chow goes for the engage, that will be the counter attack. So overall, Nova Esports will be successful when it comes to their defense.
And a good respect, right? Like, because one very good hero's entrance can actually negate the all-in. I thought for a second that there was a form of miscommunication because the counter-strike was gassed by Sky. Oh no, Neon.
Nice shield of Durand, but a follow-up coming in from the backside of Chow. Shake and flip connects onto Yami.
Ignited.
The ignite will take him down. Not enough, as that will be FPX, who will only secure 1 kill.
What are we witnessing right now, Neon? Getting gapped. This is the second time that we've seen Sky just gapping very legendary players or very formidable mid laners by name and by skill as well. First Unrun 9, now Neon.
Now look at the vision plays here coming in for the side of FPX. Now Hextech Ultimatum connects onto Chow. Single 7 turns around. Counter strike coming from Dawn 128. Cancels out the shield of Durant from Yami. They still have to respect the availability of SkyFL, but at this point, there's just no more HP left for the moment, for the HPs of FPX.
Shingo.
Explosive cast is there, and China Crystal Arrow will not connect.
Stolen!
It will be FPX who steals their Rift Herald. They needed that for the side of Nova to be able to landslide this matchup, and SkyFL goes able to shuriken flip. Will be able to run away unscathed, and now Neon goes able to chase. Wants that shock blast, but Sky on a miracle run leaves that fight on 1 HP.
And Chow was the one responsible in saving his mid laner, right? Like his barrel roll was able to slow down the chase down coming in from Nova. And we look at that. That was so early coming from Long. What is he thinking? Oh man, like not the smite that we expect from the world champion here. But you know, the good part for Nova is although they surrendered the Rift Herald to the side of FPX, no casualty for Nova. They were also able to at least get 1 kill. Now FPX will be summoning this Rift Herald in the mid lane though. This is what they wanted.
And they are punished with the time composition that they have a little bit more towards the utility side. Now FPX zoning away. Yami comes through with a Justice Punch, but no smite. That will be FPX getting 2 out of 2 objectives here in the early game.
Yeah, at 6 minutes. This is what you want. You want to deny the late game. You take away the Rift Herald. You take the first tower. You take the first dragon. Everything that could go right is happening right now for FPX. OnePlus Phoenix, by the way. And one might say, you know, Nova Esports is just starting to get their groove, but FPX is denying them over and over again.
Cask. Still Long is here to play. The ultimate is there. Chow goes in. SkyFL just has so much damage. Shock Blast coming through from Neon. Brings out the HP bar of Chow, but at this point in time, what FPX only wants here is to disrupt the flow for the jungler for Nova.
Yeah, they were able to get the blue buff, which is a good denial against the potential carry of Nova Esports. Like, if ever Long goes down here, like, you know, if you control Long, you control Nova Esports as a whole. Their entire composition revolves around Long, right? Like, Remake is not a carry, Yami support, yeah. And then their mid laner basically just got hammered down by Sky's ability on this Akali. Yitze is not going to carry damage-wise, so I guess, you know, it's one of those games again that if Nova never even reaches 20 minutes, if they don't reach 20 minutes of this game, it's over.
Yeah. Once again, as you have mentioned a while ago, right? This is a utility composition for Nova. And having a single reliance on a single champion will be detrimental, but Single 7 CC chain from Nova was flawless, and the jungler for FPX is removed.
Oh, maybe that's you know, that's the momentum that Nova. Wow, okay. Long, very aggressive, and Dawn needs to respect this. Although there's just 1 minion to take care of, backdoor protection on the top side will deny Nova's push at least by a bit.
That's good.
Bot lane though, SkyFL is already securing another tower.
Chao and Kong is here. So this will be a 3v3 if ever it comes down to an all-in fight. But you still have Jace pushing down the turret. And that will be the security for Nova Esports that they want when it comes to the gold injection.
Yeah. That still is a very good kill for Nova, right? Like Science of Life for sure. And also taking down Shingdo in the process. He did have double buffs. And gifting it over to Long is primarily what you need. You know, 2 more of that, or maybe even 3. Just to make sure that Nova gets back on track in this game. A gold advantage to the side of FPX. Arrow?
Crystal Arrow will not connect. Yitze
almost.
Will be able to just go away.
It was almost, it almost...
Chow!
Oh no.
Cancels it. And now with a body slam as well, explosive cast was a little bit questionable there, but nevertheless, it is Yitze who has a delayed recall.
It was a nice try, sure. It's one of those cases where he tried to cancel out a hook shot by Yitze, but wasn't successful in doing so. Yeah. But you love the aggression, right? You love them not holding back with their skills. I guess this is where the phrase or quote saying that you miss all the shots that you don't take.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what he was thinking.
You constantly have to try here, especially for the side of FPX, right? Because right now you already have a little bit of advantage coming into the early game, and you have to capitalize on that. Considering your dependency would rely onto the Kazakh, your dependency would rely onto your assassins. But when it comes down to the all-in fights, you need to be fearful for the likes of Galio, Morgana, and Danila to stack onto those CCs.
Pretty much what they need, but there's a pause that was called here. We're going to determine the reason for the pause. But yeah, lots to break down about that game. It's not yet over though. One would say that FPX is doing a very good job in controlling the early stages of the game, and Sky is starting to assert himself on the Akali. But, but, again, the big but, is that we're still talking about Long in his ability to carry on a carry champion. We've seen lots of Nilla bans against Weba, right? Yeah. The last time that I saw Weba on a Nilla was against KBG, but immediately, it got respected, it got banned away.
Yeah.
And so what I'm trying to figure out here is Nilla really that OP that he can play around the champion, and you can expect him to carry? That is the question that will get answered from here on moving forward. But FPX so far, they're doing their part. They're slowing down. Nova Esports with their game plan.
Yeah, 100%. And I think there's still that opportunity. There's still that winning condition that Nova Esports could play with their jungler. That will be really important. And the thing is, they have a lot of utilities. As we mentioned a while ago, this is more on a utility composition for them. And Jace is there just to balance out the lack of these early game prowess that they had built into their utility composition, right? Because Morgana is never going to be able to really just play it out into the early game, especially with the likes of the ADCs coming for FPX. So they need a little bit more balance from the early game into the late game, and a transition for Long to be able to scale to that point that he could carry, right? So I think that is just the reliance here for the side of Nova, that you need the Nilla, you need the Galio, you need the Morgana to have those crowd controls connecting.
Yeah, about this, a lighting problem. Okay, so is that because of the phone's lighting?
I don't know.
He's getting dizzy. Too bright lights, I guess, is what's happening right now. I think that happens to me too. Too bright lights can make you can basically make you experience some sort of a headache, right? Some sort of a migraine. So
yeah, 100%. And we'll see how this turn out. I think the fix is.
How are they going to solve it though? like turn off the lights?
Could possibly be.
Okay. Yeah, because that's the only thing I can think of, right? Like if a player, there was a player so there's a League of Legends player, right? Like his name is Perks, and he experienced the same thing. He is saying that in the studio, the lights were so bright that it was affecting his performance, and so he had to have some medical checkups here and there as well. That it was proven to be the case, and there was a special condition that whenever he plays, the lights get dimmer than the normal. So maybe it's the same thing for Long.
Yeah, possibly be here, but it's a fix that I feel like is on the end of the studio there for Wild Rift League Asia. And for now, once again, I think the capitalization for the side of FPX would be important here for the early game. They need to capitalize, they need to utilize these early game strength that they have, given the fact that they had so much objectives secured into the early game. And Nova just has to play it a bit more safe for that transition for Long.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, we'll wait for the issue to get resolved. Maybe we can, just louden up the music, and by the time that we are, we are ready to go back We'll just bring you the action. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll resolve this problem and we'll be right back.
And we are back. So the lighting issue is now solved. We're decided Nova Esports is now going back, right? We're looking at FPX is now going in for a little bit more pressure. This time around at the state of the game.
The state of the game is still FPX in the advantage, right? But the onus is on them to continue to make plays, especially with Nova knocking down on their door. Eats it.
Ultimatum onto Chow. Considering their Mountain Drake is now alive, they have to force out something too late. Stasis Enchant. Yami's prediction with the Shield of Duran taunts him away. And now this will bring it down into a numbers advantage for the side of Nova. Now FPX, Singdo 7. The trade back is secured, and they will lose so much coming in from their junglers. And FPX lost 3 of their members. Nova came back.
The power of being able to come back from that past long, super strong. And we'll be able to get a dragon for themselves. The FPX did not expect the turnaround coming in from Nova, and that was a massive team fight win. that buys a lot of time for Nova for sure. Let's look at that replay once again. Kitse getting his target, and that's the easiest follow-up of his lifetime. You look at Sky.RY, like he's going to be the most integral part here. But the thing here is Chao is already dead. And I'm not 100% sure as to if he was able to cast his explosive cast, because that was the only disengage tool that FPX had at that time. Nova Esports getting the pick-offs one by one, and that was definitely a massive turnaround for Nova.
100%, right? Nova Esports denying the Mountain Drake for the side of FPX, and them getting a lot of kills as well is really important at the stage of the game that they have. And it's just good utilization overall of their utilities.
With FPX trying their best to defend the tower here in the mid lane. At least that's something positive for Fun plus Phoenix. But we have to be realistic here. Nova Esports, that's the team fight that they wanted. That's the team fight that they needed as well, and they were able to get it. It also helps that Neon is able to get back on track. Was able to get some items as well, because he was really far behind the opposition, and so now FPX needs to reverse what happened. In that team fight, they will need to be the one to be the aggressors. They have a 1-3-1 split push here. We have to remember that as the Ashe can also go for the long range engages, which means that champions here by Nova Esports need some form of a Quicksilver engine. There is one that I'm seeing already. Here's the long range engage.
Oh, Yitze gets stunned. You have Single 7 following up. Counter-Strike is there as well. Hero's entrance denies these possible engages. Explosive cast brings back Yami. Meteor Engine gets information, but a CC coming from Don128. Good leap to return back. And now Neon will not be able to secure that kill.
But that's 2 flashes burned by FPX. One hero's entrance is enough to really just make sure that basically the Camille doesn't go down. Wow! Okay, Nova Esports sneaky, but they got spotted.
Yeah, FPX has information, and I'll look at the rotations here coming from FPX. Perfect execution. They have information onto the Baron's pit, but there's no jungle for FPX onto the Baron, and that will be Nova Esports securing this objective. Neon stuck with low HP, and that will be the security of double kill for FPX.
That's 3 members left alive with the Baron. The Nova and FPX will try to indirectly attack the Baron buff that was secured here by Nova.
Connect.
Pushing!
Single 7 comes in! Chao with explosive cast brings it down. Yitze down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but the Stacy denies it. Chao body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0 in 3. Don128. Slow down.
Dashes in. Don128 in danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
What? Okay, so this is the power of Nilla. At this point in time, with the Baron buff, able to take down another tower here in the mid lane. Expanding their goal lead. Nova Esports is just so happy that they were able to reach this point in where this Nilla is changing the tides of the game by herself. Wow.
Yeah, it's paying out. It's paying out big dividends here for Nova Esports. Bloodthirster Infinity Edge as well with that long distance as a jungle melee champion. It's just too much, and the utilization here with a Baron buff. They will get the 4K gold lead for themselves for the side of Nova.
And I don't like the chances of FPX now, right? Like, they can try to lock down Long, right? Like, Long does not have the Quicksilver as of yet, at least when I last checked his items, but that will definitely be one of the priorities, because that will be the only time, that will be the only way as well that Nilla will get controlled in this team fight. Kitse though, okay, is not going to get spot out, and Nova Esports, another advantage for themselves, getting two dragons already to just one of FPX.
Yeah, and the Elder Drake and the Baron Nashor, this one team fight will be the catalyst for success for any of these two teams, especially coming down to the Elder Drake. And both these teams has to look for ways to have that advantage and have that priority coming into these objectives, because this will be the game changers for game 2.
Ryla is already completed for the Morgana. Slows utilities. FPX trying to play the equation game. Trying to see if there will be anyone that will try to farm here in the bot lane. Baron has already expired, so that means that, FPX...
Long.
Oh no, what? Wait, what? He's already level 15, man. Okay, so it's starting to become a nightmare now for FPX. Imagine if Long ever gets, a Guardian Angel. How do you control this Nilo?
You just can't. And I think that is also one of the reasons why it was Long was farming the whole game. He was not going into those team fights. He was literally farming the whole game.
This is the power of the Nilo, right?
Yeah.
Oh man. If things goes out, let Long carry. Trust in Long, I guess, is the way to go. Trident item, I believe, has also been completed. I believe it was a Morgana. Yeah, it was a Morgana that was able to buy the Trident item. So that's 3 items already completed for remake. Anti-shield item for AP champions. Elder Dragon is alive, and that's a win condition. If Long does not secure the smite in this Elder Dragon, then that's it.
So they have the information that Nova is hovering. Power is the Elder Drake here. Single 7 has to move soon. FPX has to follow suit. Ortigo lead for the side of Nova Esports, and now it's Nova starting the Elder.
Oh, half ult. Infi.
Charles Tesla has to use up the flash. Long goes in, looks for the possible engages here, but Elder Drake is open up for FPX. But at this point in time, it's Long coming back into the Elder Dragon. They want to take it. Sky comes back in with a shuriken flip. Goes in with a Justice Punch as well. Sky is stuck onto the Shroud. Elder Drake goes in for the reset. 2k HP left. Who's gonna take it? It won't be Nova. It's over. FPX is removed. They won't get executed. And Nova Esports is time to make it back. This won't go to game 3.
Nova Esports with the advantage that they were able to get. Again, the win condition is for Long to get all the items that he needs to 1v5 this game. And Nova reached that point. They can push down this ball lane. Sky, with all the good performance that he's shown in the early game, he's not enough.
And now you have the shield and cancel. Flashes back in onto Shroud. Gives him a little bit more time to be able to come back out. But Sky fell. Long's damage is just too much. The Nexus is open and Nova will take game 2.
Power of Long without the light.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're not wrong.
He needs the Nocturne soon, right? He needs darkness. Ah, man. Okay. Okay, so we go game 3. Because after, that very long pause, Nova Esports was able to at least win a team fight. And that's something that you don't have the luxury of doing with your composition, with the composition that FPX has, right? Obviously, the early game, all points towards the team of FPX, but they need to hammer it down, right? They need to double down, or they need to double their time, just to make sure that Nila won't get the items that she needs to impact the game. But with just one team fight, tower in the mid lane got destroyed. Everything slowed down. Long was at 1.50 in 3. It's just so hard to stop him.
Yeah, so you know what? The technical problem is just right. You know what? Turn off the lights. Remove those. And we can win.
Darkness, I guess, is the solution.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Darkness. Welcome to the dark side. Oh my gosh, that was really good.
It's so, but that also brings us to a point here, Infinity, that hey, you know what, Nila needs to get Permaband, I guess, because it's so hard to control the champion, especially come late game. The Morgana, the all-in,
and I feel like that's the thing that Nova Esports wanted, right? Long to carry in game number 1 with Yone pickup, but this time around with the utility champions that they have and Neon going for Jace as the early game, that was just more on the road to success rather than game number 1 that they really wanted as a winning condition for Long.
Yeah, and this is the Nova Esports that we know, right? Like they are a team that we considered as one of the powerhouses in the CN conference. And although FPX was doing every bit of right during the first few minutes of this game, they were not able to contain Mr. Long.
Yeah, they were just on the timer here. So Nova Esports, it was Long, who basically did like a 1v9 type of setup there. It was just insane.
Who was MVP? Was it Long? Really?
Should be.
Not the one who turned off the lights?
Oh, yeah. Shout out to the studio, to the back end. Turning off the lights, MVP.
Yeah. The lights MVP. Oh man, but yeah, it's the value of Nilla went ahead, right? Like Apotheosis, all those all those kits that involves being able to touch away a lot of skills. Its guy was not able to find the mark when it mattered. Longby gets the MVP. QSS. I mean, you look at this items, like, how do you kill this guy? Even without the Guardian Angel, did not matter, because the only way that you pin down and kill down this Nilla is by using the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And so far, all those ashes that we've been seeing, yeah, sure, Enchanted Crystal Arrows are very useful, but I feel, in this particular meta, you need more damage.
Yeah, definitely damage there. The question is, can FPX perform coming into Game 3? Because now, this is an even level playing field for both these teams. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, it's match point. 1 game away for both these teams to take the series.
Just a scarecrow! Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
小子懂得惊奇呀。
with a top hat, so heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in the WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat, what's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！
Welcome back, everyone, to Wild of Asia into the deciding match between FPX and Nova Esports. Can Nova bring it back into a reverse sweep?
Maybe. Maybe. The lights are off. The lights are off. Means that Long is back into his element. But yeah, I'm memeing right now. But what an impressive performance on Danilo. I feel that that's definitely something that needs to be taken away. There you go. It's so hard to play against a champion that you are not accustomed in facing, right? And now that we are seeing more and more teams play the champion very effectively, oh no, I believe it's starting to, become more and more obvious that you have to take it away.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? Long coming out from game number 2, getting triple items into the jungle in level 15 was really unexpected, or I think more so for the side of FPX, not expecting Long to have that amount of damage coming out away from that fight. So banning it away is a good option for them. Just remove that champion so we don't have to think about this. And now Kassadin also removed for the side of Nova Esports. Now FPX could go back into their Gragas, could even pick up the Ornn if they do want to, but
oh no,
Evelyn gonna be picked up.
And Shengdo 7 is very proficient on this champion, dude. Like I tell you, like this is one of the champions I feel that Shengdo 7 excels at. And so now what will be the response here? By Nova. With Evelyn being picked up, yeah, Kha'Zix is an option as a counter to the Evelyn. The Camille plus a Gragas will most likely be the answer here by Nova.
And FPX could pick up the Jax and then the Ornn as well to follow through, because Ornn is still open for any of these two teams to pick up, and traditionally Gragas has been one of the priorities as well. So we'll see how Nova wants to play this out. Ornn.
Yeah, there really is something about Yami though. For some reason, Yami is, I would say, reluctant to play the Gragas. I feel that he's one of the supports that prefers the other options. We have to remember that Yami is that one support champion that plays a lot of Blitzcranks as well, right? So, as a team, Nova Esports is saying that this is not the composition that we want to run a Gragas on, and the Ornn will at least allow us to have a long-range engage.
Yeah, and FPX talking on to Gragas. Actually, this is a bit of a two birds in one stone, because it is one of the soft counters into the likes of Camille, and as a possibility for engage and disengage to the likes of these team fights, right? Now, to follow through, Lucian would be a good option for them. Remember how Kong played in game number 1, a really strong early game that they did up against Nova Esports drastically was just good. So picking it up for themselves is not a bad option.
It's a very good option indeed. Like a double thumbs up, to say the least. Even better than the dash that we saw in game number 2. And so that the Kha'Zix going to get picked up here by Long. Pretty much one of the champions that you can really pick up against the Evelyn. You have a stealth, I have a stealth, but moreover, like at the early stages of the game, you can really dominate the jungle. First few levels as a Kha'Zix against the Evelyn.
Yeah, and now going into the bans, expectedly FPX will ban away the Jace. They do not want to give that early phase power spike, or early phase even level playing field with their Lucian availability to their side. So banning away the Jace, the Lee Sin could be expected here for the side of FPX. And now for the side of Nova Esports, they could even still ban away the Jax here of Dawn 128.
Wow, Renekton. A takeaway. They're thinking that Dawn 128 will most likely go for Renekton. Yeah, but I agree with you on this, right? Like, the best possible last ban here is Jax, not something else. Because if you ban their Jax, that means that Dawn 128 will be left for himself on the top side. He can pick the Fiora, which is also a very good counter to the Camille. Lots of lunges. Also, if you time perfectly your post, you can negate the Hextech ultimatum. It's easier said than executed though, for sure.
Yeah, very staple top laners already. FPX just removed the Jace. Oh, they will leave it open for Nova to pick up if ever Neon still wants his specific champion. But nevertheless, overall, really good banning phase here for both these teams. And Nova just has to pick up something really, really strong coming into their mid lane and bot lane.
I think Xayah is a premier option right now. Ezreal is also not a bad option. Ezreal is really starting to elevate in our power picks here in the Dragon lane. Also has, you know, if anything, like Ashe versus Ezreal, I think that you pick Ezreal almost every time. Alright, kind of expected. Goes for the Fiora, Dawn 128. What's the skills matchup on the top side? Which leaves the mid laner for Sky. What will be his mid laner? Possibly Yasuo?
Oh!
Wow! Okay.
For the Xayah. So Lucian's going to the mid lane instead. Because expectedly, if you have a Xayah going to be locked in for the side of FPX, this will be the bottom laner.
It opens up for a Yasuo counter pick though. Are you sure, FPX? Neon loves his Yasuos. Oh!
Oh! Morgana bot lane? Another utility bot laners that Nova Esports have done in the past?
What? Okay. They lack damage for sure. But yeah, okay. This is again doubling down on Long's ability to carry. Sure, right? Morgana was able to win game number 2, but that was because they were babysitting Long on a champion that can really carry 1v5. Kha'Zix is not the same champion. Kha'Zix needs them at low health in order for him to get the resets. I'm not 100% sure if this, you know, if this will play out similar to what happened in you know, in game number 2.
Yeah, and the additional bonus thing as well is that they had a champion that could pretty much just sustain the early game for themselves, which was Jace onto Neon. But this time around, they had the Ezreal. Yes, that will give you a little bit more extra pokes coming into the early game phase, but the thing is, the other side has Lucian, the other side has Evelynn, the other side has so much possibilities into jumping into those fights at level 5, and even then, even if it comes to the late game, you also have Tristana as a late game insurance for the side of Nova Esports. I mean, rather FPX.
I'm still wondering why Nova did not go for the Yasuo though. That, like, the Yasuo was definitely the perfect pick here. You'll be going against a double AD composition or double marksman composition that FPX is desperately running. Infinite value on the wind wall. And there is a specific build on the Yasuo that allows you to have more sustainability. You know, the Divine Sunder build. Plus the Grasp of the Undying, which we are seeing a lot of. But again, it's Nova. They want to fight fire with fire, and fighting, you know, with the Ezreal. Oh, Dawn 128 sneaky with that one vital.
Yeah, and nevertheless, Baron laner things here, and typically for Evelynn, you have the jungle invade with the Raptors here. This is already to be expected, but the red buff could be stealed. No smite left though.
Wait, Long is level 2.
It was Long who was able to take it, and now Single 7 has a disadvantage. Dawn 128 has to come into fray. Exhaust already there! Single 7 was able to take that kill, and now Neon is in danger. Exhausted coming into the Lucian, but Dawn 128 still secures it. A 2-for-1 overall.
Wait, so who was able to get the red buff in the end? I believe it was Long, right? Yeah, it was Long, but Long did not pursue, leaving his teammates to deal with the Evelynn. Interesting. And now the bot lane here, feeling the pressure from Kong and Chao as well. I just want to go back as to what happened in that level 1 exchange. I thought for a second, you know, that Kha'Zix should be superior, especially after getting that level 2. There should be in no world that Long will, you know, be defenseless against Shingo 7. That's a steal!
Oh! No way!
He was spotted on a ward, and Shingo 7 does not have a buff 1 minute and 30 in.
Oh, that was so good coming from Long. And that's the blue buff even. That's what Evelynn wants.
Now FPX is trying to scramble. Neon does not have flash.
Could go in for the body time as well. Neon just got CC'd, and now with the bombs from Tristana that will secure it despite the distance covered. And now FPX, nevertheless, if they did not get the priority when it comes to the jungle for single 7, they still get a lot of value out from the map.
Yeah. Spreading the gold for his teammates is Shingo 7. He will get slowed down for sure. Like, he was not able to get his blue buff. He tried to invade the red buff, which just basically means that he is going to be delayed in tempo for sure. But to remedy it, FPX sends over their team members to help out Shingo 7. So at the end of the day, it still is a 1.6k goal lead in the favor of FPX.
Yeah, that's still massive. Really, despite 2 minutes early on, 1.5k gold lead might seem really little, but coming into the laning phase, that's massive. So FPX having this early game advantage would give them such a good acceleration when it comes to scaling, especially coming to Kong as a very late game champion.
Yeah, Shingo 7 level 5. This is where he's strongest. We'll see though how long, what senses.
Very good sense coming into that. Long coming into the top side of the map here. Gets information here. So Shingo 7 can come through and look at Don 128.
Oh, Charm could connect at any moment, but Long. Oh!
Yitze coming into this with an Hextech ultimatum as well, but Skya fell unexpected. Coming into this fight, it's a 3v2 that Nova doesn't want to take.
Interesting. He still went for the Hextech ultimatum, even by knowing that there are some members in the area. Long, another contest.
Now going through, Long is in danger. Has to give away the red buff, but Yami with the Call the Forge God gets denied from Chow with a body slam and explosive casket. Overall, it is Shingo 7 who will take the red buff for themselves.
It is actually Don 128 that took the red buff for himself. It's not Shingo 7. That is still the red buff of FPX from their own jungle. So I'm not 100% sure if that was planned all along, but you look at his position. If a Baron laner gets his hands on the red buff, it will just be a one-sided affair. And you look at the amount of poke damage that he can deal out to Yutze.
Yeah, and the thing is, it is also Don 128 who has a massive lead up against Yitze, not just because of how the laning phase went, but also given the fact that there's just so much team fights occurred into the top side of the map that Don 128 has so much assist on and kills.
And there's when you look at the way FPX has been doing almost everything right now, like they want to make sure that Shingo 7 will have the backup that he needs whenever he invades, and this is a quality of a very good team. Now Kong will be gifted 2 tower plates on the top side, a very good amount of gold, and a provoking taunt coming from Chow as well.
Yeah. A very hefty amount, to say the least, coming in from Kong. This is what we're saying, right? The early game lead coming from FPX just accelerates how Kong wants to play this late game and gets his power spike. And now it's already 2k gold lead.
What?
They could get the Rift Herald as well. More capitalization for the early game.
3 tower plates on the top side. Oh!
Starts up the fight, but Yami is down low. Shingo 7 could go for the flank.
Yep, can flash in. Doesn't have the flash in actually. Last caress.
Yami has to go away. Shingo 7 will not force it. Now the Call of the Forge God knocks up. Yitze denies with a body slam coming from Chow. And that is Kong who takes the kill.
And Sky having the priority in the mid lane, always there to provide backup to all the over-aggressive members of FPX. I believe this is where everything tilted to the favor of FPX, right? Like the Lucian matchup in the mid lane started to give the priority to FPX, and you look at the gold chart right now. 4 members of FPX are the top 4 gold earners. What is happening right now? Like Nova Esports is really feeling the pressure of FPX so far.
Yeah, so much pressure. This is what happened back into game number 2, right? There's just a lot of capitalization for the early game for the side of FPX, but the massive big difference here is that they already have Kong. They have these late game champions that they could utilize. They also have a Shingo 7 with Evelyn that could really just look for the likes of Long later on. Shingo 7 is down low. Long goes in for the flash, secures the kill. But he is exhausted there, Sky. And Chow going for the chase. Body Sam is there. He's gone. He is deleted from game number 3.
It's a 1-for-1. The tower in the mid lane is still going to get defended here by Nova Esports. a positive sign overall if you think about proactivity, but Nova Esports will surrender a tower on the top side. Full tower plates again for Kong. This is the same recipe of success during game number 1 in where FPX was able to win the early game so hard that Nova Esports cannot do a thing mid game.
Yeah, and the added bonus to that is a while ago in game number 1, it was Kong who had the Lucian, but this time around he is on a scaling champion, so a better scaling champion is on the side of FPX towards the late game of this match.
Full tower plates upside, full tower plates mid lane. The only tower plates that was not farmed by FPX is the bot lane, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, you look at the performance by Nian right now. He's desperately trying to defend this tower, investing his true shot barrage as well. Meanwhile, on top side, Dawn.
Grand challenge. Single 7 comes in.
He's dead.
Going for the charm. Connects. There's no escape. The Ignite takes him down. Grand challenge success. And FPX secures another kill.
That's the long lane, long chase that was made available by Kong to destroying the tower on the top side. And now Long is being bullied away from his own jungle.
Call to Forge God. Long range engage coming through. Zones away FPX. That will give enough distance for Neon to be able to come home safe.
105 HP for the bot lane tower to go down. And you look at Shengdo 7. I tell you what, like FPX, they unlock another level of play whenever they get their hands on the Evelynn. His Evelynn is so aggressive. And that will be the final tower, final outer tower, destroyed by FPX. All of a sudden, we are witnessing a 6k gold lead in favor of FPX.
Yeah, and Bloodthirster already secured. You're also building up to more items for Kong coming into this matchup. You have full turret placed on top side. You had the turret taken down by Kong as well into the bottom lane. There's so much gold now being injected to the ADC. Dawn 128 visits top lane. Grand challenge secures it. A lot of sustainability here, and Chao comes into the top side as well. There's just so much rotations coming from FPX, and that's what Nova has to be fearful for.
The good thing is that Long was still able to get his own red buff though. Like, that's already the 3rd red buff in a row that FPX tried to contest. 2 out of 3 times Long was still able to secure the red buff for himself. But you can see the game plan of FPX. It's to continue to pressure down Long, not allow him to farm up, to be impactful in the game. And again, so far so good for FPX. Like, their win condition of trying to contain and control Long. Double thumbs up.
Definitely is. Now we'll see how Noah will play this out as 9 minutes and 30 already into the game, and Mountain Drake will come out.
That will be the setup time, and Shengdo 7 again stealthed, trying to clear out any potential vision around the area. Meanwhile, Long, he does not have the luxury to really just show himself without any good front line. The front line is Yami. He needs to be here. However, he needs to also cast his Call of the Forge God, which can easily get denied by the damage and by the Gragas of Chao.
Yeah, and that is the reason why they're playing a little bit more towards the safety of their own jungle, the right quadrant jungle here, and FPX just wants to zone away the members of Nova Esports and have priority into the mid lane.
So far so good for FPX. Being patient, Yami.
Chao, good burn of the ultimate of the Gragas, and now Call to Forge comes through. Yitze will not connect onto anyone.
Oh, Long is dead.
The thing is, Long is gone. No jungler left for Nova Esports. A signal for FPX to start the Drake.
Yeah, Long got exhausted. Shengdo 7 there to provide some damage, and FPX will be taking this dragon as their prize. They're moving towards top side, and that is just to plant possibly the vision ward, so they do have. So we'll look into that replay again, right? Eyes on Long. Long goes for the engage. Yeets and Long had different targets, and that was why, right? Like, oh man, the miscommunication on Nova Esports, which you don't expect from a world champion team, starting the show at least in game number 3.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate overall, and at this point in time, you already have 7k gold lead for the side of FPX, and the majority of it is all towards Kong as well. So that's another extra layer that you have to think about for the side of Nova Esports, that we really need to access Kong later on into the matchup. We need not for that specific champion to be able to scale, because at this point in time, you have Bloodthirster and the 40 Quick Blades already secured.
Yami desperately trying to survive.
Goes for the charm, explosive cast as well to just secure the CC, but Yami's just gonna walk out unscathed. Now Hextech ultimatum locks it onto Kong, and that is what we're saying, right? They have to access Kong into the back lines. Last grass to be able to retreat. The CCs are perfect, and that will be Singdo 7, who is removed. Nova starts the Baron.
And with that, Nova might just have found the opening. To even up the game, this Baron buff will present them lots of gold. Oh, that's a misstep. FPX, it was Kong, got caught. Hextech ultimatum, a frontline Tristana. That's not what you want.
And the unfortunate thing about this as well is Don 128 lunged onto the Baron, then the CC of the Baron became a detriment to FPX.
He got pushed back, right? But again, it's the chase down potential of Nova Esports as well. Now with Nova having that Baron buff, let's see if they can convert it into multiple towers. We're seeing the tower on the top side already destroyed. Slowly but surely, this gold lead is dissipating right now, Infinity. It's down to 1.8k. Oh man, FPX. Oh,
really unfortunate.
It's so sad for them, right? Like if they end up losing this just because of that overstep, it will haunt them for sure.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate, right? Because this is what we've mentioned a while ago, that Kong is pretty much the key target here for Nova. Once they secure Kong, it's FPX who is on the brink of really losing any fights from here on forward, because that is basically the key for Nova Esports.
And so now it's down to 1.5k goal lead. Nova Esports with
Nova
last
Long
live.
goes into the backside. Kong is deleted.
Kong just got deleted. In less than a second, Long is showing he still is the king of the jungle. FPX trying desperately to defend this tower.
Yami's in danger. We'll be able to run away. Remake is there as well as a little extra safety, and Hextech middle on the Chow along with the Dark Binding. Forces out the Stasis Enchant, but at that point, Long was aiding to eat him alive.
Long is still a different breed of a player, right? Like, you look at him, you give him an inch, he will take a mile. Long will be taking this tower in the mid lane, will be taking down Inhibitor Tower in the bot lane. FPX all of a sudden is behind 2.5k.
That's really unfortunate, and now Yeetze being chased down as a duel. We all know Don 128 has the advantage, but they just need to wait for Long. Don 128 is isolated, and this is the death of him.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Singdo.
Proto Belt, Singdo 7, Long is the target. Could go in for the charm, but Singdo 7 is in danger, and there will be Nova who bites back. And now it's Kong who has to retreat, who has to leave SkyFL in danger as he is pinned out. And Yeetze goes for the chase, but at this point in time, Nova needs not to chase them down. They already got everything that they want.
Tilted alert. Ladies and gents, Nova Esports is just taking everything from FPX. FPX try their hardest, right? For 13 minutes, they've been winning this game. They've been controlling Nova Esports in every facet of the game. But they give them that one opening, and Nova Esports pounced, got the Baron, got all the towers in return. And now Nova is in control in game number 3.
And once again, it's a running back from game number 2. FPX had everything in the world coming from the early game, but is denied by Long's capability to access the backline. Hextech ultimatum going to Singdo 7 and don't want to wait, and Singdo 7 just punishes him.
Finally, something to slow down Nova Esports in their tracks. FPX though, still far from the position that they were in earlier. Like, oh my. The double AD carry composition though is a very formidable late game composition. But make no mistake, Nova Esports is really feeling confident, and they feel that they have a very good chance in snagging away the series for themselves. All the advantage that FPX tried to work hard for, gone in an instant.
And the thing is, this is the meta before, right? During the icons, during into season 1, this is pretty much the meta that was coming through, with having the APCs coming into the bottom lane. And thus far, Nova has went back into the classics and are currently making it work.
On the top side, the Baron might just get targeted, and that's why FPX is sending over their members. Long? Void is...
Goes in for the chase. KFL dashes over the wall, but not enough. And that will be Long deleting Delusion once more.
He still is the primary carrier of this team. Long is him. Ladies and gentlemen, though.
7. A little bit overextension. Has to use the last caress. Don't want to wait as well. Follows through. But the thing is, Baron won't be the target by Nova.
Baron half health. Nova Esports knows that if they win this, that's it.
The charm onto Yitze. Look at the Baron. Not enough. Nova will secure it. FPX has nowhere to go but run. But Yami has secured Kong. Don't want to wait. Highs on the bush. Yitze uses up the flash. Long secures the final blow. And every single kingdom FPX has built has shut it down by Nova. This will be the turnaround that they're looking for. And the Icons champions are looking for another win here in Season 2.
Nova Esports. What happened? Oh, okay. I guess, one comeback, one come from behind win is not enough. They got 2 in a row for the Icons champions, and all of a sudden, Nova Esports was able to at least raise their record into 2-2. And that, I believe, is enough for them to be part of the top 8, which is basically the cutoff of the playoffs. Congratulations to Nova Esports, and a very heartbreaking loss for FPX.
It's 2 days in a row that we had basically 2 reverse sweeps.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's a week of the reverse sweeps thus far, and I think this is where everything begins, right? To really just come into plays. Everyone has their adaptation already secured for Season 2.
This is still expected, right? Like Nova Esports, we know them as a team that is playoffs worthy, right? Playoffs caliber. In fact, on a good day, they can defeat anyone. But here in the series, the most interesting part is that they were not winning at all, right? Like in game number 1, they got manhandled by FPX. In game number 2, FPX was in the lead. It just so happened that one team fight allowed Long to farm so well on Vanilla. This game, however, it was a very big lead in favor of FPX. They threw that away with 1 overchase on the top side, and that's the worst place to give kills to Nova because it allowed them to take the back. He's still a very good Wild Rift player. He has the potential to become a world champion.
Yeah, it was so good overall. I mean, looking at the highlights, right? How long this decimated. Pretty much the isolation passive here utilized the T wide Nova long, and pretty much they scaled well.
Yeah, pretty much what they wanted, what they needed. Congratulations to Nova Esports in improving their record overall. It's not every day that we see a comeback, a back-to-back come from behind. But Nova Esports was able to do that with determination and, again, with calculated play coming in.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming here for the side of Nova Esports as well. I mean, this is the Icons Global Champions, right? And having that win, it's a long time coming and long for the MPP title.
Should be the MVP. Should be the MPP. The back-to-back MVP in this game. That will boost his MVP's chances in the regular group stages. And again, if we're looking at the record of the CN Conference, they're slowly and steadily rising up in rankings.
Yeah, 100%. And overall, such a good series of events that we had, right? The first one, Team Flash just made an upset win up against KT.RY, one of the titans of the APAC conference, and then followed up by Esports retaining their undefeated series wins in the CN conference, and last but not the least, Nova Esports winning up against FPX in another reverse sweep.
Surprises happen not just once, but make it twice, right? Esports against J Team, though, one thing that it's not really a surprise. Like Esports was able to solidify themselves as one of the contenders, at least in the first half of this tournament. They haven't lost yet. Look at the record, 5-0, both of them. Thunder Talk and Esports. And then we look at the bottom of, the succeeding teams. Woohoo Gaming, J Team, FPX. They all have 4 wins. Meanwhile, finally, Nova Esports was able to crawl up and was able to push down OMG. OMG is now number 9. Meanwhile, Nova is at number 8.
Yeah, and could definitely still take over into the following weeks. And for the viewers watching at home wondering why Esports is behind Thunder Talk when it comes to points, it's because they lost 2 games in their best of 3 series, but they win the series overall. That is the reason why they only have +8. But this standings that we have right now, Thunder Talk and Esports currently leading the charge for the CN conference, and I think they're just the titans. They're just a force to be reckoned with.
Meanwhile, APAC, congratulations to Team Flash in securing their first ever win. They tie with Manila Fennel with 1 win. And this is how tight the competition is in APAC, right? Like 1 win, 2 wins will allow you to sniff the playoff position, because again, we're looking at the top 4 teams to advance to the playoffs. And so far, the top 4 teams are now G2 Black, KT.RY, and Cerberus Esports. But that can still change.
That could definitely still change, right? We're still down into the week 3, possibly week 4 of Wild Rift League Asia as well, coming into season 2, right? And just having KT.RY lose that fight up against Team Flash pushes them down, with G2 Black is now taking the top 2 standing.
That means that we have 4 matches to That's a lot of matches. That's a lot of Wild Rift action. It will start off with an APAC special Invade going against G2 Blacklist Cerberus Esports facing against a CN team in Weibo Gaming. And then our last 2 matches are powerhouse matches. Thunder Talk going against Woohoo Gaming, KBG trying to end their slump against their former coach in Coach Laobay in EDG.
Yeah, and this will be really an interesting series of matches that we have. G2 Blacklist, a win up against Invade Esports is that they will push up their advantage up against KT.RY, because at the moment they're both +2 when it comes to the points. They have even level playing field when it comes to series standings, so that will be really important for G2 Blacklist to be able to take down. And then you have inter-conference matchups that we have for series 2, and overall, as you mentioned, powerhouse matches that we have right after. So I'm really excited for tomorrow. A lot more Wild Rift action for everyone watching at home. But before we end here, Autolus, any last words before we end the show?
Crazy day for all the fans, right? We saw a first win for Team Flash against KT.RY. We saw a back-to-back come from behind finish and win for Nova Esports are a very crazy day. So tomorrow, hoping that the energy will be sustained.
Yeah, let's see if the energy is sustained. Let's see if there are more reverse sweeps tomorrow. But before then, this is the end of the day. We're gonna take our goodbyes to the viewers watching at home. I'm Infinity and this is Autolus, and see you guys tomorrow.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.